swords piercing her heart. But Su Shan shook his head and said, Nangong Jushi is not a concern. Once my injuries heal, I can kill her alone. The key issue is that Jiang Chen, he's simply unbelievably strong. Sword 6 finished the sentence. Unbelievably strong. The other swordsmen were skeptical. How could someone not even on the Heaven's Pride ranking be so powerful? He's not the human sacred body Lu Lin. Although Su Shan and the others had received a message from the Sword Pavilion's old ancestor, speculating that Lu Lin, the top name on the Heaven's Pride ranking, might be fake, they still did not dare to completely dismiss the possibility out of caution. You know nothing of Jiang Chen's true strength. Su Shan shook his head again, then turned to Sword 6. Sword 6 suddenly realized and began to inform everyone of the combat power Jiang Chen had displayed. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen used a superior-grade spiritual weapon and had learned superior-grade techniques, Sword 2 exclaimed in shock, is he really that great? When they learned that Jiang Chen also mastered the ancient way of the sword, Sword 3 turned pale and said, this is a natural-born sword emperor. And upon hearing that Jiang Chen also possessed a heavenly fire like the phoenix fire, there was a brief silence before everyone gasped in astonishment. Indeed, he was unbelievably strong. With such age, cultivation, talent, and combat power, not to mention the central domain, he would be extremely rare even in the upper domain. Could it be that Jiang Chen is the real human sacred body? Sword 2 suddenly speculated in shock. Su Shan initially wanted to deny it. After all, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor had said that the human sacred body would not appear at this time. But on second thought, it was indeed possible. The human sacred body was so powerful and rare throughout the ages because it could embody all techniques. In such a state, there would be no restrictions or bottlenecks for any technique, secret manual, or spiritual weapon for the human sacred body. This was consistent with Jiang Chen being able to learn superior-grade secret manuals and master superior-grade spiritual weapons despite only being at the core formation stage. I've heard that when Jiang Chen caused a commotion outside Cold Realm City, he used both Buddhist and ghost techniques. There are very few physiques that can combine 2 types of techniques, and the human sacred body is one of them. Sword 2 analyzed calmly. Another characteristic of the human sacred body is that it can self-learn all techniques and secret manuals without a teacher. If that's true, it makes sense that Jiang Chen knows the ancient way of the sword. Sword 3 added. Indeed, Jiang Chen has publicly claimed to be the human sacred body, Lu Lin. Sword 6 recalled. This statement made Su Shan fall into deep thought. Soon, his eyes lit up. Have you heard about the reason Juyin demonic sect waged war against Billowing Clouds sect? It was to find the human sacred body, Lu Lin. Su Shan asked. The swordsmen all nodded in unison. Although the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion had only recently emerged, they had been paying close attention to the movements of the major forces in the central domain. Therefore, they all remembered clearly. It was indeed for that reason, and coincidentally, Jiang Chen had indeed appeared near the Billowing Clouds sect at that time. Eldest senior brother means Sword 6 seemed to realize something. That's right. Su Shan had an epiphany and said, I'm certain that Jiang Chen must be the human sacred body. He just likes to go by the alias, Lu Lin. So the name Lu Lin is just a smokescreen. The true identity of the human sacred body is actually Jiang Chen. Sword 2 also came to a realization. Exactly. It must be so. Su Shan was convinced. I suspect that the Juyin sect also knows that the human sacred body needs time to grow. That's why they let Jiang Chen use the name Lu Lin. At that moment, everything clicked into place. The swordsmen had an epiphany. They had not expected the Juyin sect to be so cunning. Despite Jiang Chen being the human sacred body, they still threw out the smokescreen of Lu Lin. This move must have been to secure the only spot to the upper domain in the grand sect competition. How sinister. Besides being sinister, it was also infuriating. After all, no one had thought that the human sacred body would truly appear in the world, and the person with such a physique would be the notorious and infamous Jiang Chen. How unfair the heavens were. This matter is of great importance. We must report it to the Sword Pavilion as soon as possible. We should leave this secret realm quickly, Su Shan said. Indeed, with this news, even if we fail in this secret realm, the Sword Pavilion won't blame us, Sword 6 said with a smile. However, Sword 2 had a different idea and lowered his voice, his eyes shining brightly. Eldest senior brother, the emergence of a human sacred body in the demonic path is like adding frost to snow for the righteous path. Don't you want to slay this human sacred body in the secret realm? become famous throughout the world, and become the true top of the heavens pride ranking, he asked further. Want. Of course, Su Shan wanted to. If he could achieve this, it would not only be a great service to the righteous path, but it would also mean one less rival in the grand sect competition. But was it possible? Considering the strength Jiang Chen had shown, even if they all attacked together, they would be the ones getting thrashed. After seeing through Su Shan's thoughts, Sword 2 narrowed his eyes and uttered 4 words. 7 Luminaries Sword Formation. Su Shan's pupils shrank instantly. The 7 Luminaries Sword Formation required 6 swordsmen to set up, and once formed, it could even slay enemies in the upper 4 realms. The formation was mainly for offensive and killing purposes, and if it caught the enemy by surprise, it could indeed slay Jiang Chen. But the problem was setting up the 7 Luminaries Sword Formation required the ancient swords of the 6 swordsmen, and Su Shan's ancient sword had already self-destructed when facing Jiang Chen's ancient way of the sword. Senior brother can act as the eye of the formation, and we can build the formation with the ancient swords from the outside. This way, the formation can still be completed, Sword 2 reminded him. Su Shan fell silent. He naturally knew this, but he just thought there was no need to go to such lengths with Jiang Chen since there was no life and death enmity. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. There is already a life and death enmity. Sword 2 scoffed, to deal with the demonic path, one must be unscrupulous. We can set up the formation at the exit of the secret realm in advance and then lure Jiang Chen into it. We can surely kill him with one strike. Eldest senior brother, don't hesitate. If Jiang Chen doesn't die, the righteous path will not be at peace. By killing Jiang Chen, we can also slay Nangong Jushi. This way, we can also avenge senior brother's lost arm. Ever since we entered the secret realm, we have been constantly abused by Jiang Chen. Now that we have the chance for revenge, what is eldest senior brother hesitating for? Eldest senior brother, this opportunity cannot be missed. Sword 6 and the other swordsmen also desperately urged him. All right. In the end, Su Shan agreed. Glaciers surrounded the area at the end of the mysterious ice realm, and snow covered everything. Between the glaciers, there was a narrow corridor, just wide enough for 2 cultivators to walk side by side. Passing through the corridor, one could reach a one-way teleportation array, which was the only exit of the mysterious ice realm. Apart from the prodigies and the mad cultivators, there were also many ordinary cultivators who had entered the ice secret realm this time. Now, just a few dozen days after the opening of the ice secret realm, numerous cultivators had already gathered in front of the corridor, eager to leave first. There was no choice. The opening of this mysterious ice realm was just too strange. First came the thunderous shocks that sent cultivators scattering in all directions. Then, a violent uprising of beasts within the secret realm turned many cultivators into prey for these monsters. If that were all, it would have been bearable. The most infuriating thing was that nearly all the locations with heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been claimed by frenzied cultivators who got there first. This left many cultivators cursing their luck along the way. Having come to the secret realm with great difficulty, they ended up gaining nothing and even nearly lost their lives several times. At this moment, with the beasts still in an uproar within the realm, many cultivators planned to leave as soon as possible for the sake of their own safety. When Jiang Chen arrived with Nangong Jushi, the corridor was already crowded with thousands of cultivators. They were pushing and shoving each other while hurling insults that invoked each other's ancestors in a lively scene, ready to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Outside the corridor, Jiang Chen found Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu. Upon seeing Nangong Jushi, Jiang Lianyue let out a deep sigh, her thoughts unreadable. On the other hand, Jiang Hu gave Jiang Chen a big thumbs up, winking and making faces. Have you seen Su Shan and the other prodigies? Jiang Chen asked. I have. Jiang Hu was the first to respond. Su Shan and the others arrived yesterday. They didn't enter the corridor but stayed at the foot of the glacier outside, seemingly waiting for something. Su Shan has gathered his fellow disciples, and the 6 swordsmen of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion have assembled. Their strength is not to be underestimated, Jiang Lianyue analyzed. Jiang Chen nodded, pondering internally. The fact that Su Shan and the others had arrived here meant they were considering leaving, but their lack of movement into the corridor suggested they had other plans. As for what they were plotting, Jiang Chen had his suspicions. It was either to deal with him or Nangong Jushi. Such is the way of the righteous path. They seize any opportunity to display their noble righteousness and hatred for evil. Just then, someone approached from afar and came straight to Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, Su Shan has sent me to issue a challenge. He wishes to have a showdown with you beneath the distant glacier." Upon hearing this, Nangong Jushi, Jiang Lianyue, and Jiang Hu almost burst into laughter. A challenge? Has Su Shan lost his mind? Did he forget that not long ago, he was beaten so badly by Jiang Chen that his ancient sword self-destructed? Jiang Chen, about this Nangong Jushi calmed down and guessed something, wanting to offer a warning. "I accept this challenge," Jiang Chen interrupted. This left the messenger visibly stunned. He thought he would need to spend a lot of effort, perhaps even resort to provocation, to get Jiang Chen to agree. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to accept so readily. What others didn't know was Jiang Chen had already intended to go on a killing spree to deter others after Nangong Jushi was injured by Su Shan and his group. Even if Su Shan and the others made no move, he would have taken the initiative. After accepting the challenge, Jiang Chen was ready to follow the messenger. Knowing the danger of the journey, Nangong Jushi and the others wanted to accompany him but were stopped by Jiang Chen. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Jiang Chen said. "The 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion is not to be underestimated. Su Shan and the other Sword Pavilion members surely have some powerful trump cards." Nangong Jushi is still worried. To this, Jiang Chen just smiled. He knew more than that. He knew their powerful trump card was the 7 Luminaries Sword Formation. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen would become enemies with the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion and be trapped in the 7 Luminaries Sword Formation at least once in every life. At first, he had to use many trump cards to survive under the might of the 7 Luminaries Sword Formation, but as his experience grew, he had fully deciphered the entire formation. It's no exaggeration to say that in this life, Jiang Chen's understanding of the 7 Luminaries Sword Formation was even stronger than Su Shan and the others. After reassuring Jiang Lianyue and the rest, Jiang Chen stepped forward again. As he walked, the messenger suddenly remembered something, stopped, and shouted with all his might to the surroundings, "Everyone is welcome to watch this battle." Upon hearing this, the previously noisy crowd of cultivators suddenly quieted down. Moments later, cheers erupted. They didn't know how strong Jiang Chen was, but they knew that Su Shan was ranked second in the Heaven's Pride ranking. Just that title alone was worth going to see. It might even be an opportunity if they could learn something from it. "Brother Jiang is extraordinarily strong, so you wouldn't mind others watching, right?" Seeing that Jiang Chen remained silent, the messenger asked with a smile. "You've already made the announcement and now you're asking me. Ridiculous. You're smiling so ugly, you wouldn't mind if I slapped you twice, right?" Jiang Chen scoffed. No sooner had he spoken than he actually slapped the messenger twice, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The messenger was angry but dared not show it, suppressing his resentment and leading the way at the front. Watching his back, Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. This made him even more certain that Su Shan and the others had already set up the sword formation, planning to lure him into a trap. Only with such confidence would they invite other cultivators to watch. What Jiang Chen couldn't understand was it wasn't a glorious act for several righteous path cultivators to join forces against one person. By letting other cultivators watch, weren't Su Shan and the others worried about tarnishing the reputation of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion? Even if they won, it would be a victory without honor. Unable to figure it out, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and also moved forward. Not far behind him followed Nangong Jushi and the others, along with thousands of ordinary cultivators. The crowd moved mightily and finally reached the foot of the glacier. Su Shan stood alone, with a sword and an arm, exuding a fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen stepped forward again. Seeing that the others also wanted to follow, someone immediately stopped them. "When masters clash, the power is extraordinary. It's better for everyone to watch from a distance and observe quietly." The crowd thought it made sense and stopped in their tracks. Nangong Jushi and the others were unwilling to stay back and insisted on following, but they were blocked by the Buddhist disciples from the Buddha temple. "Move aside." Nangong Jushi's eyes turned cold, and the innate demonic energy emerged from her body, infusing her sword. Amitabha. The first Buddhist disciple, Cn, saw this and put his hands together. "Donor, your demonic energy is overwhelming. Once Jiang Chen dies, let this poor monk enlighten you." Once Jiang Chen dies. These words reached the ears of Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu, and their expressions changed instantly. Hearing Cn's words, Jiang Lianyue remembered something. Eldest senior brother. Be careful, it's the 7 luminaries' sword, she hurriedly shouted. But before she could finish saying formation, clang! Clang! 5 earth-shattering sword cries pierced the sky. 5 ancient swords hidden beneath the ice, controlled by Sword 2 and the others, suddenly burst forth from the ice. They emitted dazzling sword light as they suspended in the air. At the same time, Su Shan murmured as he watched Jiang Chen step into the formation. Jiang Chen, as long as you live, the righteous path cannot be at peace. Ha! With that, he let out a shout, concentrating all his cultivation, channeling all his spiritual power into a phantom ancient sword, and point it straight to the heavens. Clang! The 6 ancient swords vibrated at the same time. Their sword light scattered, turning into golden chains that spread out. In just a moment, Jiang Chen's limbs and body were entangled. Then, the sword's radiance covered the sky, transforming into a gigantic prison cage that seemed capable of imprisoning the heavens and locking the earth, with the spiritual energy inside coming to a standstill. 7 luminaries. Su Shan uttered the truth. Under his control, 6 ancient swords soared once again, crisscrossing above the cage, slashing out numerous sword qis while bringing forth a sky full of sword light. The sword light shimmered, changing colors continuously. The ancient swords, like brushes, seemed to be outlining the starry sky, where stars twinkled in the shape of the 7 luminaries, dazzling and eye-catching. In the end, the ancient swords hung in the air, suspended above Jiang Chen's head. The myriad sword shadows that were brought forth also became incredibly solid, likewise suspended in the sky, their tips pointing downward. In a matter of a few breaths, Jiang Chen was locked by the sword formation with 10,000 swords hanging above his head. Chapter 283. This is the 7 luminaries' sword formation. An observant bystander couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. What happened to the fair duel? What kind of trick is using the power of 6 to form an array? Moreover, this is the famous sword formation of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion, capable of crossing great chasms to slash through the upper 4 realms with the power of core formation. Although most people didn't have a good impression of Jiang Chen, but such actions, taking advantage of numbers and setting up an ambush in advance, still made it hard for people to accept outright. Alas! Another cultivator sighed and shook his head. The most terrifying part of the 7 luminaries' sword formation is the sword radiance that turns into locks. These locks can imprison a cultivator's spiritual energy, leaving no strength even to use items from the spirit ring. Maybe Jiang Chen is going to be in trouble. Be confident, remove the maybe. Jiang Chen has an infamous reputation, and although his death would be satisfying, such behavior is not righteous. We, as cultivators of the righteous path, indeed cannot be so shameless. Ignorant. Do you talk about rules with the demonic path? When the demonic path slaughters indiscriminately, do they ever talk about rules? Even so, it still feels wrong in my heart. The cultivators discussed among themselves. Although there were those who agreed with this action, many more disapproved. Is this the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion? Is this the righteous path? Nangong Jushi was furious and immediately drew his sword to fight Xian. Today, the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion has indeed opened my eyes. Jiang Lianyue was also unable to contain her anger, ready to self-destruct her imperial essence. A bunch of trash. If you have the guts, fight one-on-one, Jiang Hu cursed loudly. Su Shan and the others had anticipated this situation. Knowing it would come to this, they still did it. And they even invited many to watch, so how could they not have prepared an explanation? Ladies and gentlemen, please hear me out. After repelling Nangong Jushi with a palm, Xian spoke out loud. This action indeed does not live up to the righteous path, but we are left with no choice. Jiang Chen has the backing of the Jiang family, and Juyan sect has become a demonic sect to support him. If we want to kill him, this mysterious ice realm is the best place. If this person is not removed, the righteous path will not be at peace. To eliminate this person, we cannot hesitate or show any mercy. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. What do you think of these words? After a brief silence, many cultivators changed their stance, nodding in agreement. However, there were still many cultivators with furrowed brows, clearly still unable to accept it. Helplessly, Xian had to make a shocking statement. If Jiang Chen were just an ordinary villain, we would not have done this. But, besides having a powerful backing, he is also the human sacred body. Human sacred body. The cultivators were in an uproar. If allowed to grow, such a constitution would indeed be unstoppable and a nightmare for the righteous path. But the problem is they all clearly remembered that the human sacred body was supposed to be Lu Lin from the Heaven's Pride ranking. This is a conspiracy of the Juyin demonic sect, trying to cover up the truth. The reality is, there is no Lu Lin in the world. It's just that he likes to use the alias, Lu Lncn shouted again. With these words, the crowd was shocked again. After a brief surprise, everyone seemed to understand. No wonder they had never heard of Lu Lin before. He suddenly emerged out of nowhere and even became the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Now they understood. It turns out that Jiang Chen is Lu Lin. From the beginning to the end, Lu Lin never existed. Jiang Chen is the true top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Thinking this way, it indeed made much more sense. Jiang Chen, with the backing of the Jiang family and a notorious reputation, how could he be not listed on Heaven's Pride ranking? Perhaps Juyin sect became a demonic sect also because they discovered Jiang Chen's human sacred body. Hoping to cling to this powerful support, they seized the opportunity to go to the upper domain. Thinking they understood everything, the cultivators no longer had any disdain in their hearts. Because the human sacred body is genuinely terrifying. Such a constitution falling into the demonic path would surely bring disaster to the righteous path. Rather than watching him grow, it's better to throw away face and find a way to kill him. To put it plainly, this is for the sake of the world and for the future of the righteous path. In the face of these two, what is a little stigma worth? Kill Lu Lin, a cultivator suddenly shouted. I've told you, Lu Lin is just air, Jiang Chen is Lu Lin. Do you think I don't know? At this moment, if we insist that we are killing Lu Lin, we can deny it if the Jiang family seeks revenge later. That makes sense. Unless Lu Lin dies, the righteous path will not be at peace. Lu Lin, you villain, I didn't expect you to have this day. I don't recognize any Jiang Chen, I only know that Lu Lin has caused havoc in the central domain, and his crimes deserve death. The Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion, for the sake of the righteous path, does not hesitate to tarnish its own feathers. It's truly a model of righteousness. The other cultivators also echoed in agreement. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen likes to use the alias Lu Lin. Jiang Chen is Lu Lin. How did they not know about this? Nangong Jushi nodded, seeming to understand why Jiang Chen liked to say he was Lu Lin. As for Jiang Chen, he was even more confused. Out of nowhere, he became the human sacred body and the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Heaven and earth bear witness, he didn't even know who Lu Lin was. Seeing Jiang Chen's dumbfounded expression, Su Shan smirked and said, Jiang Chen, although you've hidden it well, I've still seen through the mystery behind it. I must say, you've hidden it very deeply. Jiang Chen was speechless. Without wasting any more words, Su Shan moved his mind, raised his arm, and swung it down while softly uttering the word go. Zing! The sound of swords resonated through the heavens. The 5 suspended ancient swords and the myriad spirit swords formed from sword shadows, mixed with an irresistible sword might, rained down from the sky like a downpour. Dense and dazzling, the sword light was blinding. Jiang Chen, eldest senior brother. Seeing YHIS scene before their eyes, Nangong Jushi, Jiang Lianyue, and Jiang Hu screamed in desperation. As they yelled, they frantically tried to move forward, as if they had gone mad, but they were blocked by the sword formation outside. Screech! Just when the 3 of them were in utter despair, a phoenix cried out, piercing the heavens. Phoenix flames enveloped Jiang Chen like a garment, instantly incinerating the golden locks formed by the sword light with their scorching heat. Facing the myriad swords in the sky, Jiang Chen neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, with a flick of his fingers, 6 clusters of phoenix flames shot out from his fingertips, each flying towards the locations of the 6 sword sons including Su Shan. The phoenix flames approached rapidly, and Su Shan's face showed panic. He couldn't understand and fathom how Jiang Chen, whose spiritual energy was supposedly locked, could still summon the phoenix flames. He was even more baffled as to how Jiang Chen knew that the 6 swords couldn't move while forming the formation and that if even one of them moved, the 7 luminaries sword formation would collapse in chaos. At this moment, a difficult choice lay before Su Shan. 1. Stand still, and although he would die, the sword rain would also pierce through Jiang Chen. They might as well die together. 2. Flee immediately. But doing so would cause the sword formation to collapse in chaos. During this time, at least 30% of the innocent cultivators around would die under the chaotic sword rain. Let's see what your so-called righteous path is made of. Jiang Chen's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's body trembled. Forget it. He closed his eyes, resigned to death. He had adhered to the righteous path and practiced swordsmanship for 20 years, always with a clear conscience. This time, egged on by his junior brothers, he had resorted to a tactic of ambushing and outnumbering Jiang Chen, which already filled him with guilt. If he were to involve innocent cultivators, his sins would be enormous. Moreover, if he could take Jiang Chen down with him, it wouldn't be a disgrace to the Seven Luminaries' sword pavilion. But this was just his wishful thinking. Because facing the swiftly approaching phoenix flames, Sword 2, who had been clamoring about righteousness and evil not coexisting and righteousness and evil being mortal enemies, was the first to take a step. Chapter 284. Once Sword 2 moved, all the other Sword Sons, except for Su Shan, followed suit. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the sword formation erupted, making a dull explosive sound. Boom! The myriad sword shadows once controlled by Su Shan instantly went out of control and began to attack indiscriminately from above. Sounds of swoosh, swoosh, were heard. Several cultivators watching the scene hadn't even realized what was happening when their chests were pierced by sword shadows, blood gushing out like water, and they perished in an instant. The sword formation is in chaos, a cultivator shouted angrily. But he had barely taken a step when he felt something binding his ankle. Looking down, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was the sword light from 5 ancient swords also in chaos. The sword light turned into locks, spreading like branches and vines, binding everything in sight. The cultivator struggled with all his might, but since his spiritual energy was locked, he could only watch helplessly as a sword shadow fell and pierced through his body. I refuse to accept this, the cultivator shouted in anger before falling to the ground. Indeed, it was hard to accept. He was just a bystander. He had thought he would witness Jiang Chen being pierced by 1,000 swords, but unexpectedly, he was the one to die. If he had died at the hands of the demonic path, it would have been one thing, but his end came at the hands of his own allies. The sword shadows continued to pour down like rain, and the range of the sword light turning into locks gradually expanded. In just a few moments, 100 cultivators died under the chaotic sword shadows. Nangong Jushi, with her own strength, could barely resist, but Jiang Lianyue, who couldn't use her cultivation for the time being, and Jiang Hu, with his lower cultivation, were powerless against the chaotic sword shadows. Both were bound by the sword light, with several sword shadows bearing down on them. Seeing this, Nangong Jushi quickly stepped forward and cut the golden locks on Jiang Lianyue with a single sword stroke, saving her life. "Thank you," Jiang Lianyue said. "Don't thank me. If it weren't for the fact that you're often with Jiang Chen, I couldn't care less about your life or death," Nangong Jushi said with the air of someone looking at a love rival. "Don't worry," Jiang Lianyue smiled. "No one can replace your place in Jiang Chen's heart." "Does that mean he likes me?" Nangong Jushi's eyes lit up. Jiang Lianyue didn't respond. In truth, she didn't know what Jiang Chen's feelings for Nangong Jushi were. The only thing she knew was that through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Nangong Jushi was one of the few who steadfastly stood by Jiang Chen's side. Although the existence of this woman seems deliberately arranged by fate, the red thread of their destinies is also connected by the heavens, and the purpose is to make Jiang Chen appear more villainous. However, it cannot be denied that Jiang Chen could only feel cared for in front of Nangong Jushi and experienced heart palpitations. Perhaps, this was what was meant to be. Unfortunately, in the previous 9 lives, what Jiang Chen resisted was his own fate. In this life, what choice would Jiang Chen make? Jiang Lianyue didn't know, and neither did Xiao Hongyi and the others. That being said, if anyone was qualified, Nangong Jushi indeed was the only one qualified to accompany Jiang Chen until old age. "Fifth senior sister, save me." Just as Jiang Lianyue was lost in thought, Jiang Hu pleaded. "Under these circumstances, where I can't use my cultivation, just dodging is my limit." "So, you do your best," Jiang Lianyue said, indicating she was powerless to help. Helpless, Jiang Hu turned to Nangong Jushi. "The only man I would save is Jiang Chen," Nangong Jushi replied instantly. Jiang Hu's heart sank in despair. Looking at the sword shadows above his head, his face turned pale, and with tears in his eyes, he said, "I aspired to become a way of the Poison Grand Master, yet I never thought I would end up buried here." Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. When sword light turns into locks, the stronger the resistance, the stronger the lock. 7 segments form one lock. First, give up resisting, then use all your cultivation to strike at the 7th segment of the golden lock. The lock will undo itself. In the critical situation, Jiang Hu hurriedly followed the instructions. Sure enough, the binding force of the golden locks formed by the sword light actually weakened as he stopped resisting. And when he used all his cultivation to strike at the 7th segment of the golden lock, there was a click, sound, and the golden lock entwining him actually shattered by itself. Senior brother, you're too awesome. Jiang Hu couldn't help but admire. Jiang Chen didn't respond. He simply rolled his eyes. The 7 Luminaries Sword Formation is the famous sword formation of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. Only the 7 Luminaries 6 Sword Disciples and 5 Way of the Sword Grand Masters can set up this formation. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was able to break the 7 Luminaries Sword Formation set up by 5 Way of the Sword Grand Masters, so what was this in comparison? Furthermore, with one ancient sword missing, people like Su Shan could still form the formation, but its power was significantly weakened. Everyone, step back, Jiang Chen instructed. Although Nangong Jushi and the others were somewhat worried, they did as they were told. After his own people had retreated, Jiang Chen, holding the blood sword, approached the Buddhist disciples of the Buddha temple. His movements were like a ghost, turning 3 steps into 2, with each step blossoming into an azure lotus as if he could predict the landing point of each sword shadow. The sword rain that filled the sky could not touch him. He arrived in front of Cien. At this time, Cien and many other monks were also struggling to resist the sword rain. Jiang Chen, don't come any closer. After the sword formation collapses, let's have a fair fight to the death. Cien panicked in an instant. Bald donkey, don't you know, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Kicking someone when they're down, looting a burning house, taking advantage of someone's weakness, these are all basic tactics for me. Cien was left speechless by the retort. Jiang Chen immediately raised his hand and slashed out a blood sword chi wrapped in phoenix fire. The sword chi tore through the air, rapidly reaching in front of Cien. With the sword rain above and the deadly sword chi in front, Cien was in a panic. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the Buddhist teachings within him with all his might, transforming into a golden body over 30 jong tall, and threw a punch with all his strength at the incoming sword chi. Jiang Chen had only used 30% of his strength for this sword strike, so it was quickly dispersed by the punch. But in that instant, several sword shadows poured down, and even though Cien tried his best to dodge, his limbs were still pierced, and he fell to one knee, his golden body shattered. Jiang Chen stepped forward, placing the blood sword on Cien's neck and asked, "Were you involved in the injuries on Nangong Jushi's body?" At this moment, Cien's face was dark on the verge of breaking apart. Sensing the killing intent, he wanted to deny it. But he knew that Jiang Chen was asking a rhetorical question. After all, the scars left by Buddhist techniques were obvious at a glance. Since he was doomed either way, Cien decided to go all out. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly, his face no longer showing the demeanor of a high monk, replaced by a fierce and ferocious look. He suddenly stood up, shouting continuously. Jiang Chen, let me tell you. Not only did I injure Nangong Jushi, but ever since entering the secret realm, I have been relentlessly pursuing this witch. If you want to blame someone, blame this witch for standing up for you. This is what happened. While Nangong Jushi and Su Shan were fighting, I took the opportunity to strike her back with a palm. That palm made her vomit 3 liters of blood. If Su Shan hadn't stopped in time, she would have undoubtedly died. Thinking about it now, I should have been even more ruthless. It would have been better to kill her with one palm. I must say, the two of you are truly a perfect match. Both were the same scourge of this world. A pair of dogs. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of blood-colored sword light appeared at Cien's neck, and blood gushed out in an instant. Holding his neck, Cien seemed to want to say something more, but he could only spit out thick blood, soon falling to his knees and completely losing his vitality. Buddhist disciple. A high monk of the Buddhist sect. That's it, Jiang Chen scoffed. Chapter 285. With Cien's death, the chaotic sword rain finally completely dissipated. The ground was now a site of devastation, and in the environment that was once bustling with people, only the corpses of many monks who died with their eyes open remained, along with the slightly exhausted chosen ones. Blood flowed along the corpses, converging into rivers and staining the surrounding ground. Such a scene, coupled with the increasingly crimson snow, added a few more eerie touches to the environment within the secret realm. Seeing CN killed by Jiang Chen, the prodigies were furious beyond measure. But they were very clear. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for Jiang Chen. Therefore, they all chose at the same time to flee. To escape as fast as they could. Otherwise, their fate will be the same as CN's. Did I say I will let you go? Jiang Chen looked around with cold eyes. Woo! At the same time, the sound of a phoenix cry rose again. Phoenix fire emanated from his body, transforming into the phantom of a majestic phoenix, spreading its wings and soaring. Countless phoenix fires fell from the phantom. In just a moment, a wall of fire was erected all around, preventing the chosen ones from escaping. After exchanging glances, the remaining chosen ones of the Buddha temple transformed into golden bodies, ready to fight to the death. The 5 sword disciples of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion leapt up, catching the 5 ancient swords falling from the sky, and stood in a circle around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you really intend to wipe us all out today? Sword 2 was the first to speak. Wipe out everyone. Jiang Chen scoffed again. The prodigies had joined forces to set a trap for him, and the 6 sword disciples of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion had set up the 7 luminaries' sword formation, intending to kill him. And after his death, he believed that whether it was Nangong Jushi, Jiang Lianyue, or Jiang Hu, they would all be doomed. Wasn't this wiping out everyone too? Only they were allowed to wipe out everyone, but not allowed to be resisted. What kind of logic was that? We will join forces and fight to the death. Even if you win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Why not take a step back and let bygones be bygones today? Sword 2 asked again. No way. Jiang Chen shook his head. But I do have a suggestion. It depends on whether you're willing to take it or not. Let's hear it. Sword 2 pressed. Except for the Buddhist disciples of the Buddha temple and the 6 sword disciples of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. I'll give the rest of you a chance to take your own lives. Jiang Chen blurted out. Take their own lives. Wasn't that still death? The faces of all the prodigies darkened at once. We may not be your match, but we are all the chosen ones of the various sects in the central domain. Sword 2 said with a grim face, speaking again, have you thought about the consequences of killing us all? Amitabha. Jiang Chen, do you really think you are invincible in this world? One of the Buddhist disciples stepped forward, bringing his hands together and chanting Buddhist sutras. Seeing that they were just spouting words again, Jiang Hu felt that his chance to perform had arrived. He strode quickly to Jiang Chen's side, arms crossed and a sneer on his face. Invincible in all the world. Wrong, utterly wrong. Below the upper 4 realms, my eldest senior brother is not only invincible in this world. He is unmatched in all 10 directions of the universe. Invincible in all 10 directions of the universe. What a bold claim. The gathered prodigies all cursed inwardly. Although they all felt this boast was too grand, not a single one dared to voice their retorts. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. A prodigy stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect, and said, Jiang Chen, I did not lay a hand on Nangong Jushi. Can I be spared? Oh. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to look at Nangong Jushi. At this moment, Nangong Jushi was still in a state of shock and joy. She had followed Jiang Chen without knowing what he intended to do. It was only before CN's death that she realized that Jiang Chen wanted to avenge her. To avenge her, Jiang Chen knew it was a trap, yet he still went. To avenge her, Jiang Chen was ready to unleash a massacre, using his own strength to confront all the prodigies. How could she not be moved? Seeing Jiang Chen looking at her, Nangong Jushi glanced at the prodigy who had spoken and then nodded slightly. Cultivators have an excellent memory, and she clearly remembered that this person was not among the prodigies who had fought her. Leave. After getting a response, Jiang Chen waved his hand. As his voice fell, the wall formed by the surging phoenix fire opened a gap on its own, allowing the speaking prodigy to leave. As if pardoned from death, the prodigy thanked Jiang Chen with a bow and then attempted to leave. But after only one step, a sudden ancient sword came flying, piercing through his chest. He turned his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with terror. He had never expected that he would not die at the hands of Jiang Chen but instead at the hands of the 2nd sword of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. Second senior brother. Have you gone mad? Sword 6 exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing this. The other prodigies also cast questioning glances at Sword 2. With a formidable enemy before us, if others follow this man's example and cower before Jiang Chen, then aren't we all doomed? Sword 2 said indifferently as he withdrew his ancient sword. Seeing that the others still couldn't accept it, he added, as a righteous cultivator, I never fear death. Jiang Chen only has two choices, either let us all go or perish together with us. Upon hearing this, the prodigies fell silent. They understood Sword 2's meaning. In this critical situation, the others would surely follow if one person escaped. Then, with morale scattered, how could they confront Jiang Chen? Although it was still hard to accept, they understood. The best move in the current situation was to stick together tightly, making Jiang Chen weigh the consequences of slaughtering them all, or else everyone would fight to the death. For a moment, everyone was silent. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen looked on with disdain. Whether righteous or evil, there are always those who stir trouble. This Sword 2, though speaking high-sounding words, was nothing more than a hypocrite. Knowing this was wrong but still choosing silence, the other prodigies also proved they were all a bunch of hypocrites. So be it, today, I shall unleash a massacre, Jiang Chen said menacingly, his body ablaze with phoenix fire. The prodigies instantly braced for a formidable enemy. The battle between the two sides was about to erupt. And just as Jiang Chen's blood sword trembled in his hand, already blazing with blood light, a one-armed figure silently arrived beside Jiang Chen. The newcomer, silent and holding a high-grade spiritual weapon, had bloodshot eyes and a trembling body. He was none other than Su Shan. Looking at the group of prodigies, Su Shan shouted with a trembling voice, "You all falsely claim to be righteous. Today, I shall purge our ranks," he said while looking at Sword 2. Su Shan's appearance took the prodigies aback. His words struck them like thunder. "Eldest senior brother, have you also gone mad? With such a formidable enemy, how can you add to the chaos and shock?" Sword 2 yelled. Although Jiang Chen was strong, if they all attacked together, there might still be a chance for survival. But if Su Shan, ranked second on the Heaven's Pride ranking, joined in, then it would be completely over. Am I mad? Or are you mad? Su Shan retorted loudly, "Open your eyes and see. How many innocent cultivators have died because you left your position in the formation? You constantly speak of righteousness, but where is the righteousness in your heart? What does this have to do with me?" Sword 2 retorted. "If it weren't for Jiang Chen seeing through the 7 luminaries' sword formation and releasing the phoenix fire on me, how could such a tragedy occur? All of this is because of Jiang Chen. Eldest senior brother, don't make a mistake." Stubborn Su Shan cursed. He no longer wasted words with Sword 2 and charged forward with his sword, starting a fight. This left the other prodigies completely dumbfounded. How could they fight amongst themselves with such a formidable enemy present? As for Jiang Chen, found this drama quite enjoyable and began to eat melon seeds. Su Shan, attack his lower body. Yes, that's it. Although Sword 2 has also achieved major achievement in the way of the sword, his foundation is not as deep as yours. Be careful, he's planning a sneak attack. Sword 6, get out of the way. Whoever dares to intervene, I'll cut them down first. Chapter 286. In the end, Su Shan was defeated by Sword 2. Not because he lacked strength but because Su Shan had used a great deal of spiritual energy as the focal point of the formation. And although he said he wanted to purge our ranks, he still couldn't bring himself to fatally strike his fellow disciples. Of course, he was also missing an arm. Ha ha. Sword 2 sheathed his sword and struck with his palm, sending Su Shan flying several jong away, and then burst into wild laughter. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Shan lay on the ground, not getting up. He wasn't unconscious, but lay there with a vacant look in his eyes, as if questioning his life. This made Sword 2's laughter even louder. How many years had it been? Ever since Sword 2 became the second sword of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion, he had always been suppressed by Su Shan. At this moment, he finally had his moment of triumph. Sword 2 did not deliver a killing blow because he was very clear if he kills Su Shan now, even if he can survive Jiang Chen's hands, the 7 luminaries sword pavilion will not let him go. While looking at Jiang Chen, Sword 2 said, "Jiang Chen, you are truly arrogant. If you had joined forces with Su Shan just now, we would have had a hard time holding on. But now, Su Shan has been defeated and you are facing everyone. Jiang Chen, there is still time for you to let us go," a Buddhist disciple from Buddha Temple added. To this, Jiang Chen just smiled. The show has been enough for now, and what remains to be done is naturally to kill. He stood with his sword, his eyes slightly narrowed. A strong sword intent burst forth from within him, piercing the clouds like a sword. Be careful, everyone, this is the ancient way of the sword. Jiang Chen is about to release the ancient way of the sword again. Seeing this, Sword 6 immediately shouted. Hearing this, the prodigies were on high alert. The killing power of the ancient way of the sword was extraordinary, and this was something all the sword disciples of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion were well aware of. Things have come to this. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Let's all strike together. While he is still brewing his sword intent, Sword 2 roared. With that said, he stepped forward with his sword, swinging the ancient sword in his hand, cutting out a sword chi with a clear sword intent. Seeing this, the remaining sword disciples were not to be outdone, each using their strongest strike to launch an attack on Jiang Chen. Amitabha. Jiang Chen, you have killed several of our Buddha temple disciples. Good and evil will always be repaid. Even Buddha cannot tolerate you today. Several Buddhist disciples murmured in unison. As they spoke, the monks had turned into golden bodies, standing like great Buddhas in the snowy world. Knowing that their techniques were restrained by Jiang Chen, they did not approach but instead chanted Buddhist sounds in unison, then manipulated the sounds into a towering Buddhist golden mountain, pressing down on Jiang Chen from above. The great battle had begun, and the other prodigies did not dare to hesitate and attacked Jiang Chen with all their might. Attacks came from all directions, each move grand and filled with killing intent. But faced with such a situation, Jiang Chen still stood quietly. Only when a sword chi was right in front of him did he suddenly open his eyes. Roar. Screech. At the same time, the flame blood dragon sword trembled violently, its blood light condensing into a blood dragon, coiling up and looking down upon all beings. Phoenix fire fluttered, and a phoenix phantom appeared. Clang. The sound of the sword shook the heavens, and the image of an old man with white whiskers appeared behind him. At this moment, extraordinary phenomena emerged. Dragons and phoenixes in the sky with an old man behind. The spiritual power fluctuations caused by the three shook the entire void. Jiang Chen raised his hand. The dragon and phoenix soared, the old man wielded his sword. Jiang Chen slashed with his sword. The sword chi turned into 100 Jiang long dragon with phoenix fire wrapping around its body, like a blood dragon bathing in a fire. The bathing fire blood dragon roared as it went, its body winding and its claws flailing. The many incoming sword chi had not yet touched the dragon's body when they were incinerated by the phoenix fire. The golden mountain condensed by the Buddhist law in the sky had not yet pressed down when it was split open by the chaotic sword intent around the fire dragon and then collapsed with a bang. Roar. The blood dragon opened its huge mouth, swallowing everything in its path. Whether it was spiritual energy, ice surfaces, or snow, anything it touched turned into nothingness. The first to come into contact with it were several nameless prodigies who had leapt in front of Jiang Chen. The moment the fire dragon appeared, these prodigies were blown away by the violent aura and had already been burned to ash in the air, falling with the snow. Human sacred body, all laws added to the body. Integrating thousands of techniques, creating one's own. Seeing this, Sword 2 was shocked. This is no longer the ancient way of the sword but a self-created ancient sword technique. Is that impressive? Zhang Hu, puzzled, asked Jiang Lianyue. At this point, the battle was at a stalemate, and Jiang Lianyue was too lazy to bother with him, just cheering, eldest senior brother is so handsome. Nangong Jushi felt the same but thought it necessary to enlighten Zhang Hu. After all, as Jiang Chen's junior brother, how could he not be perceptive? It's extremely impressive. Nangong Jushi composed herself and explained, the blood sword, phoenix fire, and the ancient way of the sword. With Jiang Chen's cultivation, he should not be able to fully control any of them. But he is the human sacred body. The laws added to the human sacred body are also called ways Tao. Thousands of great ways, many cultivators cannot comprehend even one in their lifetime. The human sacred body can pass through all ways, yet does not follow all ways. Such a physique allows one to create their own way, become the law themselves, and become the rule. Therefore, they are not restricted by bottlenecks or common sense. Jiang Chen fused the phoenix fire and the blood sword phantom into the ancient way of the sword, creating another ancient sword technique. Such talent and comprehension, even if the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor were here, he could only sigh in inferiority. After saying this, Nangong Jushi paused, looked up at the sky, and asked, have you ever heard the saying, under the heavenly Tao, the sacred body walks alone? Amidst the calamities of the world, the human race shall rise. Under the heavenly Tao, the sacred body walks alone. Amidst the calamities of the world, the human race shall rise. Jiang Hu shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. Though he had never heard it, just saying it made it sound very impressive. It's just a rumor. It's said that in every great world, there is one human sacred body. Recalling the content of the ancient records of his sect, Nangong Jushi explained in detail, the human sacred body walks between heaven and earth unnoticed, unconstrained by any rules. Only when the heavenly Tao collapses and great disasters arise will the human sacred body appear to stabilize the prosperity of the human race. Hearing this, Jiang Hu's face turned pale in an instant. What does this mean? Does it mean that the heavenly Tao has already collapsed, and that's why Jiang Chen has awakened as the human sacred body? Does it represent the emergence of a great disaster? Isn't that a complete disaster? At this moment, he finally understood. No wonder no one had discovered Jiang Chen's human sacred body physique before. It turns out it was because of the sacred body walks alone. The question now is, where is the great disaster? There should be some signs, right? Jiang Hu suddenly glanced at Jiang Lianyue, then remembered the mad people of the ghost-controlling sect in Cold Realm City. He had an epiphany that the great disaster was right before his eyes. It's an unheralded madness, sweeping across the world. With this thought, Jiang Hu suddenly found it much more reasonable. No wonder there are more and more madmen these days. He had thought that these madmen were all driven insane by Jiang Chen's methods. Who would have expected it to be a natural disaster? And Jiang Chen, whom he had misunderstood as the culprit, was the hope to save this natural disaster. Wu, eldest senior brother, I misunderstood you. Jiang Hu wept. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Chen as if he had seen the light. Although he had no leisure to care about the discussions of Jiang Hu and others, Jiang Chen still heard them clearly. Then he was speechless. He knew very well that he was not any human sacred body. The reason he could merge the blood sword, phoenix fire, and the ancient way of the sword was simply because of the system's blessing, allowing him to use and master the three without the need for cultivation level, and because of a moment of inspiration. Well, Jiang Chen let out a sly smile. Blaming the madness of the many cultivators on a natural disaster was indeed a clever idea. Not bothering to care about these matters, he stood still, his face calm, but inside he was somewhat panicked. He hadn't expected that this self-created ancient swordsmanship had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. If he wasn't forcibly stabilizing his stance at this moment, he would have no choice but to collapse. But the power of this self-created sword technique also far exceeded his imagination. Compared to the ancient swordsmanship, first form, Skybreaker, its power was definitely much stronger. Although it lacked the direct destructive power compared to the first form, the key was that it could change direction on its own. At this moment, Sword 2 and the others knew they couldn't withstand this attack head-on, so they were scurrying about in panic. And the fire dragon, as if it had its own intelligence, was relentlessly pursuing them from behind, occasionally spewing out scorching flames, causing Sword 2 and the others to jump in pain. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Jiang Chen quietly popped a pill into his mouth, thinking to himself, this sword technique shall be named Ancient Swordsmanship, second form, Dragon's Chant and Phoenix's Cry. Boom, boom, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted. Jiang Chen followed the noise and saw that Sword 2 and the other sword disciples, in a bid to save their lives, were self-destructing their ancient swords, hoping to escape the pursuing fire dragon. It had some effect but not much. Sword 2 was the first to self-destruct his ancient sword. Using the shockwave, he not only wanted to escape the fire dragon behind him but also planned to circle back and counterattack Jiang Chen. The idea was good, but he overestimated his own strength. Before he could act, Sword 2 was struck in the face by the huge dragon tail. As his body spun in the air, he immediately spat out 3 liters of blood. Then, as luck would have it, he ended up kneeling on one knee right in front of Jiang Chen. Sword 2 looked up. Jiang Chen looked down. Jiang Chen. Sword 2. The two men's eyes met, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Jiang Chen. Sword 2 began to speak, wanting to beg for mercy. I poked. Jiang Chen thrust his sword. Sword 2 had no chance to escape nor the strength to do so. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest as his heart was pierced by the blood sword. Jiang Chen, you will not die a good death. Sword 2 cursed before his death. Perhaps Jiang Chen coldly smiled as he looked at Sword 2's corpse. But you won't find dying that easy. With those words, he flipped his right hand. In an instant, ghostly qi spread, chilling the air around. Within the ghostly qi, a miniature version of the ghost tower appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen operated his ghostly techniques, refining Sword 2's soul, which had not yet dissipated, into a ghost, and finally locked it inside the ghost tower. Food for Jushuang +1. After finishing everything, Jiang Chen cast his gaze into the distance. Under the pursuit of the fire dragon and the encirclement of the phoenix fire, the other prodigies didn't last long either. In less than a moment, many prodigies were collectively buried in the phoenix fire, and several sword disciples were directly pierced by the dragon claws of the fire dragon, barely clinging to life. Although these people were not from the upper four realms, they were still rare sustenance for Jushuang. Taking advantage of their souls not yet dispersing, Jiang Chen threw out the ghost tower. The ghost tower grew as it spun and then heavily smashed into the ground. Jiang Chen operated his ghostly techniques again, and the souls of several prodigies were sucked into the ghost tower. This is the ghost-controlling sect-defining divine artifact. The ghost tower. A Buddhist disciple saw this and instantly turned pale. The Buddha temple and the ghost-controlling sect were at odds, naturally recognizing that this tower was used to control and nurture ghosts. They were very clear that if they were taken into the ghost tower, what awaited them was to become ghostly puppets. Amitabha, Jiang Chen, even in death, I will not succumb to your wishes. With that statement, there were several bang sounds as the Buddhist disciples of the Buddha temple self-destructed en masse, their bodies and souls both perishing. The sword disciples also had the idea to self-destruct, but they were a step too late, instantly perishing in the phoenix fire produced by the fire dragon, and then they too were collected by the ghost tower. Food for Jushuang +++. Finally, the battle came to an end. Although it was called a great battle, Jiang Chen had only made one move from beginning to end. But it was this one move that had slain a group of prodigies. The cultivators who had survived the chaos of the sword formation by chance couldn't help but swallow their saliva upon seeing this scene. They were shocked by Jiang Chen's combat power and even more so by his audacity. The other prodigies were one thing, but Jiang Chen had killed all the Buddhist disciples of the Buddha temple and many sword disciples of the seven luminaries sword pavilion, an act tantamount to piercing the heavens. Although Jiang Chen had the Jiang family as his backing, this was the central domain, not the upper domain. With the imperial dynasty's laws in place, how could the Jiang family dare to enter the central domain in force to protect Jiang Chen? Even if the Jiang family was fearless and dared to defy the imperial dynasty's laws, what the imperial dynasty would do next was another matter, but don't forget that both the seven luminaries sword pavilion and the Buddha temple had ties with the powers of the upper domain. When the time comes, it's still uncertain who will fall. Worried that Jiang Chen would eliminate them to prevent future troubles, the surrounding cultivators dared not stay any longer and rushed towards the exit of the mysterious ice realm. They all secretly decided that once they left, they would report Jiang Chen's actions, as well as the fact that he was a human sacred body, to their sects. These matters were of great importance, and if they could bring out the news, it would also count as a contribution. Seeing what these people were thinking, Nangong Jushi went with her sword, intending to kill everyone. However, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared and blocked her path. They must die, otherwise you will have a hard time in the central domain. Nangong Jushi didn't understand. This is unavoidable. Jiang Chen shook his head. Some spectators have already left the secret realm, even if you kill them, it won't make a difference. Nangong Jushi fell silent. She suddenly realized that she might have dragged Jiang Chen down. If it weren't for her chasing after Su Shan and getting injured, Jiang Chen wouldn't have helped her seek revenge, and naturally, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Was I wrong? Nangong Jushi asked. Jushi, right and wrong are not always so clear in this world. Jiang Chen sighed. Perhaps your biggest mistake was meeting me. Nangong Jushi fell silent again. She didn't understand, but she could feel Jiang Chen's helplessness. For a moment, she stood there, stunned. Jiang Chen didn't know what else to say and went to where Su Shan was. At this moment, Su Shan was still lying on the ground, his eyes vacant. Although he didn't move, he could sense the death of his junior brothers. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, he just softly said, "Kill me." Jiang Chen didn't respond. He simply dropped a healing pill next to him and left. In his previous 9 lives, he had a decent relationship with Su Shan. Basically, whenever they met, they would fight, each with their own victories and defeats. But in this life, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Although this Su Shan was also influenced by the heavens and extremely displeasing to him, he has always adhered to his true nature and is indeed a true gentleman of the righteous path. Chapter 288. The exit of the mysterious Ice Realm is located within Azure Cloud City. Unlike Cold Realm City, Azure Cloud City is situated among ancient forest paths, with spring-like weather all year round and the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. The Lord of Azure Cloud City is named Meng Lang, who is over 50 years old and has a corpulent body and a potbelly. At this moment, inside the Lord's mansion, Meng Lang stands in the center of the great hall, head bowed, his fat hands with nowhere to rest, and his head full of cold sweat, all of which are enough to prove. Right now, he is in a panic. His panic stems from two things. Firstly, Meng Lang and the Lord of Cold Realm City, Meng Hong, are brothers. More than 10 days ago, he learned that Meng Hong was half mad, behaving erratically. What exactly happened in Cold Realm City? Since the content of Meng Hong's messages was all nonsensical, Meng Lang had no way of knowing. But he was certain that Meng Hong's madness must be because of Jiang Chen. After all, the rumor that, wherever Jiang Chen goes, madness follows, is well known by now. And now, Jiang Chen has entered the secret realm. This also means that once Jiang Chen leaves the secret realm, he will arrive in Azure Cloud City. By then, the entire Azure Cloud City might follow in Cold Realm City's footsteps, with numerous mad cultivators emerging, and he, the city lord, might not escape unscathed. Upon learning all this, Meng Lang's first reaction was to shut down the teleportation array. But he didn't dare, because in addition to Jiang Chen, there were many other prodigies in the secret realm. Locking all these prodigies in the secret realm would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of many sects. Since becoming the Lord of Azure Cloud City, Meng Lang had always been walking on thin ice, extremely cautious, and he didn't want to make enemies with many sects for no reason. And just as Meng Lang was about to take the risk and leave the mansion to avoid the storm, the second reason that made him panicked occurred. More than 10 days ago, a woman arrived in Azure Cloud City carrying a red paper fan and exuding a strong ghostly chi wherever she went. Upon hearing this news, Meng Lang was on high alert. He knew very well that a ghost that could appear in broad daylight and had a solid ghostly body was definitely not to be trifled with. He wanted to stop this female ghost from entering the city, but it was too late. After paying a sufficient amount of spirit stones, the female ghost had already entered the city. Meng Lang led a group of guards to intercept her, but he recognized at a glance that this ghost was none other than the Ghost Lord of Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, Su Yi. Su Yi was at the Nirvana realm, beyond Meng Lang's ability to contend with, so he could only offer a forced smile and respectfully invited Su Yi to rest at the Lord's mansion. The good news was since arriving in Azure Cloud City, Su Yi seemed to be waiting for something and rarely went out, which allowed Meng Lang to breathe a sigh of relief. But the bad news was after Su Yi, the sword ancestor of 7 luminaries sword pavilion and the Buddha old ancestor arrived in succession. Meng Lang couldn't contend with these two either, so he had to similarly offer forced smiles and invite them both into the Lord's mansion. Then after the 7 luminaries sword ancestor and Buddha old ancestor met Su Yi, they immediately wanted to fight. It took a lot of pleading and begging from Meng Lang to stabilize the situation. He knew very well that if it weren't for the fact that he was the city lord appointed by the imperial dynasty, they would definitely fight. The aftermath of their battle could have directly destroyed Azure Cloud City. Meng Lang thought that was the end of it, but it was actually just the beginning. A few days later, 2 old ancestors from Myriad Dao Demon sect arrived, entering the Lord's mansion uninvited, and nearly started a fight with the 2 righteous old ancestors. Meng Lang once again pleaded and begged, barely managing to stabilize the situation. It was then that he finally understood why so many powerful figures had gathered in Azure Cloud City. It turned out that the 2 righteous old ancestors and the 3 demonic bigwigs had left Cold Realm City after a battle, unable to determine a victor, and went their separate ways. Su Yi came here to wait for Jiang Chen. The emergence of myriad ghosts was overwhelming, and there were many instances of ghosts devouring people. She didn't want to be hindered by the righteous path again, so she came alone. The 7 luminaries sword ancestor and the Buddha old ancestor came here to wait for the prodigies of their respective sects. The reason for the arrival of the 2 old ancestors from Myriad Dao Demon sect was naturally to take away Nangong Jushi, who had left the sect without permission. Under normal circumstances, such a task of welcoming the sect's prodigies would not require two old ancestors to personally come. But this time, the mysterious ice realm was extremely abnormal. Firstly, various incidents proved that wherever Jiang Chen appeared, abnormalities would follow. Secondly, even the old ancestors outside the secret realm could feel the thunderstorms in the sky and the violent aura of the demonic beasts within the realm. The prodigies were the treasures of their respective sects, and since they had nothing better to do, the old ancestors specially came for them. In the past, Meng Lang lived a comfortable life as the Lord of Azure Cloud City. But ever since these big figures all came running, he had lost several pounds. When the big figures met and engaged in verbal sparring, Meng Lang had to intervene with extreme humility to prevent the situation from escalating further. When the righteous and demonic bigwigs boasted about each other's strengths, he had to act like a fool, constantly agreeing without overdoing it, lest he upset the other party. Even their daily needs were personally taken care of by him. The reason for this was not that no one else could do it, but that he didn't trust anyone else. He was just worried that if these people got upset, they would destroy his Azure Cloud City. How difficult were those days! But Meng Lang could never have imagined that even more difficult days were yet to come. A few days ago, Jiang Chen's protectors, Chen Sheng and Xiao Hongyi, arrived and entered the Lord's mansion without invitation. Chen Sheng was once one of the three ancestors of Myriad Dao Demon sect, and he didn't expect to meet his former brothers here. The three of them immediately embraced and wept, lamenting the changes of time and the impermanence of life. Their crying lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It startled the cultivators and mortals in Azure Cloud City, who thought there was a ghost in the city. On the 4th night, the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and the Buddha Old Ancestor, fed up with the noise, complained a few words, only to have Chen Sheng and the others roll up their sleeves, ready to fight. Helplessly, that night Meng Lang rushed over without even putting on his shoes to mediate. During the mediation, he didn't even know who slapped him several times. What a frustrating role to play as a grandson. And just yesterday, good news came. Many cultivators who had entered the mysterious ice realm began to leave one after another, appearing in Azure Cloud City. When Meng Lang heard this news, he was so excited he almost cried. But another piece of news struck him like lightning. Jiang Chen, this eldest senior brother of Juyan demonic sect, the sole son of the Jiang family, had almost slain all the righteous path prodigies within the secret realm. Even more shocking was that Jiang Chen was also a human sacred body. And after hearing this news, the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor was furious, opened his sword case, and summoned the divine grade spirit sword of the 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion, swearing to capture Jiang Chen and bring him back to the 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion to endure the punishment of 1,000 swords piercing the heart. At this moment, the spirit sword was still suspended in the sky above Azure Cloud City, emitting a deafening sword cry. The Buddha Old Ancestor was also uncontrollably angry, like a wrathful Vajrapani, so angry that he couldn't even properly condense his golden body for a while. The two wanted to take action against Jiang Chen, and naturally, Sui would not stand by and watch. Because of Chen Sheng, the 2 old ancestors from Myriad Dao Demon sect also planned to lend Jiang Chen a hand. As a result, at this moment, the bigwigs glared at each other inside the vast Lord's mansion, their mere aura blowing Meng Lang's chubby cheeks into a mess. Grandpas, grandmas, let's talk this out nicely, yes. How about this, you go outside the city to fight. Even if you fight until the sky darkens and the earth dims, I won't stop you. Can't we not do this? Don't you know that my heart is so tired? Can you give me a way to survive? I'm kneeling down for you. Meng Lang was utterly despondent, ceaselessly begging. But the response he received was a unanimous shout from the bigwigs. Shut up. Inside the Lord's mansion, an awe-inspiring silence prevailed. Everyone glared angrily, except for the city lord Meng Lang, who cowered in the corner like a ball while shivering. Clashes among the younger generation with casualties and injuries are inevitable. If there's anyone to blame, it's your 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion and Buddha Temple whose disciples were inferior in skill. Chen Sheng snorted coldly. Indeed, it's said that Jiang Chen's massacre was triggered by your sect's chosen ones who ambushed him first. Those who attacked brought it upon themselves. Sui nodded in agreement without stopping. This statement is correct. That makes sense. The 2 old ancestors from the Myriad Dao Demon sect nodded incessantly. Humph. That Jiang Chen is a human sacred body, so how can ordinary people compare to him? His combat strength is so great because he relies on the power of the sacred body, the seven luminaries' old ancestor retorted coldly. Since you know that our young master is a human sacred body, why would you still foolishly attempt to kill him? Chen Sheng countered. The human sacred body is born for the human race. In my opinion, not only should you not be enemies with our young master, but you should also be venerating him. Amitabha, Donor Chen's words are not quite right, the Buddha old ancestor said with one hand raised in a salute. As long as the human race does not perish, the sacred body will not cease. It's true that there can only be one human sacred body at a time in the world, but if the person with the sacred body falls, another will emerge. Upon hearing this, Sui sneered repeatedly. It seems to me that you're not so much interested in punishing the wicked and removing evil but rather worried that this human sacred body Jiang Chen will grow strong and become a threat to the righteous path. People of the demonic path are not worthy of having a human sacred body, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor blurted out. This statement was tantamount to admitting what Sui had said. The Jiang family will not let you off. Chen Sheng changed his tone, issuing a direct threat. The Jiang family is not invincible in this world, the Buddha old ancestor retorted. A conversation that doesn't flow needs no extra words. Realizing that the Buddha old ancestor and the seven luminaries' sword ancestor were determined to act against Jiang Chen, Chen Sheng was already brimming with murderous intent. Humph. A mere divine passage realm junior dares to harbor killing intent against me. Kneel down. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, his voice like a thunderous chant piercing directly into Chen Sheng's mind. Upon hearing this, a severe ringing erupted in Chen Sheng's head, and his knees buckled uncontrollably. He bit the tip of his tongue just in time to barely suppress the urge to kneel. Seeing this, the two old ancestors from the myriad Dao demon sect immediately became furious. They were brothers born of the same mother as Chen Sheng. How could they sit by and watch an outsider bully their youngest brother? Seeking death. The myriad Dao old ancestor roared, his cultivation aura surged like a mountainous wave, rolling forth. The second ancestor of the myriad Dao was also ready to take action, with a strangely shaped ring-shaped spiritual weapon appearing in his hand. Seeing signs of another outbreak of a major battle, Meng Lang, who was cowering in the corner, shuddered and once again urged. Everyone, please calm down. If you start fighting, not only will this city be destroyed in an instant, but the surrounding area for tens or even hundreds of li will be affected. In my opinion, this matter may not be as it seems. After all, there were more than a dozen prodigies who entered the secret realm this time. Even if Jiang Chen is strong, he couldn't have killed them all, right? There must be some exaggeration. As he finished speaking and saw that they remained unmoved, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, if you really start fighting and destroy this Azure Cloud City, then I will have no choice but to report this matter to the Imperial Pavilion. The Imperial Pavilion, as the Imperial Dynasty's surveillance and suppression agency in the central domain, usually does not concern itself with worldly affairs, but if something like a massacre, which disregards the Imperial Dynasty, really happens, they will not turn a blind eye. Sui led the myriad ghosts to Cold Realm City, daring only to let the ghosts capture Jiang Chen but not to kill wantonly, precisely because of this concern. It was also due to this concern that the bigwigs who usually don't see eye to eye have been able to coexist peacefully within this small city lord's mansion for many days. In the past, whenever Meng Lang uttered this sentence, the big shots would ponder it in their hearts. But overcome with anger, the bigwigs could no longer care about that. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor and the Buddha old ancestor knew that to act against Jiang Chen, they must first defeat people like Sui. Sui and the others also understood that a great battle was inevitable to protect Jiang Chen at this time. At worst, they would pay some price afterward. Conflicts among cultivators are unavoidable, and they believe that as long as the price is sufficient, the Imperial Dynasty would turn a blind eye. Are you threatening me? Sui's eyes turned cold, and with a slap through the air, he struck Meng Lang until stars appeared in his eyes. How dare you use the Imperial Pavilion to pressure me? Such audacity! The two old ancestors from the myriad Dao demon sect simultaneously snorted coldly, causing Meng Lang to spit out blood. Although the seven luminaries' sword ancestor and the Buddha old ancestor did not speak, their suddenly cold gazes were enough to make Meng Lang feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Meng Lang was utterly desperate. He had wanted to escape without caring about the consequences, but suddenly, he saw a figure in red appear at the doorway. Everyone, please calm down. Have you forgotten, this person is Jiang Chen's master. Perhaps she can give you an explanation. Meng Lang came up with the idea in desperation. Upon hearing this, the 7 luminaries sword ancestor and the Buddha old ancestor both cast unfriendly glances. The owner of the figure was none other than Xiao Hongyi. Since arriving in Azure Cloud City, Xiao Hongyi had not participated in the disputes among the bigwigs, simply staring blankly in the direction of the mysterious Ice Realm's exit every day. Her arrival this time was also due to the news of Jiang Chen slaughtering numerous prodigies. To this, Xiao Hongyi felt it was only natural. She understood Jiang Chen. She knew that even if Jiang Chen wanted to be a villain in this life, he would not have gone on such a killing spree unless it was unavoidable. And she was very aware that Nangong Jushi was also in that secret realm. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, she guessed that all of this must be related to Nangong Jushi. After all, such things had happened too often in the cycles of 9 reincarnations. Her purpose for coming here was only one. Whoever wanted to harm Jiang Chen would have to step over her dead body. She was very clear about this. Even though she had gone to the red flame sea of fire and, with the help of the charred phoenix tree, had made progress in her cultivation, reaching the late stage of the divine passage realm, such cultivation was still no match for nirvana realm cultivators. But even so, she still came. Because she was Jiang Chen's master. In the cycles of 9 reincarnations, she was not by Jiang Chen's side every time he suffered. But in this life, she would accompany Jiang Chen in life and in death. Xiao Hongyi stepped in from outside. She looked around coldly, and finally, her gaze settled on the 7 luminaries sword ancestor and the Buddha old ancestor. No one can touch my disciple. Her voice was icy cold, and as she spoke, the phoenix fire burst forth from within her body. The innate phoenix body. The 7 luminaries sword ancestor narrowed his eyes, a hint of caution flashing within. Although the Buddha old ancestor did not speak, the exposed skin was already covered with a golden glow. Such was the might of the phoenix fire. Even nirvana realm cultivators did not want to face its power directly. But in front of the 7 luminaries old ancestor and the Buddha old ancestor, Xiao Hongyi's cultivation was ultimately too weak. Well then, if the disciple is not taught properly, it is the teacher's fault, the 7 luminaries sword ancestor said solemnly. Considering that you are the direct descendant of Juyan old ancestor, I may spare Jiang Chen's life if you commit suicide. Commit suicide? Xiao Hongyi scoffed. She was well aware. If the 7 luminaries old ancestor and Buddha old ancestor were determined to kill Jiang Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Jiang Chen could counter them by contacting the Jiang family, doing so would push the Jiang family onto the path of destruction. Whether Jiang Chen died or the Jiang family perished, neither outcome was what Xiao Hongyi wanted to see. She thought that if her death could truly save Jiang Chen, it might not be a bad solution. But she did not believe that the 7 luminaries sword ancestor would keep his promise. Although he was a righteous old ancestor, how could he give up such a perfect opportunity to kill Jiang Chen just because she committed suicide? Even if the 7 luminaries sword ancestor spared Jiang Chen this time, what about next time? And the time after that? Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Hongyi flatly refused. The 7 luminaries sword ancestor did not reply but instead prepared to take action. But before he could move, a loud boom sounded. A jade coffin broke through the defensive array of Azure Cloud City, smashed through the roof of the city lord's mansion, and landed precisely on the face of the 7 luminaries sword ancestor. Instantly, the 7 luminaries old ancestor's cheek caved in, and he was sent flying several jong, breaking through several walls before barely stopping. At the same time, an ethereal figure appeared in the city lord's hall. Asking my Xiao family's direct daughter to commit suicide. Are you 2 old immortals worthy? The city lord's place was in shambles from the impact of the jade coffin. Juyan old ancestor stood at the center, his white beard fluttering, his figure ethereal, and his old eyes filled with barely concealed ferocity. Facing him, the 7 luminaries sword ancestor's face was grave. He had heard that the Juyan old ancestor's strength was unfathomable, possibly surpassing the upper 4 realms. Originally, he did not believe it, for why would a cultivator of such level hide in the central domain? But now, the pain and swelling on his cheek forced him to believe. Still, he was still full of fighting spirit. He was a sword cultivator in the late Nirvana realm. Although Juyan old ancestor was a cultivator surpassing the upper 4 realms, he was ultimately in a soul state with greatly diminished strength. He could fight him. Sword, come. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor shouted loudly. Clang! The moment his voice fell, the ancient seven luminaries' sword suspended above Azure Cloud City emitted a fierce tremor, and then with a burst of seven-colored light, it rushed towards him. You impudent junior! But just as the ancient seven luminaries' sword appeared in the hall and before the seven luminaries' sword ancestor could grasp it, Jiang old ancestor suddenly bellowed. His voice was like a thunderclap. Upon hearing it, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor's body stiffened, Buddha old ancestor's mind rang with intense tinnitus, and the city lord Meng Lang, who was crouching in the corner, immediately felt his blood churn and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Jiang old ancestor took a step forward and grabbed the ancient seven luminaries' sword in his hand with just his soul power. Clang! The ancient sword resisted fiercely. Behave! Jiang old ancestor pointed at it lightly. Then, as if cowed, the sword retracted its light and became extremely docile. Seeing this scene, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor was shocked. The ancient seven luminaries' sword was the divine grade spirit sword that guarded the seven luminaries' sword pavilion. How could it fall into the hands of others? Sword, come! In desperation, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor shouted again. The sword wanted to move but dared not. Sword, come! The seven luminaries' sword ancestor did not give up, continuing to call out. This time, the sword completely ignored him. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor's face turned pale. He had a blood bond with the ancient seven luminaries' sword, yet he could not summon it back from Jiang old ancestor's hand. What did this mean? It meant that Jiang old ancestor's strength and soul power were beyond his imagination. He couldn't understand, could Jiang old ancestor's soul power be infinite? By now, too much time had passed since Jiang old ancestor first appeared in his soul state at the Buddha temple, but his soul power showed no signs of diminishing. Not only had it not diminished, but it seemed even more abundant. Old man, I sense the aura of several nine abyss soul embryos on you. Sui, who was watching the battle, noticed something and her expression changed slightly. I coincidentally picked them up, Jiang old ancestor replied instantly. Hearing this, Sui's expression changed again. Pick them up. Were nine abyss soul embryos common items that could be found anywhere? She immediately understood that Jiang old ancestor must have taken advantage of her leading the myriad ghosts out of the abyss to plunder the ghost-rich soul abyss. She was very angry. But she only dared to be angry. She was very clear that she was no match for Jiang old ancestor. Moreover, everyone was still on the same side at the moment, and it was not appropriate to tear each other's faces. HMPH Sui snorted coldly and looked away. Back to the seven luminaries' sword ancestor. After realizing Jiang old ancestor's true strength, he was as somber as still water. Should he try to snatch it back? But he felt he didn't have the ability. But how could such an item fall into the hands of others? Helpless, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor took a step forward and bowed to Jiang old ancestor after some thought. Senior, could you please return the sword to me? Jiang old ancestor gave him a disdainful look. The sword was not going to be returned. Once something entered his pocket, there was absolutely no reason to give it back. Not only would he not return it, but he also wanted. Release the blood bond with this ancient sword, and I'll spare your life, Jiang old ancestor threatened with narrowed eyes. These words made the seven luminaries' sword ancestor's expression darken further. Senior, are you planning to take it by force? This is the divine grade spirit sword that guards my sword pavilion. If it weren't a divine grade spirit sword, I wouldn't bother taking it, Jiang old ancestor blurted out. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor was left speechless. Knowing that he alone was probably no match for Jiang old ancestor, he immediately made a meaningful glance at Buddha old ancestor. The meaning of that glance was obvious: let's join forces and take him down. On the other hand, Buddha old ancestor was also shocked. During the great battle between Jiang sect and Buddha temple, Buddha old ancestor personally experienced Jiang old ancestor's power and was publicly thrashed. He had thought that the seven luminaries' sword ancestor could at least clash with Jiang old ancestor. Who knew that in one move, not only was the seven luminaries' old ancestor's sword taken, but his face was also swollen. For the sake of his own life, Buddha old ancestor immediately shook his head and made some gestures with his eyebrows. His meaning was also very clear: we can't beat him, absolutely can't beat him. This left the seven luminaries' sword ancestor in despair. He was a sword cultivator with a resolute and unyielding spirit, never one to compromise. He was prepared to battle Jiang old ancestor. HMPH. But he had barely taken a step when another cold snort came from Jiang old ancestor. This time, the cold snort carried boundless cultivation and spiritual power, forming a twisted void behind him. The void kept expanding, over and over. In an instant, it had enveloped an area 100 li around. Within that 100 li, there were tens of thousands of cultivators, yet only the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor found themselves engulfed in it. When they came to their senses, they found themselves on a vast battlefield. Surrounding them were countless armored soldiers. At the forefront was a general mounted on a golden horse, clad in golden armor. The general had an imposing face and held a thick golden halberd, his gaze piercing straight towards them. Their eyes met. Young Jiang Old Ancestor exclaimed, the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor, in shock. Could we be trapped in an illusion? Buddha Old Ancestor was equally astonished. Suddenly, the general raised his golden halberd high. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic and dull sound of war drums began to echo. The general swung down his golden halberd. Charge! In an instant, banners fluttered, and the roar of battle filled the sky. Countless soldiers surged forward, dense as a swarm, stretching to the horizon. Just one glance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Although they did not understand what was happening, the 2 old ancestors, 7 luminaries and Buddha, still chose to resist. 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor used his finger as a sword, unleashing a heaven-shaking sword chi. The sword chi swept across, leaving a trail of bright red wherever it passed. Buddha Old Ancestor transformed into a golden body, his palm turning into a Buddha's hand, pressing down like a towering mountain. After a few moves, the area around them was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The already cracked earth was filled with blood, and the already dark red sky seemed to be covered with a layer of blood. But the swarming soldiers showed no signs of decreasing. As each soldier fell in battle, the blood on the ground would coalesce into an even stronger soldier. At first, the soldiers all had the cultivation of the lower 4 realms, and the 2 old ancestors handled them with ease. But as the cultivation of the soldiers increased, the 2 gradually began to feel exhausted. Only when their internal spiritual energy was completely depleted did they realize that somehow, the countless soldiers before them had all become cultivators of the upper 4 realms. This must be an illusion. Buddha Old Ancestor was drenched in cold sweat. No, this is not an illusion, but 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor realized something, his body beginning to tremble, a domain. Only those who have transcended the upper 4 realms can release a domain. Domain. Buddha Old Ancestor was puzzled. I don't know the specifics, only that the type of domain is related to the cultivator's experiences and mindset. It is said that Jiang Old Ancestor fought battles everywhere in his youth, which might be why he has a battlefield domain, explained 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor. Is there a way to break a domain? Buddha Old Ancestor asked again. 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor shook his head. This was his first time witnessing the might of a cultivator who had surpassed the upper 4 realms. Let alone breaking the domain, it was already remarkable that they had managed to hold on until now. He had no doubt that if Jiang Old Ancestor truly intended to kill, they would surely be trapped and die within this domain. At this moment, 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor began to question his life. He thought he was strong enough within the central domain, but he didn't expect to be like an ant and completely at their mercy in front of a cultivator who had surpassed the upper 4 realms. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die in such a suffocating way. Now that the Grand Sect competition was about to begin, he still hoped to lead his sect to the upper domain and fulfill his ambitions. But to survive now, he had to make a sacrifice. With gritted teeth, 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor directly unbound the blood pact with the 7 luminaries ancient sword. At the moment he lost the connection with the 7 luminaries ancient sword, the battle domain disappeared, and he and Buddha Old Ancestor found themselves back in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Both were gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Others had no idea what they had just experienced. In Xiao Hongyi's and the others' eyes, 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor had simply vanished and reappeared out of thin air. Old Ancestor, kill them. Xiao Hongyi suddenly spoke up. These 2 had intended to attack Jiang Chen, and there would be endless trouble if they were not dealt with promptly. However, Jiang Old Ancestor shook his head and transmitted his voice. I have expended a great deal of soul power. To kill these 2, I would have to take action myself, but the people from the Imperial Pavilion have arrived. Imperial Pavilion. Upon hearing these 2 words, Xiao Hongyi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The imperial pavilion oversaw the central domain. If Juyin Old Ancestor acted now, 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor would resist to the death, turning the entire Azure Cloud City into ruins. Then, the imperial pavilion could use the imperial law as a pretext to take Juyin Old Ancestor to the upper domain. If Juyin Old Ancestor resisted, it would surely provoke the arrival of the imperial dynasty. Thus, it was indeed not a good time to act. Xiao Hongyi knew that Juyin Old Ancestor's perception could not be wrong, but she hadn't expected the imperial pavilion to make its move so quickly in this life. Could it be Xiao Hongyi suddenly remembered something and looked sharply at Meng Lang cowering in the corner? Sure enough, Meng Lang was holding a golden reporting jade slip while continuously infusing it with spiritual consciousness. Clearly, it was he who had informed the imperial dynasty. First, he tried to divert disaster by demanding Xiao Hongyi to account for Jiang Chen's actions, then he secretly reported to the imperial dynasty. This is simply intolerable. You're seeking death. Xiao Hongyi shouted angrily, and her phoenix fire surged towards Meng Lang. Meng Lang was at the Divine Passage realm and wanted to flee at the first sign of danger, but he found that he couldn't move. His entire body was immobilized as if bound, unable to shift even slightly, and even incapable of summoning his cultivation to protect himself. Guessing what was happening, he quickly looked towards Juyin Old Ancestor. Indeed, at this moment, Juyin Old Ancestor was looking at him with a gaze that seemed to see him as a dead man. Ah! Soon, Meng Lang let out a miserable scream and was burned to ashes. At the same time, golden light poured down from the ninth heaven, laying out a golden path. 4 golden chariots pulled by flood dragons followed the path, dazzling wherever they went, accompanied by what seemed like the sound of the Tao. Eventually, the chariots hovered above Azure Cloud City, each carrying 2 yellow-robed elders, 8 in total. One of the elders descended from the chariot, crossed the air, and produced a golden list in his hand, declaring loudly, "By the decree of the Empress, the Divine Marshal Holy Vast Heaven. In half a year, the Central Domain Grand Sect competition will commence. From this day forth, until the Grand Sect competition, during this period, all sects and powers in the Central Domain must not attack or provoke each other. Cultivators of the Divine Passage realm and above must not appear in the world. Violators will be subjected to the 5 exterminations. Extermination of the sect, the lineage, the clan, the body, and the soul. Furthermore, given that the chosen disciples of righteous sects such as the 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion in the Buddha Temple have been killed, to ensure the fairness of the Grand Sect competition, it is specially permitted for powers from the upper domain to send their chosen disciples to the central domain to participate in the competition." The elder's voice was soft but resonated like a divine chant, reaching directly into the minds of the cultivators. After the declaration, countless cultivators bowed and exclaimed, "The Empress is wise." 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor immediately knelt down. They had no choice, they were too excited. The Grand Sect competition was a measure of both the strength of the sects and their chosen disciples. This time, most of the chosen disciples from the 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion in the Buddha Temple had died in the mysterious ice realm, and they had been deeply worried about the Grand Sect competition. Who would have thought that the current Empress had seen their plight and allowed the interference of upper domain powers? This was absolutely unprecedented. What was there to fear now? Who didn't know that among the first-rate sects of the central domain, the Juyin sect had only Juyin Old Ancestor backing it, while the other sects had significant ties with the powers of the upper domain. Moreover, before the Grand Sect competition, cultivators of the Divine Passage realm and above were not allowed to appear in the world. This meant that Juyin Old Ancestor, Xiao Hongyi, and Chen Sheng would all have to stay behind closed doors. Without the protection of these 3, Jiang Chen would surely face a difficult path ahead. Just thinking about these things was enough to excite anyone. Compared to the excitement of 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor, Juyin Old Ancestor's expression was extremely ugly. Not allowed to go out. How would he let others witness the 9 cycles of reincarnation? How would he let others experience his pain? It was clear to any discerning eye that this imperial decree was targeting the Juyin demonic sect. Presumably, even the Empress had not expected that Juyin Old Ancestor would protect Jiang Chen to such an extent. Because of Jiang Chen, the Juyin sect directly became the Juyin demonic sect, causing chaos throughout the central domain. So, the Empress must have issued such a decree. And while Juyin Old Ancestor was anxious, the 8 golden-robed elders appeared out of nowhere inside the city lord's mansion. They first looked at the ashes of Meng Lang, collectively frowning, and then turned their gaze to the others. Greetings to the imperial envoys. 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor hurriedly bowed to show goodwill. The 8 elders who had arrived, although not stronger than them, had a status that was not to be spoken of in the same breath. HMPH. Juyan Old Ancestor and Xiao Hongyi, however, turned their heads and snorted coldly. This caused the 8 elders to frown again. If it were anyone else, such rudeness would not be easily forgiven, but Juyan Old Ancestor was once a general of the imperial dynasty and had a mentor-disciple relationship with the current empress, so they could not act rashly. With this in mind, one of the elders stepped forward and bowed to Juyan Old Ancestor. Greetings, General. I am no longer a general of the imperial dynasty and do not deserve the title, General, Juyan Old Ancestor said indifferently. No matter. Besides delivering the imperial decree, the empress has also instructed us to convey a message to the general, the elder said with a smile still on his face. Oh, what is it? Juyan Old Ancestor raised an eyebrow. General, please take care of yourself. When Jiang Chen left the mysterious ice realm, the people from the imperial pavilion had already departed. He had just arrived at Azure Cloud City through the teleportation array and was taken aback. Before his eyes were a host of powerhouses. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, Sword Ancestor of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, Old Ancestor of the Buddha Temple, and Ghost Master Sui, Jiang Chen felt a bit panicked. He didn't need to think twice to know that none of them bore good intentions towards him. But in the next instant, he calmed down because he also saw the smiling Juyan Old Ancestor, as well as Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was very clear that with Juyan Old Ancestor's strength, he could definitely protect him and ensure his safe departure. Seeing the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor glaring at him angrily, Jiang Chen blurted out without thinking. What are you looking at? The corners of the 2 old ancestors' mouths twitched, and they felt an urge to punch someone. Jiang Chen glanced at the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and asked, Old man, why is your face swollen? I hit him, Juyan Old Ancestor interjected. The 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor's mouth twitched again. Old Ancestor is awesome. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up in admiration. Haha, of course. Juyan Old Ancestor laughed heartily while stroking his beard. He's just too weak. I barely exerted any strength, and he was already crying bitterly, kneeling and begging for mercy. Crying bitterly, kneeling and begging for mercy. These words nearly sent the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor into a rage. Can't you have some shame? When did he ever cry bitterly or kneel and beg for mercy? Wasn't this blatant lying? The 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor felt aggrieved and wanted to retort, but before he could speak. What? Do you have an objection? Do you disagree? Juyan Old Ancestor said with narrowed eyes. The 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor instantly cowered. Now, surrounded by cultivators who had just emerged from the secret realm, he would truly lose all face if he were to be beaten up by Juyan Old Ancestor again. Although the current empress had issued an imperial decree stating that no sects were to provoke trouble from now until the start of the grand sect competition, Juyan Old Ancestor was a madman, and the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor dared not reason with a madman. Juyan Old Ancestor was very pleased with his understanding. After a few light chuckles, Juyan Old Ancestor deliberately asked Jiang Chen, did you really kill all the righteous prodigies in the secret realm? Old Ancestor, you can't just say anything carelessly. Jiang Chen replied earnestly with a straight face. I only killed a group of Buddha's sons from the Buddha Temple, 5 sword disciples from the 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion, and several geniuses from other sects. I didn't kill them all. Is there any difference from killing them all? Upon hearing this, both the 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor and Buddha Old Ancestor roared inwardly in their hearts. The reason they had come here was to see if, as City Lord Meng Lang had said, there was any exaggeration in the claim that Jiang Chen had slain a lot of righteous prodigies. But the truth was as it was. If not for Juyan Old Ancestor's presence, with such a great enmity, they would have torn Jiang Chen to pieces. HMPH Buddha Old Ancestor left with a flick of his sleeve. Now that all the Buddha's sons of the Buddha Temple had fallen, there was no point in him staying here other than to seek further humiliation. The 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor, however, stayed behind. After all, there was one surviving sword disciple whom he must personally take back to prevent Jiang Chen from making another move. Jiang Chen and Juyan Old Ancestor didn't bother with him and chatted among themselves. Juyin Old Ancestor informed Jiang Chen in detail about the arrival of the imperial pavilion and the content of the empress's decree through voice transmission. After listening, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He had anticipated that the grand sect competition would be brought forward, but he had not expected the empress herself to intervene, intending to suppress him with the order that cultivators of the divine passage realm and above must not appear in the world. He was even more surprised to learn that the empress had allowed the forces of the upper domain to blatantly interfere in this grand sect competition of the central domain. Such an event had never occurred in either the original story or in his 9 cycles of reincarnation. The help from the upper domain is not without restrictions. Not only is there a limited number of spots, but the forces from the upper domain can only send one genius to participate in the central domain's grand sect competition, and you are considered the Jiang family's genius. Juyin Old Ancestor transmitted again. These details were not recorded in the empress's decree but were verbally conveyed by the 8 imperial envoys. Jiang Chen frowned again. He was well aware that the first-rate sects of the central domain had connections with the upper domain, with the exception of the Juyin sect. He had just been considering whether to involve the Jiang family in the central domain's grand sect competition, but now the empress had blocked that path. For a moment, Jiang Chen was unsure what the empress was plotting. Logically, the imperial dynasty should hope for the Juyin sect to advance to the upper domain sects. After all, the upper domain was the power center of the imperial dynasty. If the Juyin sect moved to the upper domain, Jiang Chen would naturally have to follow, making it difficult for the Jiang family to protect him. Could it be that in this life, my rapid growth and the rumors of me being the human sacred body have caused concern within the imperial dynasty? Jiang Chen pondered in secret. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. The cultivation resources of the upper domain were far superior to those of the central domain. Since the imperial dynasty and the Jiang family had not completely fallen out yet, from the perspective of the imperial dynasty, they indeed would hope that he would remain forever trapped in the central domain, where spiritual energy and resources were scarce. If that was the case, then he must return to the upper domain. He would do everything in his power to go against the imperial dynasty. However, all of this was predicated on having sufficient strength to lead the Juyin sect to stand out in the grand sect competition and return to the upper domain. In plain terms, it meant more frequent system rewards. With this in mind, Jiang Chen looked at the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor with a sly smile. Approaching the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor, Jiang Chen asked, "Old man, what's your esteemed surname?" The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor glared at him and ignored him. As the old ancestor of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion, you must have an extremely strong talent for the way of the sword, right? Jiang Chen asked again. The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor narrowed his old eyes. What was his status? How could he possibly converse with a junior known for his ugly face and notorious reputation? Scram, he rebuked directly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't get angry but instead turned to Juyin Old Ancestor and said, "Old Ancestor, he's telling you to scram." The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor was dumbfounded. Juyin Old Ancestor, however, cooperated very well. He stepped forward and swung the jade coffin in his hand towards the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor while shouting fiercely, "Take my coffin." As the jade coffin came hurtling towards him, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor felt like he was facing a great enemy. He mobilized his cultivation to dodge, but suddenly his vision blurred, as if he was once again on a solemn battlefield, with the sound of drums and war cries ringing in his ears. The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor instantly realized that Juyin Old Ancestor was using his domain to affect him and quickly steadied his mind. The effect was quite good. In just an instant, his vision cleared. Bang! But suddenly, a jade coffin hit him directly in the face. If he hadn't used all his spiritual energy to resist, the blow could have sent him flying several jong away. Even so, his cheek swelled visibly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Empress's decree is in place, and yet you dare to provoke trouble. Do you want to be annihilated? The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor lost his composure and glared at Juyin Old Ancestor. The imperial decree states that sects must not provoke trouble with each other, but my grudge with you is personal and not included, Juyin Old Ancestor retorted. The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor was left speechless. At that moment, Jiang Chen approached him again and asked, "I heard that not only is your way of the sword very strong, but your cultivation talent is also 1 in 10,000. So what if it is?" After a moment of contemplation, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor replied, Do you know the ancient way of the sword? Jiang Chen asked again. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor was at a loss for words. The ancient way of the sword. If he knew it, how could he have been oppressed by the Jiang old ancestor to this extent? No. No way, Jiang Chen feigned surprise. You're the old ancestor of the seven luminaries' sword pavilion, yet you don't know the ancient way of the sword. You're trash. Trash. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor was furious. He had practiced the sword for hundreds of years and had become a way of the sword grandmaster in his early 30s, and now someone was calling him trash. It's simply unbearable. I know the ancient way of the sword, Jiang Chen said again. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor had no response. Even two forms of it. One of them is the first form, which I created myself. The host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. The host's cultivation level has been raised to the first realm of the upper four realms, initial insight. Just like that, he became a cultivator of the upper four realms. Jiang Chen was somewhat bewildered. Indeed, he had wanted to take advantage of the Jiang old ancestor's support to earn some system rewards from the seven luminaries' sword ancestor, but he hadn't expected that this time the reward would be a direct promotion to a cultivator of the upper four realms. This was rather too hasty. One must know that a core formation cultivator breaking through to the upper four realms would seek an extremely quiet place to retreat and slowly guide the transformation of their core formation into a nascent soul. But at this moment, he was right next to a teleportation array surrounded by cultivators. So, this is definitely not the best place for a breakthrough. He was completely unprepared. The moment the system text appeared, the spiritual energy around him had already become violent, rushing into his body non-stop. With the breakthrough imminent, Jiang Chen had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the spot and begin guiding the spiritual energy into his core formation. Seeing this, is this a breakthrough to the upper four realms? The Jiang old ancestor exclaimed in shock. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor was horrified. He couldn't understand. Just a second ago, Jiang Chen's aura was stable, with no sign of a breakthrough. How could it be that a breakthrough was happening after just a couple of show-off retorts to him? And it was a leap of such magnitude. What's more important was a cultivator of the upper four realms of such a young age was extremely rare even in the upper domain. Is this the human sacred body? The seven luminaries' sword ancestor's eyes were filled with a cold light. His reason told him that the talent Jiang Chen displayed was too monstrous, and such a person could not be allowed to stay. But after glancing at the Jiang old ancestor and others who were watching him coldly, if you dare to make a move, you will die. The Jiang old ancestor was blunt. Su Yi was growing increasingly fond of Jiang Chen and stated her position. As my husband is about to break through, it is my duty to protect him. Shameless ghost woman, Xiao Hongyi immediately scoffed. Have you ever seen a ghost that needed a face? Su Yi retorted without anger. Xiao Hongyi didn't reply, just shook her head with a sneer. Ha ha, worthy of being the young master. Such talent is comparable to the family head in his youth. Chen Sheng laughed arrogantly. Ever since the mysterious ice realm appeared, Nangong Jushi had been taken aside by two old ancestors of the myriad Dao demon sect and was being strictly protected. Now seeing Jiang Chen about to break through, Nangong Jushi was both happy and worried. She was happy because the man she fancied was indeed extraordinary. But her worry was that Jiang Chen's strength and cultivation far surpassed hers, and if this continued, she might not even qualify to stand by Jiang Chen's side. I must return to the sect to retreat, she murmured. Hearing this, the two old ancestors of the myriad Dao demon sect expressed their relief. Both admired Jiang Chen's talent, but they cared more about the prodigy of their own sect. Even so, they still cast a wary glance at the seven luminaries' sword ancestor. Alas, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor sighed. He was very certain that if he made a move now, he would definitely be the one to die. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be the injustice of the heavens. How could heaven let the demonic path produce such a monstrous talent? Withdrawing his gaze, the seven luminaries' sword ancestor turned and left. This made the Jiang old ancestor and others breathe a sigh of relief. If not necessary, he didn't want to fight with the seven luminaries' sword ancestor, not out of fear, but because he was worried it would affect Jiang Chen's breakthrough. Seeing that there were still many cultivators around, the Jiang old ancestor immediately used his cultivation to declare, a disciple of the Jiang demonic sect is breaking through, bystanders retreat. His voice boomed, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. In just an instant, Jiang Chen and his people were left alone at the previously crowded teleportation array exit. A breakthrough of such magnitude requires an absolutely quiet environment. Let's move further away, the Juyan old ancestor told the others. The others nodded and very tacitly moved 100 steps away. At this moment, Jiang Chen was indeed at a critical period of his breakthrough. Although the system could directly elevate his cultivation level, it had not transformed his core formation directly into a nascent soul. The good news was Jiang Chen had been through 9 cycles of reincarnation and had broken through to the upper 4 realms several times. Although unprepared this time, he still skillfully used his experience to control the spiritual energy. The boundless spiritual energy under his control converged at the purple mansion like a vast ocean, continuously striking the suspended core formation. Everything was going smoothly, but the unexpected happened at the moment the core formation was about to be sublimated and transformed into a nascent soul. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a suppression from the heavens. This suppression was strange. Although it is as heavy as 1,000 jin and enough to make the spiritual energy stagnate, it also opens a door in allowing him to break through this door. Jiang Chen knew that the heavens were not so kind-hearted to him, but with the breakthrough imminent, he had no choice but to guide the spiritual energy, knock on the door, and wash over his core formation with even more force. Suddenly, there was a crack sound. A crack appeared in his core formation, and then, like an eggshell, it began to peel away, revealing a phantom figure that looked identical to Jiang Chen but appeared much younger. This was the nascent soul. Success! Jiang Chen was overjoyed, but just as he was about to consolidate his cultivation in silence, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds quickly gathered overhead. Boom! Boom! A purple thunderbolt struck down from the sky, aiming directly at the top of Jiang Chen's head. Sensing the danger, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His first reaction was that the heavens wanted to suppress him again, hence the divine punishment. But soon, he realized something was amiss. Although this purple thunderbolt seemed powerful, it also carried a rich vitality, as if thundered tribulation. Jiang Chen was astonished. Before his transmigration, he had read many fantasy and cultivation novels, so he naturally knew about the existence of thunder tribulation. But he clearly remembered that cultivators in this world do not need to transcend tribulations when they break through. So why does he have to transcend a tribulation? After a brief moment of panic, Jiang Chen quickly came to a realization. The reason other cultivators do not need to transcend tribulations is that they cultivate in accordance with heaven. People like Xiao Hongyi, although mad and rebellious, have not yet reached the limits imposed by heaven with her cultivation, so she is still within the bounds of cultivating in accordance with heaven. But he is different. He is the great villain designated by heaven, and in terms of cultivation, he has broken through heaven's suppression multiple times. He is truly cultivating against heaven. Going against heaven naturally comes with a price, and this thunder tribulation might just be heaven's punishment. If he successfully transcends it, his cultivation will rise. Otherwise, his soul will be utterly destroyed. Jiang Chen has no experience with transcending tribulations. Although he read many novels before transmigrating, the methods of transcending tribulations in them were not the same. Some withstand the thunder with their bodies, using it to temper their physical form, while others use spiritual tools to resist the thunder, focusing on just getting through. At this moment, he has no idea which method is the correct one to use. Helpless, Jiang Chen could only look towards the distant 7 luminaries' sword ancestor. The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor was startled and had a bad premonition. Sure enough, carrying a sky full of thunder, Jiang Chen actually ran towards him. What are you doing? The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor panicked. You help me withstand the thunder tribulation first, I need to summarize some experience, Jiang Chen shouted. Damn it, I withstand the thunder, and you summarize the experience. Listen to this, does it make sense? Without any hesitation, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor turned and ran. But he had only taken a few steps when a jade coffin appeared in front of him. Before he could defend himself, he was struck by the coffin and sent flying several jong away, landing precisely within the thunder tribulation circle. At the same time, the purple thunder struck the ground. Boom! By some coincidence or not, it struck right on top of the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor's head. It seems that this thunder tribulation automatically targets the strongest person within the tribulation circle. Jiang Chen nodded, beginning to summarize his experience. Chapter 298. Half a month later, at the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. The sword pavilion is located on a towering and perilous peak, surrounded by 7 giant mysterious swords forged from high-grade mysterious iron. The 7 swords stand between heaven and earth, forming a grand protective formation for the sect. Inside, the sword intent permeates, and the sound of swords ringing endlessly throughout the day. At the foot of the mountain, a one-armed man walked on the ancient path. His eyes were dull, his expression blank, and occasionally, a surge of malevolence would flash through his eyes. He is Su Shan. He had rejected Juyin old ancestor's proposal that day. After all, faced with an old man suddenly appearing, offering an opportunity, and then laughing sinisterly, no matter who it was would instinctively refuse and be on high alert. But it was useless. Su Shan's refusal did nothing as Juyin old ancestor knocked him out and dragged him away. When he woke up from his stupor, not only could he not move, but a screen about several zhong wide appeared before him. 9 lifetimes of full 9 lifetimes. Remembering the scenes from the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the malevolence in Su Shan's eyes intensified. He stood on the ancient path, glaring at the heavens with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to roar and question the heavens. But he couldn't. Juyin old ancestor had placed a silencing restriction in his mind, preventing him from speaking about anything related to the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Therefore, all his grief and anger could only be expressed in one sentence. Heavens is unjust. Su Shan had gone mad, yet he was unaware. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he saw Jiang Chen living righteously for 9 lifetimes, only to be met with disdain and misunderstanding. He also saw how he and the 7 luminaries sword pavilion, influenced by the heavens, were enemies of Jiang Chen in every lifetime, step by step turning a person who was once so upright into one disheartened and completely giving up. Suddenly, Su Shan remembered Sword 2. Su Shan despised Sword 2's actions in the mysterious ice realm, considering it a hypocritical righteousness, a true hypocrite in name. But after understanding everything, now he realized. Was he not the same? Based on rumors and likes and dislikes, he regarded Jiang Chen as a scourge and a disaster on the righteous path for 9 full lifetimes. The real disaster was them, those who claimed to be righteous but were used by the heavens like fools. Su Shan shed tears while lost in thought. He walked slowly until finally reaching the gate of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion. The gate of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion resembled a pavilion, with smooth walls on both sides marked with deep sword scars exuding strong sword intent. At the top of the pavilion, there was a gilded plaque that read, 7 luminaries sword pavilion. Once, Su Shan took pride in being a disciple of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion. Although the 7 luminaries sword pavilion seldom appeared in the world, it was a truly righteous major sect. In every battle between good and evil, the 7 luminaries sword pavilion was like the last barrier, firmly guarding the righteousness of the central domain. The 7 luminaries are eternal, and the righteous path has no night. Su Shan murmured softly. This phrase was personally told to him by the 7 luminaries sword ancestor when he became a disciple. At that time, hearing these words, he couldn't suppress the passion in his body. But now this phrase seemed so ridiculous, so ironic. Righteous path. With an unjust heaven and ignorant humanity, where is the righteous path? If the so-called righteous path is manipulated by the heavens, if it does not distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong, then how is this righteous path different from the demonic path? If there is no difference, then where is the distinction between good and evil? The 7 luminaries are eternal, and the righteous path has no night. It's all just putting gold on your own face. Inflating yourself. Ha ha. Su Shan suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was wild, his demeanor mad, and the malevolence in his eyes had engulfed his entire field of vision. At this moment, he had an epiphany. His state of mind had elevated further. At the same time, a vast sea of spiritual energy gathered from all around, rushing into his body like crazy. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, his core formation began to crack and eventually transformed into a nascent soul. He became an upper 4 realms cultivator. Without excitement or joy, Su Shan just sneered. He summoned a spare spiritual sword from his spirit ring, then with a tap of his toes, he floated up to the plaque that bore the words 7 luminaries sword pavilion close black lens bracket. First, he used the spiritual sword to draw an X over the character for sword. Then, perhaps feeling that this was still not enough, he added another character cheap. 7 luminaries sword pavilion became the 7 luminaries cheap pavilion. If the way of the sword is not upright, it is self-degradation. If the 7 luminaries are not upright, then they are the 7 chiefs. Haha, how fitting. Truly fitting. Su Shan laughed again, his wild laughter echoing around. Hearing the noise, the disciples guarding the pavilion rushed over. Seeing what Su Shan was doing, they were stunned, shouting incessantly, "Eldest senior brother, why are you doing this? Scoundrels, shut up." The guarding disciples were dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes. They wondered if they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could their eldest senior brother, who was usually kind and upheld the righteous path, have become like this? Could it be that having his arm cut off and being defeated by Jiang Chen had twisted his nature? Eldest senior brother, we have heard about what happened in the secret realm. Calm down. Do not let someone like Jiang Chen disturb your Dao heart, one of the guarding disciples advised. This, undoubtedly, had the opposite effect. In the next instant, the malevolence in Su Shan's eyes became even more apparent, and he slashed out several sword chi at his former fellow disciples. Most of the guarding disciples were core formation realm cultivators. How could they withstand a sword from an upper 4 realms sword cultivator? Just as they were in utter despair, an aged figure appeared out of nowhere. With a mere sweep of his sleeve, he dispersed the several sword chi strikes that Su Shan had unleashed. "Kneel!" the newcomer bellowed. At the sound of his voice, Su Shan felt dizzy and staggered, falling from the sky, then uncontrollably dropped to his knees. The newcomer was none other than the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor. After losing the 7 luminaries' ancient sword and self-destructing 7 killing star swords in Azure Cloud City, and being infuriated by Jiang Chen to the point of near death, the 7 luminaries' old ancestor returned to his sect at the fastest speed and shut himself away to reflect on life. He was pleased when he sensed Su Shan returning to the sword pavilion. After all, Su Shan was the most talented swordsman of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. When he realized that Su Shan had advanced to the upper 4 realms, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor was ecstatic. For Su Shan to advance to the upper 4 realms at such a young age as a sword cultivator, his talent was almost on par with Jiang Chen's, but… Su Shan, have you lost your mind? Destroying the pavilion's plaque and fighting amongst ourselves. These are all grave sins of betraying the sect. The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor could hardly believe it. Su Shan remained silent, not uttering a word. Though he was mad, he still retained some sense of reason. Knowing that he was no match for the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor, there was no point in talking back at this moment. The 7 luminaries' old ancestor frowned and immediately used his divine sense to inspect Su Shan's condition. Upon inspection, he was instantly certain that Su Shan's aura was unstable, and he was indeed enveloped in malevolence and madness. The 7 luminaries' sword ancestor let out a wry smile. The rumors were indeed true. Wherever Jiang Chen went, madness followed. That man was not just a demonic path, he was a calamity of this world. And this grudge, he had noted it once again. Lock him up, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor ordered reluctantly, glancing at the furious Su Shan. Chapter 299. Another month passed by. About 3,000 li away from the ancient pill tower, Lin Feng was walking with his hands clasped behind his back, treading on saber chi. He left the mysterious ice realm ahead of the other cultivators and could have returned to his sect earlier, but he had been very cautious and chose to travel on foot due to concerns about encountering madmen. Now, he changed his usual approach and chose to ride the saber through the air because he had learned of the Empress's decree. He felt that his time to rise had come. The Empress's decree stated that cultivators of the Divine Passage realm and above could not interfere in worldly affairs, which meant what? It meant he was invincible. First, his own strength was not weak, and he felt that as long as he didn't encounter Jiang Chen, he could easily overpower anyone in his path. Secondly, unlike Jiang Chen's protector, old man Tianji was not affected by the Empress's decree. With him behind, his strength could match that of the Divine Passage realm if his soul power was abundant. Wasn't this invincibility? This is indeed an opportunity. I feel that the alchemy conference in a month's time and even the grand sect competition after that are stages prepared by the heavens for your rise. Old man Tianji also expressed his full agreement. However, for now, we should hurry back to the ancient pill tower and find some pills to replenish my soul power, he added. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing completely. Old man Tianji had helped him with divination multiple times on their trip to the mysterious ice realm, which had consumed a lot of his soul power. Now, the remaining soul power was not even enough to protect him. For safety's sake, he should indeed return to the ancient pill tower as soon as possible to find a way to get some pills to replenish his soul power. However, Lin Feng was troubled. This time, many of my fellow sect members and I went to the mysterious ice realm, but only I have returned. This will be difficult to explain to the Tower Master. What's there to fear? Old man Tianji scoffed. That Tower Master girl doesn't have real power. Isn't the entire ancient pill tower under your master's control? You don't understand. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. Lin Feng shook his head gravely. Every time I see that Tower Master, I get goosebumps. There's definitely something wrong. This. Old man Tianji was at a loss for words. He had never imagined that Lin Feng would be so fearful of beautiful women to such an extent. And he certainly didn't expect that Lin Feng, who once needed constant reminders to be wary of women, was now lamenting, a woman's heart is the most poisonous on his own. Alpha NBES. But perhaps this was for the best. Lin Feng practiced the heartless way of the saber, and indeed, women could only affect the speed of his sword draw. Kid, you've grown up, old man Tianji sighed. Lin Feng ignored him and was about to say something else when his pupils suddenly shrank. He had only glanced below for a moment and saw pits. Numerous densely packed pits stretching for several li. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard, sensing an ominous premonition. Such deep pits, they reminded him of the scene where Qingning buried people alive. Be careful, old man Tianji suddenly shouted. At the warning, the already frightened Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. And just as he instinctively bent down, a furry tiger paw brushed past his hair. Although he dodged the attack, Lin Feng lost his balance and fell from the sky. As he fell, he finally saw clearly the attacker was a large white tiger with black lightning patterns on its body and a 6-petal black flower on its forehead. Lin Feng knew this white tiger very well. It was Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai was here, didn't that mean? As he fell, Lin Feng looked below. Sure enough, in the dense forest below, a girl in a green skirt emerged, holding a spirit shovel and standing next to a freshly dug deep pit. And if Lin Feng continued to fall straight down, he would land right in it. Junior brother Lin, your third senior sister has come to find you. Qingning waved her spirit shovel, her smile is playful and cute. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to ask, was this really necessary? This place was tens of thousands of li from the Juyan sect. Did Qingning, this madwoman, really need to come all this way? And judging by the current situation, it seemed she had been lying in wait for a long time. What kind of grudge or resentment is this? There was no point in thinking about this now. As he fell, Lin Feng quickly summoned his black saber and unleashed a saber chi. Using the recoil force of the saber chi, he barely stabilized his body, and although he still fell to the ground, he avoided falling directly into the pit. While holding the black saber, Lin Feng checked Qingning's cultivation level. Late heavenly origin stage. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. This girl must have taken some heavenly material or earthly treasure that improves talent. But even so, her cultivation shouldn't have progressed this fast. Old man Tianji was also puzzled. After a brief shock, Lin Feng calmed down. Although Qingning's cultivation was comparable to his, her combat strength was not on the same level. Compared to Qingning, what he needed to be more wary of was roar. A deafening roar resounded, and Xiao Bai landed next to Qingning from above. Qingning, that sneak attack didn't work. He actually dodged it, Xiao Bai said regretfully. It's all because of you. Digging so many pits made him wary, Qingning complained. I just wanted to be extra cautious. Stupid tiger. Qingning, you're scolding me again. Am I? You must have heard wrong. The girl and the tiger conversed in soft tones. It's not wise to confront them head on. Escaping is our best option, old man Tianji advised. Run. Of course, Lin Feng wanted to run. After all, he was used to running away, but looking at Xiao Bai, his expression grew increasingly grave. His concern was precisely this foolish tiger. Xiao Bai had not only advanced to become a demon king, with strength comparable to cultivators of the upper four realms, but it had also become the 6 prisons demon suppression tiger. Xiao Bai is extremely dangerous. Whether in terms of strength or speed, it surpassed him. Since you can't run, you can only fight, old man Tianji said again. Although Lin Feng didn't have an abundance of soul power, by squeezing out a bit, he could still muster some for Lin Feng to use. With that said, a cold aura emerged within Lin Feng's body, causing his aura to climb continuously until it was comparable to a cultivator of the upper four realms. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Lin Feng let out a roar, his cultivation technique and movement technique activated simultaneously, and in an instant, he was in front of Xiaobai, followed by a slash of his blade. Although the blade lacked saber qi, it carried a strong blade intent, making it extremely powerful. But just as he swung down his saber, an anomaly occurred. A figure as sturdy as a tower with muscles developed like coiling dragons suddenly appeared in front of Xiaobai. The black blade struck the figure. With a clang, the black blade rang out, and sparks flew. The black blade filled with tremendous killing power was actually repelled by the man's flesh. HMPH. The towering figure snorted coldly, his right palm opened wide, and he slapped directly towards Lin Feng's cheek. Smack, crack, the crisp sound of a slap mixed with the sound of bones breaking was heard. The immense impact on his cheek sent Lin Feng flying several zhang away and landing precisely in a deep pit. Lying in the pit, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Is he really taken out just like that? This is too unreasonable. Lin Feng felt like crying. Chapter 300. Lin Feng felt it was unreasonable, but old man Tianji thought it was perfectly reasonable. After all, the towering figure was none other than Mu Kui. Mu Kui was the reincarnation of the martial emperor, with the martial emperor physique, and his cultivation had also reached the late stage of heavenly origin. The martial emperor physique focused on physical training rather than spiritual cultivation, and coupled with the memories of the martial emperor, the combined combat power was enough to give Mu Kui the ability to overcome the chasms of realms. This kind of leap in power was not just about resistance but about crushing. Ordinary cultivators of the first realm of the upper four realms were nothing but crushable in front of Mu Kui. Why did I meet him again? Upon recognizing Mu Kui, Lin Feng was utterly disheartened. He was afraid of Mu Kui. Mainly because at the Buddha temple, the martial emperor controlled Mu Kui's body and, despite clamoring to kill Jiang Chen, ended up giving him a severe beating. At this moment, although Mu Kui was rational, the combat power he displayed was shocking. What are you waiting for? Run, old man Tianji urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng jumped up from the pit like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Mu Kui frowned upon seeing this and strode forward. Not daring to confront him head-on, Lin Feng immediately gathered all his spiritual power and soul power at the soles of his feet while pushing his movement technique to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he leapt out of the pit and shot out for several li. Such speed not only startled Mu Kui, Qingning, and Xiaobai but even old man Tianji exclaimed, a prodigy. The movement Lin Feng practiced was a high-grade movement skill known as open double angle bracket, the cloud capturing dragon movement technique, close double angle bracket, personally taught by old man Tianji. Logically speaking, although this movement technique was strong, it shouldn't be this fast. You kid, you've actually improved the technique on your own. Did you manage to combine my soul power with the movement technique? Brilliant, brilliant. With this, the speed of this movement technique may not match a superior grade technique, but it's not far off, old man Tianji praised. Despite being praised, Lin Feng was not at all happy. He knew his own state best. The reason he could improve the movement technique was mainly due to the numerous times he had to flee for his life. With each escape, his understanding of open double angle bracket, the cloud capturing dragon movement technique, close double angle bracket, deepened. If chased often enough, even a pig would gradually run faster. Roar. A tiger's roar resounded from behind, shaking the heavens and the earth. Quicken your pace. Under such a movement technique, Mu Kui should not be able to catch up with you due to his cultivation limitations. But that big white tiger is a demon king and can still pursue you, old man Tianji urged upon hearing the roar. Raoes. This is already my limit, Lin Feng complained bitterly. Although the high-grade movement technique had been improved, it still had its limits. If there was anyone to blame, it was his own low cultivation level. If he could become a cultivator of the upper four realms, he would be able to learn various superior grade techniques and secret manuals from old man Tianji and wouldn't be as frustrated as he was now. Roar. Another tiger roar sounded, seemingly getting closer and closer. Lin Feng was startled and quickly said, "Old man, help me calculate quickly. Which way should I run to avoid this disaster?" All right. Old man Tianji didn't hesitate and immediately used his limited soul power to start divining again. Soon, he excitedly shouted, "To the east. The east is the land of life, and there's a great opportunity there." There's an opportunity. Lin Feng's spirits lifted instantly, and he ran eastward with all his might. His movement technique accelerated once again, and he passed through dense forests and over mountains, eventually arriving at a cliff. The cliff was shrouded in black mist, bottomless and daunting to behold. After a quick stop, Lin Feng stood at the edge of the cliff. He peered into the cliff and was immediately chilled to the bone by the cold wind blowing through the gap. If I fall from here, I'll surely be smashed to pieces, Lin Feng patted his chest in relief. You're not thinking of jumping down there, are you? Old man Tianji panicked. Although you have the protection of fate and are unlikely to die, it's still best not to gamble with fate. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Feng retorted instantly. He had heard of many cultivators with great fortune who had jumped off cliffs and not only survived but also found opportunities, but he didn't want to do such a thing. What if he really died? Who would joke around with their own life? Besides, it wasn't a dead end at the moment. He could completely fly over the cliff by stepping on air. With this thought, Lin Feng held his black blade, ready to release a saber chi. Roar! But before he could act, an even clearer roar of a tiger came from behind. This roar carried a rich ancient aura, not only making the listener's heart tremble and the spiritual energy difficult to gather, but even the ground was shaking. At the same time, Xiaobai was chasing from behind. At this moment, it had transformed into a primordial beast, over 10 zhang tall, with dense black patterns on its tiger body and 6 blood-colored orbs floating beside its huge tiger head, looking extremely fierce. Seeing Lin Feng standing at the edge of the cliff, Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. Xiaobai seemed to guess something and let out another tiger roar, shaking Lin Feng so much that he could hardly hold his blade steady. Then, it charged at Lin Feng with all its might, shouting as it rushed, "Lin Feng, don't jump." Due to his anxiety, Xiaobai quickened his pace. Worried that he might be too late, he ran while letting out bursts of tiger roars, hoping to use his roar to shake Lin Feng into a state of panic. His plan worked. The frequent roars caused Lin Feng's qi and blood to stagnate, making it impossible for him to smoothly release a saber qi. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only watch with wide eyes as Xiaobai charged towards him. And then Xiaobai couldn't stop in time. Xiaobai ended up knocking Lin Feng off the cliff. Lin Feng's body flew through the air, tracing an arc before falling into the seemingly bottomless chasm. Lin Feng was full of question marks. This foolish tiger Xiaobai kept telling him not to jump but ended up knocking him down. Is there a more foolish tiger in this world? Lin Feng cursed in his heart, trying to release a saber qi to save himself. But he suddenly discovered that he was completely unable to summon his spiritual energy after being affected by the yin energy in the chasm. He could only struggle as he continued to fall. Lin Feng, why did you jump? Xiaobai's shout came from above. That nearly infuriated Lin Feng to death. The next moment, Lin Feng's unwilling roar echoed through the chasm, causing a series of echoes. Bastard, you pushed me off the cliff. I really didn't mean to jump. As he fell deeper, his voice gradually faded, and Lin Feng's figure disappeared completely. Xiaobai sat squatting at the edge of the cliff, pondering. She was a demon king, capable of walking on air. She was considering whether to go down and rescue Lin Feng and then dig a hole to bury him alive. After all, Qingning had said that only being buried alive could make Lin Feng experience darkness, suffocation, despair, and all sorts of agony. But in the end, Xiaobai gave up on the idea. Because the chasm was eerie and cold, Xiaobai was worried it might fall in two. After a short while, Qingning and Mu Kui arrived. The two approached the edge of the cliff, leaning over to look down like Xiaobai. Xiaobai, where's Lin Feng? Qingning blinked in confusion. He jumped off the cliff, Xiaobai replied instantly. He jumped, Mu Kui was stunned. He did, and without any hesitation, Xiaobai kept nodding his tiger head. This son of destiny really lacks the spirit, Qingning said with disdain. Lin Feng must have wanted to challenge fate. Let's wait here and see if he can climb back up, Mu Kui suggested. Okay, Qingning nodded. After speaking, Qingning gave Mu Kui another look and said, "Fourth junior brother, you have gone really mad too, huh? Third senior sister, have you ever heard the saying, a madman is unaware of his madness?" Chapter 301. Lin Feng did not fall to the bottom of the cliff but landed in the middle of the cliff face, in front of a cave just big enough for one person to stand. He wasn't dead, but he wasn't happy either. Because he was still in agony, vomiting blood frequently, and severely injured. And he knew that surviving this time probably cost him a lot of good chunk of his luck. Sigh. After a long sigh, Lin Feng got up, sat cross-legged, and popped a healing pill into his mouth. He sat like this for several days. Only when his injuries had somewhat healed did he start to walk towards the cave in front of him. The cave was narrow and long, shrouded in darkness. Inside, there were over 100 traps, layers of defensive arrays, maze arrays, and illusion arrays that were hard to guard against. If not for old man Tianji's keen senses and sharp eyesight, Lin Feng would have fallen for the traps several times. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been walking in the cave. Only when his body was extremely tired and his spiritual power was almost depleted did he break through the numerous arrays and traps and reach the deepest part of the cave. Apart from the bare stone walls, there was only a corpse dressed in tattered blue clothes, sitting cross-legged in the center. This person's body has not decayed after death, and the spiritual energy has not dissipated. He must have been a cultivator in the late nirvana stage, old man Tianji analyzed after a brief investigation. Late nirvana stage. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was a big shot at the central domain's ceiling level. Could this be the opportunity for him? He wanted to approach and search the corpse to see if he could find some opportunities. But he had just taken a step when old man Tianji shouted, "Be careful." Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly withdrew his hand. At the same time, the corpse's jaw opened on its own, spitting out several black needles that grazed his cheek. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Along the way, he had encountered too many traps and arrays, and he thought it should be over, but who knew that this lifeless corpse still had a mechanism? Rayobes. Bzzz. A strange noise sounded. Lin Feng followed the sound and sweated even more. He saw that the needles embedded in the stone wall were oozing a lot of black liquid, which was corroding the stone wall very quickly. Clearly, it was poisoned. Fortunately, old man Tianji's timely reminder saved him, or else he would have been done for by now. That was close. Lin Feng patted his chest and sighed in relief. This person must have been very cautious in life. This should be about it. You can go ahead and search for opportunities, old man Tianji said. Lin Feng nodded and approached again. He first glanced at the corpse's fingers, found no spiritual ring, then touched the clothes and found nothing. In the end, he even moved the corpse aside and searched the cushion underneath, but still nothing. So, did I jump off the cliff for nothing? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. It reminded him of the lunatics in the mysterious ice realm, and he wondered if someone had beaten him to it. But that seemed impossible. After all, there were no signs of disturbance on either the traps, arrays, or the appearance of the corpse. It must be hidden. This person was cautious. He must have hidden the spiritual ring in a place no one would think of, old man Tianji speculated. A place no one would think of. Lin Feng frowned, picked up the corpse, and searched again. Fingers, toes, wrists, ankles, he checked them all. After finding nothing, he gritted his teeth, pried open the corpse's mouth, and despite the nauseating stench, reached inside. There really is something. Lin Feng was overjoyed, and then he pulled out a spiritual ring. The ring was covered with a strange liquid and smelled foul. He couldn't bear it and vomited right away. Is this liquid toad pus? Old man Tianji exclaimed in shock. Ah, is it valuable? Lin Feng asked while vomiting. Not particularly valuable, but even cultivators from the upper four realms would be overwhelmed by its stench and unable to bear it. This person, fearing that his possessions would be taken after death, actually swallowed this toad pus. He truly was ruthless, old man Tianji remarked. Indeed ruthless. Lin Feng agreed wholeheartedly. Just the smell was enough to make him retch repeatedly, let alone swallow it. Fortunately, his persistence paid off, and he got the spiritual ring. After old man Tianji used his divine sense to unlock the seal on the ring, Lin Feng, holding his nose, began to check the items inside. Third-grade pills, low-grade spiritual weapons, medium-grade techniques, a few sets of clothes. Is that all? And an autobiography. Lin Feng was stunned. Was this the wealth of a nirvana stage cultivator? It seemed more like that of a lower four realms cultivator. Unable to believe it, he opened the autobiography inside the ring to read. After skimming through it, his expression darkened even more. According to the autobiography, the cultivator who perished here called himself Go Taoist. Go Taoist was not talented, but he had decent luck. Worried about being robbed, he spent most of his time in this cave, Go, hiding, laying low, and this Go lasted for 3,200 years. He Go his way to the late nirvana stage. With such cultivation, he could have roamed freely around the central domain, but Go Taoist wanted to continue Go. The reason was that he didn't feel safe. The outside was too dangerous. He wanted to go his way to becoming an emperor and then go out. But in the end he didn't go his way to becoming an emperor, instead, he go his way to death. Before dying, Go Taoist was resentful and worried that his legacy would be taken after death. These items were what he had accumulated over thousands of years with great difficulty, so how could he let others benefit easily? But to hide them, he felt that no matter where he hid them, it wasn't secure. So, he simply destroyed all the valuable items. And at the end of the autobiography, Go Taoist also said, "I was too hasty. The spiritual energy in the central domain is too shallow, so it's impossible to go one's way to becoming an emperor." What kind of weird person is this? Lin Feng threw the autobiography on the ground and cursed. He had gone through so much hardship and injury, thinking he would gain a significant opportunity, only to encounter an idiot. He was so angry. Even in death, he didn't want to benefit others. This Go Taoist was not only a cheapskate but also stingy to the core. Lin Feng was so angry he wanted to storm off. But old man Tianji had a different idea. This person was cautious by nature, proficient in the way of go. How could he leave an autobiography to expose his life? "I think." "Think what?" Lin Feng asked. "This autobiography is probably a red herring. He must have left an inheritance, but he wanted to test if the person who came was fated with the way of go." Old man Tianji was certain. TLN. Red herring equals something that distracts attention from the main issue, diversion. That makes sense. Lin Feng realized. Then where do you think he hid his inheritance? "I've used my divine sense to check this place. There are no hidden doors or secret chambers, so the inheritance must be on this Go Taoist's corpse," Old man Tianji concluded. "But I've searched everywhere I should have. Surely I can't just cut him open, can I?" "No, there's one more place you haven't searched." "Where?" Old man Tianji didn't reply directly but floated out from Lin Feng's ancient spirit ring. He circled around the corpse of Go Taoist a few times, then old man Tianji raised his hand and pointed. Following the direction of his finger, at first, Lin Feng was clueless, but soon his eyes widened in disbelief. Because old man Tianji was pointing at the place where waste was excreted. "You mean, I have to?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Dig," old man Tianji continued. "Can't we just cut him open?" "No, that won't work. This person is cautious, and doing so would surely trigger an even bigger trap. Only by digging can you find the right solution." Chapter 302. Lin Feng really did dig. Despite retching as he did so, he eventually dug it out. The good news was that he really found a spirit ring. The bad news was he began to question his life, doubting whether such actions were befitting of his status as the son of destiny. This doubt lasted for several days. With encouragement from old man Tianji, Lin Feng finally pulled himself together and began to examine the spirit ring he had dug out. Upon inspection, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Inside the spirit ring, besides a high-level pill and a jade slip recording the way of laying low secret manual, Go Dao secret manual, there was also a superior grade movement technique and multiple superior grade forging materials. It wasn't easy, Lin Feng said with tears streaming down his face. Old man Tianji also sighed. He had lived for 1,000 years and had never seen anyone obtain fortune in such a way, especially someone who was the son of destiny. After a brief moment of sighing, Lin Feng turned his attention to the high-level pill. He recognized it. It was the boundary-breaking pill that could help a cultivator in the late heavenly origin stage break through to the upper four realms. This pill was of the 8th grade, and taking it had no side effects. Not even the ancient pill tower had any. This was exactly what Lin Feng needed at the moment. As long as he could break through to the upper four realms, he would be able to escape from the bottom of the cliff, and even if Qingning and Mu Kui were still guarding above, he would not be afraid. Ha ha, Lin Feng laughed heartily. He had old man Tianji check the pill, and after learning there were no problems, he swallowed it. In just a moment, he felt the spiritual energy within his body and surrounding him begin to surge violently, a sign that a breakthrough was imminent. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay and immediately sat down to meditate. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Ha ha, Lin Feng's laughter echoed in the cave. Under the guidance of old man Tianji and his own relentless efforts, he had finally crossed the chasm and became a cultivator of the upper four realms. Ra-O beta S. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He estimated secretly at this moment, his combat power was enough to match that of Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai was a six prisons demon suppression tiger, Lin Feng possessed ancient techniques and had achieved major accomplishment in the way of the saber, making their strengths comparable. Old man, do you think I can now face Mu Kui head-on? Lin Feng asked, clenching his fists. No. Old man Tianji shook his head. Mu Kui's strength couldn't be measured by common sense. Although he was only at the core formation stage, with his martial emperor physique and the memories of a reincarnated martial emperor, unless he encountered a second realm cultivator of the upper four realms, he would dominate. After learning this, Lin Feng looked helpless. It's all that stupid tiger's fault, he said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Xiaobai stealing his six prisons demon suppression body, he would definitely be able to stand toe-to-toe with Mu Kui with that physique. It's pointless to talk about this now. Let's take a look at the Way of Laying Low secret manual, Old Man Tianji urged. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and sent a stream of spiritual light into the jade slip. The next instant, an emaciated, ghostly figure appeared. Perhaps due to spending years in this cave, his complexion was extremely pale. The old man sat cross-legged in the air, stroking his goatee and said, "Young man, you have endured what others cannot, you have a destiny with the way of laying low, go Dao." Despite the apparent praise, Lin Feng's face was hard to look at. The image of himself digging out the spirit ring suddenly flashed before his eyes, and immediately. He vomited again. The ghostly old man was a sliver of consciousness left by the Go Taoist and had no ability to converse, continuing to speak on his own. The myriad paths begin with endurance. To follow my way of laying low, you must cut off worldly ties and sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The way of laying low has 3 don'ts. Don't rush in matters, don't speak in encounters, don't be startled by treasures. The way of laying low has 3 disasters. The first disaster is arrogance. The arrogant are complacent, and when they face unfairness, they bring disaster upon themselves. The second disaster is fame. When the famous are weak, troubles never cease. When the famous are strong, powerful enemies are relentless. The third disaster is women. Since ancient times, beauties have been a source of trouble, and pink skulls would only confuse the heart. The way of laying low has 3 avoidances. Avoid people, avoid matters, avoid the world. The ghostly old man closed his eyes slightly, imparting the way of laying low. Lin Feng listened attentively, sometimes having epiphanies, sometimes hesitant to engage, and sometimes frowning in deep thought. Hours later, the teaching of the way of laying low was complete, and the ethereal old man's figure dissipated. Lin Feng was still pondering the essence of the way of laying low. He felt that the way of laying low was suitable for him. Because he practiced the heartless way of the saber, which already required severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, his view of women also coincided with the way of laying low. But there were some aspects Lin Feng disagreed with. If one truly avoided people, the world, fame, and profit, then what was the point of cultivating? The way of laying low, to put it bluntly, wasn't it just living like a dog? He was the son of destiny, how could he live like that? Discard the dross and select the essence. This way of laying low is indeed too dog-like and not entirely suitable for you, but some of its essence is worth learning from. Old man Tianji spoke. Oh, can you be more specific? Lin Feng asked. You are the son of destiny. Even if you wish to lay low in one place for thousands of years, various crises will still seek you out. This is a trial from the heavens, and you simply cannot avoid it. But, old man Tianji paused before continuing, the 3 don'ts and 3 disasters of the way of laying low can indeed save you a lot of trouble. Lin Feng understood. Wasn't this just saying that he should keep a low profile? But the problem was that ever since he arrived in the central domain, he had kept a low profile. No, it was that he couldn't even afford to be high profile. Wasn't he still being chased and tormented by a bunch of lunatics? Seeing what he was thinking, old man Tianji analyzed, this proves that you are not low profile enough. You are also too arrogant and proud. Think about it, before you were tormented by Jiang Chen and the other lunatics, didn't you always violate one of the 3 disasters of laying low? Lin Feng fell silent, reflecting carefully. Indeed, when he first met beauties like Qingning, Jiang Lianyue, and Xiao Hongyi, he was tormented because he did not avoid women. He believed that he was tormented by a bunch of lunatics because the title of Son of Destiny was too well known, and he was recognized wherever he went. This was not avoiding fame. And as for being tormented by Jiang Chen, it was because he did not avoid arrogance. He always relied on being the son of destiny, so when he met Jiang Chen, he did not choose to run away immediately. This led to him being slapped each time until he questioned his life. I've got it, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had once again entered the way of laying low. Old man Tianji stroked his beard and smiled, praising, a kid that can be taught indeed. Lin Feng firmly remembered the essence of the way of laying low and quickly expressed his humility. Then, he thought of another problem. He had actually invited Jiang Chen to the ancient pill tower to compete in the upcoming alchemy conference. It's over, Lin Feng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although he did not believe that he would lose to Jiang Chen in the way of the pill, there was no doubt that this action violated the essence of laying low. He had not avoided trouble, fame, and was somewhat carried away. No matter, old man Tianji said with a light smile. You are the son of destiny, it's impossible for you to completely adhere to the way of laying low. You can use it as a supplement, and show your prowess when necessary. How to judge when it is necessary? Lin Feng asked. This. Old man Tianji thought for a moment and said, at least when there is more than an 80% chance of winning. 80%. Lin Feng was shocked. Now that he had a deep understanding of the way of laying low, he immediately exclaimed, what's the difference between that and seeking death? In my opinion, at least 90%. No, 99% is the only way. Old man Tianji was speechless. At this moment, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with Lin Feng. What exactly the problem was, he couldn't say at the moment. But he felt, is this really how the son of destiny should be? Chapter 303. After several more days of studying the way of laying low, Lin Feng began to learn the superior grade secret manual left by the practitioner of laying low. This secret manual was a movement technique called blood burning escape step. This technique burns one's essence blood as a cost, allowing a cultivator to display a speed far beyond their current realm, truly a divine tool for escaping. It is with this technique that I have been able to lay low for thousands of years. The practitioner of laying low introduced the technique at the beginning of the manual. Lin Feng was thrilled. With this technique, wouldn't he be able to run faster than anyone else? Who could torment him then? But when he carefully examined the blood-burning escape step, he fell into a dilemma. Although the technique was excellent, it was somewhat life-consuming. Since burning essence blood each time would shorten one's lifespan, the practitioner of laying low eventually died due to insufficient lifespan. Do you have a better superior grade movement technique? In the end, Lin Feng asked old man Tianji. Old man Tianji shook his head. He had many superior grade movement techniques, but none that surpassed blood-burning escape step. Although there were higher level techniques, with Lin Feng's current cultivation, he could not learn them now. Old man, why do I feel like you're becoming less and less reliable? Lin Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing this, old man Tianji immediately became unhappy. He glared and retorted, do you know why I don't have a better technique than blood-burning escape step? Why? Lin Feng blinked. Because I don't need to run every time I see someone. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He felt that old man Tianji made a lot of sense, and he had no rebuttal. Not wanting to argue with the old man anymore, Lin Feng was conflicted about whether to learn blood-burning escape step. After an internal struggle, he finally decided to learn it. Although it was somewhat life-consuming, it was better than losing his life. His destiny and fortune were already being diminished, and he did not want to one day truly be tormented to death by a bunch of lunatics. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. There was less than half a month left until the alchemy conference. After over a month of relentless cultivation, Lin Feng finally mastered blood-burning escape step. He walked out of the cave. The cliff was still filled with chilling wind and dense fog. Lin Feng wanted to fly, but he found that his body was still affected by the wind and could not properly control his spiritual power. He tried to slash out a saber chi to ride the air and fly, but it was still the same. At this moment, Lin Feng remembered a problem. Since it was difficult to use spiritual energy here, how did the practitioner of laying low leave? This person had laid low here for thousands of years, so how could he not be affected by the chilling wind and occasionally go out? Blood-burning escape step, old man Tianji reminded. Lin Feng suddenly realized, the main reliance of blood-burning escape step was essence blood, not spiritual energy, so Did the practitioner of laying low need to consume his life every time he left and returned home? No wonder he laid low until death. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. That's why I said while the way of laying low is good, don't become too attached to it, especially for you, the son of destiny. You can only take its good essence, old man Tianji reminded again. Raobes. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he had taken note. Although he had entered the way of laying low, he would not end up like the practitioner of laying low to such an extent. Phew. After slowly exhaling a breath, Lin Feng bit his tongue tip, and at the same time, blood-burning escape step, rapidly circulated. In the next instant, he felt as if he were in a furnace, with his essence blood igniting within his body. The burning of essence blood had a time limit, and he did not want to waste time, so he immediately stepped on the blood chi and shot upwards at high speed. In just a few breaths, he had reached the cliff from which he had fallen. This, blood-burning escape step, is indeed extremely fast. Lin Feng was very satisfied. This speed was at least several times faster than his previous movement technique. However, just as Lin Feng was about to return to the cliff, his pupils shrank. He saw two people and a tiger. It was Qingning, Mu Kui, and Xiaobai. The two people and the tiger also seemed to be shocked by Lin Feng's speed, staring at him with disbelief. Lin Feng was speechless. He had never expected that even though it had been over a month since he had fallen off the cliff, these two lunatics and a silly tiger were still waiting for him here. Did they have to be so persistent? Lin Feng, come down. I promise I won't kill you, Qingning's shout rang out. Lin Feng, come down, Qingning promises not to bury you alive, Xiaobai followed with a shout. Lin Feng, come down, and I promise I absolutely won't beat you to death, Mu Kui declared. Lin Feng was even more speechless. These two people and one tiger were truly arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he had taken to the way of laying low at this moment, with his previous temperament, he would definitely have relied on his status as an upper four realms cultivator to challenge these two women and one tiger to a decisive battle. Facing them now, you only have a 30 to 40% chance of winning, old man Tianji reminded him. Lin Feng nodded, not doubting the assessment. Although he was now an upper four realms cultivator, old man Tianji's soul power was limited and could no longer provide support. Under such circumstances, facing Xiaobai and Mu Kui, his chances of winning were indeed not high. HMPH. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Feeling that such a snort did not fit the identity of someone following the way of laying low, he reminded himself that next time he felt dissatisfied, he could not directly show it. The way of laying low was not about doing things that easily attracted attention. Turning his gaze away, a black saber appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He bit the tip of his tongue again, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the black saber. The black saber suddenly burst into dazzling red light as if it had been tempered by fire. Seeing this, the two women and one tiger all showed serious expressions. Since the opportunity of this place had not appeared in the 9 reincarnations, Qingning and Mu Kui did not know what opportunity Lin Feng had obtained. But one thing they were clear about. Lin Feng was now an upper four realms cultivator. His strength had definitely undergone a qualitative leap. Roar. Xiaobai, sensing a formidable enemy, immediately transformed, with thunder patterns spreading all over her body, protecting Qingning behind her. Lin Feng is arrogant. If he comes to kill us later, we'll lure him into the cliff area dense with yin energy and then gang up on him, Qingning said with a serious expression. This plan is very good, Mu Kui felt there was nothing wrong with it. But while the two women and one tiger were ready for a life and death struggle with Lin Feng today. With a clang sound, the black saber in Lin Feng's hand vibrated, slashing out a blood-colored saber chi. And then, blood-burning escape step. Lin Feng shouted loudly, stepping on the saber chi, turning into a streak of red light, and quickly heading towards the direction of the ancient pill tower. Xiaobai blinked in confusion. Mu Kui was also stunned, exclaiming inwardly that this did not match Lin Feng's character. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qingning shouted in the direction Lin Feng was fleeing, Lin Feng. Are you Lin Runrun? If you have the guts, come back and fight us. Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered. Wasn't running a basic operation for someone on the way of laying low. Worried that Xiaobai's speed might catch up with him, he bit the tip of his tongue again, speeding up his escape. In an instant, he was gone. Disgraceful. Mu Kui roared in anger, smashing a nearby boulder with a punch. Qingning, what do we do now? Xiaobai asked. Chase, Qingning blurted out. Chase. But we're 3,000 li away from the ancient pill tower. Moreover, I can't catch up with that speed. Don't worry. The body technique Lin Feng used seems to be at the cost of burning blood essence, it can't be used for long. I refuse to believe he can burn his life for 3,000 li. What if he really does? Then I'll chase him for 3,000 li. Chapter 304. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and 10 li outside the ancient Piltow, Lin Feng, stepping on the blood-colored saber chi, sped towards the tower like a streak of red light. He wanted to cry. He had fled for 3,000 li. Do you know how he spent these 3,000 li? As Qingning had predicted, the blood-burning escape step indeed could not be used for long, so Lin Feng would stop to rest every 100 li. He thought that with his fast speed, he would definitely make those lunatics give up. But who would have thought every time he had just stopped to rest, within a few hours, Qingning would inevitably catch up while riding on Xiaobai. He had no choice but to use blood burning again. This cycle repeated dozens of times. Even now, as he was about to reach the ancient pill tower, Qingning had no intention of letting him go. During this time, Lin Feng got angry. He knew that if only Qingning came after him alone, Mu Kui, despite his strong combat power, should not be able to keep up with his speed due to his cultivation level. He wanted to take action directly and fight Qingning and Xiaobai for 300 rounds. But it wasn't safe. After weighing the enemies and his own combat power, he felt he only had a 70% chance of winning. With such odds, how could he face the crisis head-on? Moreover, because he had been using blood burning for a long time, he was now exhausted and could feel that he had lost a lot of his lifespan. Under such circumstances, his winning odds would have to be reduced by another 20%. A 50% chance of winning, wasn't that suicide? Therefore, he really used blood burning for 3,000 li just to escape for his life. Lin Feng, I see you, Xiaobai's shout came from behind. Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled and had to bite the tip of his tongue again, speeding up once more. But this time his speed decreased instead of increasing. It wasn't because he was running out of lifespan but because long-term blood burning placed a huge burden on a cultivator's body, making it impossible to sustain for a long time. In the end, Lin Feng felt dizzy and lightheaded. His body swayed in the air for a few moments before a sense of powerlessness overcame him, and he fell straight from the sky. As he fell, Lin Feng regretted it. Falling unconscious like this, wasn't he just asking to be slaughtered? If he had known this would happen, he would rather have fought Qingning and Xiaobai. This way of laying low doesn't seem to be very useful, Lin Feng cried out in his heart. But just as his vision darkened and he was about to lose consciousness, his pupils suddenly dilated. He saw a man dressed in black, walking with extreme arrogance. Jiang Chen, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. No, who said the way of laying low was useless? Hadn't he just managed to run into Jiang Chen? Although Jiang Chen also liked to slap him, he often saved him too, which was infinitely better compared to lunatics like Qingning. Jiang Chen, Lin Feng mustered his energy, shouting as he fell. He wanted Jiang Chen to catch him. But after Jiang Chen looked up, he was first stunned, and then he shouted, "Where did this monster come from, trying to sneak attack me? Behold my great majestic heavenly dragon, Aran Obs." Roar. Accompanied by the roar of a dragon, a golden dragon appeared, its powerful body directly knocking Lin Feng away. He flailed in the air for a while before crashing to the ground, his legs twitching non-stop. Jiang Chen came at him again with a sword. Lin Feng mustered the last bit of his strength to barely shout out, "Eldest senior brother, it's me. Lin Feng." Jiang Chen paused upon hearing this, crouching down to examine him closely. Then he discovered the figure before him, radiating a red glow, perhaps due to a lack of vital energy, had become emaciated, reduced to skin and bones. This monster is actually Lin Feng. Jiang Chen was speechless. Ever since he heard the news about Qingning and Mu Kui, he had guessed that Lin Feng would be tortured, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. He was nearly half dead. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. Then he slapped Lin Feng across the face. There was no reason, he simply felt annoyed at the sight of this useless son of destiny. Lin Feng saw stars from the slap, but perhaps out of habit, he didn't even ask Jiang Chen, "Why? Eldest senior brother, save me." After uttering these words, Lin Feng passed out. At the same time, Qingning arrived riding Xiaobai. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, both the girl and the tiger were first stunned, then extremely excited, shouting in unison. "Eldest senior brother." As their voices fell, both the girl and the tiger ran towards Jiang Chen. Still at a distance, Qingning leapt up, plunging directly into Jiang Chen's arms. Eldest senior brother, Qingning missed you so much, she said with a sob in her voice. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly while patting her head. Hee, Qingning instantly giggled like a silver bell. Seeing this, Xiaobai also wanted to give Jiang Chen a tiger hug but was kicked away by him. Wu eldest senior brother dislikes me, Xiaobai sulked while drawing circles on the ground. Ignoring the silly tiger, Jiang Chen took a look at Qingning and exclaimed in surprise, late stage of heavenly origin. Your cultivation progress is a bit too fast, isn't it? Third senior sister's cultivation progress is something I can't even catch up with in life. Jiang Hu also took the opportunity to butt her up. Without even glancing at Jiang Hu, Qingning proudly raised her head and said, eldest senior brother, I was very obedient when you told me to go into seclusion. But the progress in my cultivation is mostly thanks to the enlightenment fruit. I see, Jiang Chen realized. In his 9 reincarnations, Qingning had always relied on the enlightenment fruit to change her talent, so he wasn't surprised. But just as he was about to say something else, Qingning cut in, it's eldest senior brother who is amazing, catching Lin Feng in his tracks. While Lin Feng is unconscious, let's bury him alive. Ah, Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Naturally, he couldn't do that. After all, killing Lin Feng would bring him no benefit. But without a reasonable explanation, it would be hard to calm Qingning down. While Jiang Chen was pondering, Qingning had already taken out a spiritual shovel, and Xiaobai began digging a hole with its front paws. In just a few moments, a deep pit was ready. Qingning. Seeing the girl and the tiger starting to lift the body, Jiang Chen had to bite the bullet and speak up. But before he could start to spin a tale, along with a breeze, a woman dressed in a plain white exquisitely elegant pill refiner's robe descended from the sky with a faint scent of elixirs. Whoosh! The woman first glanced at Qingning and Xiaobai, then turned to Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen. It's one thing for you to cause trouble for the Juyan sect, but do you really intend to bury alive the #1 true disciple of my ancient pill tower? Her tone was stern, full of reproach, yet it also carried a sense of helplessness. After giving Jiang Chen a glare, the woman quickly walked towards Lin Feng. Aunt Shi, you can't save this person, Qingning immediately turned cold. Xiaobai also growled lowly, issuing a clear warning. The newcomer was none other than the tower master of the ancient pill tower, Shi Ning. Hearing Qingning's words, Shi Ning's face was filled with distress. During her time at the Juyan sect, she had always felt sorry for the girl before her. Although there were rumors that Qingning was also mad, she didn't believe them. After all, in her memory, Qingning was always so cheerful and innocent. But now, she had no choice but to believe it. Because just a moment ago, she had witnessed Qingning digging a hole to bury someone. Qingning, Shi Ning called out softly. Qingning ignored her, gripping the spiritual shovel tightly, her face on guard. Roar! Xiaobai let out a roar. Shi Ning didn't want to fight with the two, so she turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. She knew that Qingning always listened to Jiang Chen. From Shi Ning's eyes, Jiang Chen saw a misunderstanding, but he didn't care. Qingning, let's give Aunt Shi some face today and spare Lin Feng, Jiang Chen said, seizing the opportunity to defuse the situation. Oh. Qingning was reluctant but nodded her head. Chapter 305. After tapping Lin Feng's forehead with the spiritual shovel, Qingning and Xiaobai reluctantly stepped aside. Shi Ning moved forward. Although Lin Feng had not formally become her direct disciple and usually avoided her, she was genuinely happy to have such a talented prodigy in the ancient pill tower. Seeing Lin Feng's pitiful state, she frowned. If it were a disciple from another sect who had treated the ancient pill tower's #1 true disciple like this, she, as the tower master, would definitely pursue the matter to the end. But the Juyan sect. Sigh. Shi Ning sighed deeply. Although she was the tower master of the ancient pill tower, she was also once the peak master of the elixir peak at the Juyan sect. Jiang Chen may be bad, but he was Xiao Hongyi's most valued disciple. Qingning was mad beyond reason. So how could she disregard the past and hold the two of them accountable? Fortunately, although Lin Feng had expended a great deal of energy and blood, he still clung to life and was not in serious trouble. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. Here is a 7th grade qi and blood pill. Feed it to Lin Feng and consider it making amends. Shi Ning took out a bright red medicinal pill and handed it to Jiang Chen. Originally, she could have fed it to him herself, but as a tower master and a female cultivator, it was not appropriate for her to be too intimate with a man of the opposite sex. Jiang Chen was even less inclined to do such a thing, so he gave Jiang Hu a meaningful look. Jiang Hu immediately understood and said with a bow, "Senior, let me take care of this trivial matter." "All right." Xi Ning nodded. While Jiang Hu was feeding Lin Feng the medicine, Xi Ning called Jiang Chen aside. "Tell me honestly, has my sister gone mad?" she asked directly. The sister she referred to was Xiao Hongyi. The two had been close since their time at the Juyin sect, often referring to each other as sisters. Sort of. Jiang Chen chose to tell the truth. Xi Ning fell silent, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew Xiao Hongyi's personality well. Her sister, although outwardly strong and inwardly fragile, had always been very stable-minded due to growing up alone on a peak and being taught by the Juyin old ancestor from a young age. She couldn't imagine what Xiao Hongyi had encountered to fall into madness. "Is it related to you?" Xi Ning glared at Jiang Chen and asked again. This Jiang Chen hesitated. To say it was related, he really hadn't done anything. To say it wasn't, he firmly believed in his own poisonous buff. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. From his silence, Xi Ning assumed she had her answer and immediately concluded that Jiang Chen must have done something unforgivable, causing Xiao Hongyi's mental instability and descent into madness. With anger rising inside her, Xi Ning pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted, "Jiang Chen! You know full well how my sister has treated you. How could you do that?" Well, the misunderstanding had deepened. Jiang Chen was speechless. "Ever since I learned of my sister's madness, I've been refining many pills that can stabilize the mind. When you return to the sect, have her take them." Xi Ning took out a lot of medicinal pills. Jiang Chen glanced at them and saw they were all high-level pills. Although he thought these pills were probably useless, as even the 9 Abyss soul embryo couldn't cure Xiao Hongyi's madness, he still nodded and accepted them. After all, it was Xi Ning's kind gesture. "Why have you come to the ancient pill tower this time?" Xi Ning asked again. "To participate in the alchemy conference." Jiang Chen replied instantly. "You know how to refine pills?" Xi Ning raised an eyebrow. She remembered very clearly that because of his relationship with Ma Wu of Elixir Peak, Jiang Chen rarely set foot on Elixir Peak and had never learned any way of the pill. To this, Jiang Chen vaguely responded, "A little, just a little." After rolling her eyes, Xi Ning spoke with an authoritative tone, "You're not allowed to participate. Go back. Right now. Immediately." "Why?" Jiang Chen instinctively asked. "Because with your little experience in the way of the pill, participating would only bring shame. And it would be the shame of both my sister and the Juyin sect. Rather than losing face, it's better to go back straight away," Xi Ning blurted out. After a moment's thought, she added, "Moreover, there are quite a few people within the ancient pill tower who want your life." Seeing Jiang Chen looking at her with a meaningful gaze, she huffed, "HMPH, I'm not worried about you. I'm thinking of my sister. Although you're utterly reprehensible, you are still my sister's disciple, and I don't want to make her sad." "Auntie, can you not be Tsunere?" Jiang Chen teased. "Tsunere? What does that mean?" Xi Ning was puzzled. "Never mind, it's nothing." Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. After giving Xi Ning a look, he fell into thought. In the original story, Xi Ning was not the female lead but a supporting character. Similarly, although Xi Ning was a supporting character, she was still influenced by the heavens and developed a liking for Lin Feng, just like the other female leads. However, the difference was that her liking remained just that. Xi Ning, proud of her status and somewhat Tsunere due to her tendency to overthink, did not get too close to Lin Feng. She didn't have much of a role in the original story. Apart from gaining new respect for Lin Feng during the alchemy conference, it seemed like the writers who took over the original story had forgotten about her, and she had no further plot. For this reason, she avoided Lin Feng's path of killing female characters and was one of the few supporting female characters with a good ending. So the question arose, would this person go mad? While staring straight at Xi Ning, Jiang Chen thought she probably wouldn't. After all, Xiao Bai, a somewhat supporting female character, didn't go mad. She was just a bit silly. Although he thought so, he still wasn't sure. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen took Xi Ning's hand and placed her palm on his own. After patting it twice, he said meaningfully, "Ata, you must hold on." Looking at her hand and then at Jiang Chen, Xi Ning was confused. In her view, the scene went like this. Jiang Chen was staring at her, then took advantage of her momentary distraction to take her hand and stroke it back and forth. Wasn't this taking advantage of her? What was even more infuriating was Jiang Chen even told her to hold on. Hold on to what? Where to hold on? Is there any next step? Jiang Chen, you are too presumptuous. After coming back to her senses, Xi Ning's face flushed with anger, and she made a move to strike. Jiang Chen quickly dodged. He guessed Xi Ning had misunderstood something, but what was the use of explaining such a thing? Besides, as a villain, wasn't it basic operation to take advantage of his female senior? Cough cough, anti-hand it feels nice, Jiang Chen said earnestly. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, a portrait of Xi Ning. A portrait. What use was this thing? He would rather have a bellyband. Jiang Chen roared in his mind. At the same time, the enraged Xi Ning struck with her palm. Although she was a pill refiner master, her cultivation talent was also strong, and she had just broken through from the first realm of the upper four realms, initial insight, to the second realm, fate transformation. In her state of embarrassed anger, she didn't control her strength well and unleashed the full power of her fate transformation realm cultivation. PFF'd. Amon. Jiang Chen was unable to dodge in time and took a direct hit, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Xi Ning panicked, blaming herself for losing control and striking a junior, a painting fell from Jiang Chen. The painting unfolded. The person depicted was exquisitely lifelike and stunningly beautiful. At that moment, Xi Ning was stunned. She recognized at a glance that the person in the painting was herself. When she took another look at it, she could see the deep emotions imbued in every stroke of the painting. Jiang Chen, how long have you been secretly in love with me? Xi Ning asked while blinking repeatedly in a daze. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face was full of question marks. Chapter 307. In the ancient Pill Tower, the Legacy Tower. No sooner had Zhang Hu left than Lin Feng woke up from his unconscious state. After looking around, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Touching his swollen cheek, he had a bitter expression. Although he had been slapped by Jiang Chen again, he had survived. The fact proved that his way of laying low were somewhat useful, at least it had brought him to Jiang Chen's location. Damn it! Thinking back to being chased by Qingning for 3,000 li, he was furious. It's not that he didn't calculate the chances of escaping successfully, but he hadn't expected Qingning to be so persistent, chasing him for a full 3,000 li without giving up. Are you awake? A pleasant voice came from the side. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he was even more startled. Because at that moment, Xi Ning was in his room. Lin Feng was afraid of Xi Ning. Since entering the ancient Pill Tower, he had always avoided Xi Ning, running away whenever possible when he met her. But now, the beautiful woman he feared was right before his eyes. This not only made him more fearful but also went against his way of laying low, which included avoiding women. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Lin Feng tried to struggle and escape, but he couldn't muster any strength. Don't move, you've just taken my medicinal pill and need time to recover, Xi Ning said, stopping him. Your medicinal pill? Lin Feng was even more shocked. A woman's medicinal pill, especially a beautiful woman's, he had taken one before, but it turned out to be a poison pill. In an instant, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. Using the little spiritual power he had left, he carefully examined his body. Sure enough, he was indeed poisoned. If it weren't for old man Tianji constantly using his soul power to resist the toxins, he would have already suffered a toxin outbreak and who knows what would have become of him. Lin Feng, you have taken a poison powder made from 100 kinds of poisons. My soul power is no longer sufficient to support you, I must rest for now. Old man Tianji's exhausted voice sounded. After that, no matter how Lin Feng called out in his mind, all he got in return was old man Tianji's silence. And with the loss of soul power suppression, the toxins in his body erupted instantly. His flesh, bones, and meridians were all covered with a layer of black. This black toxin ate away at his body like a festering sore. PFF'd. Lin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Pointing at Xi Ning, he shouted, indeed, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Xi Ning, you're a madwoman too. Lin Feng thought it was Xi Ning who had poisoned him without a doubt, not knowing it was actually Zhang Hu's doing. Old man Tianji knew the truth, but there was no time to explain. As for Xi Ning, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, her brows furrowed immediately. Madwoman. Lin Feng dared to call her, the Tower Master, a madwoman. This was outrageous. If she hadn't seen that Lin Feng was truly in bad shape, she would have punished him. You're poisoned. I have some pills here that can suppress the toxins, take them first, Xi Ning said while holding back her anger and stepping forward. Don't come any closer. Lin Feng recoiled in terror while curling up on the bed. Xi Ning was speechless. With no other choice, she had to summon the great elder of the ancient pill tower, who was also Lin Feng's master, Yu Shi. Upon hearing that his beloved disciple was severely poisoned, Yu Shi rushed over. Seeing Lin Feng's flesh shriveled to the bone, lying on the bed twitching with black blood oozing from his orifices, Yu Shi was even more anxious. Yu Shi picked up Lin Feng and asked loudly, "Disciple, what on earth happened to you?" After hearing the voice and seeing the person, Lin Feng's face was covered in tears. Among the countless cultivators in the world, only upon seeing Yu Shi did he feel as if he had seen a family member. He wanted to pour out his grievances, but being continuously abused was too embarrassing to speak of. If you don't want to talk, it's okay, it's good that you're back, Yu Shi patted Lin Feng's shoulder and comforted him softly. Master. Lin Feng was moved again, clutching Yu Shi's old hand tightly. Don't worry, I'm here, Yu Shi patted him back. The next moment, both master and disciple had tears in their eyes, staring blankly at each other, both with an expression that said, everything can be understood without words. Seeing this, Xi Ning got goosebumps. It had been rumored not long after Lin Feng entered the ancient pill tower that this son of destiny didn't like women and had special preferences. Initially, Xi Ning didn't believe it, as she found Lin Feng quite pleasing to the eye. But now, she had to believe it. After all, the way these two master and disciple looked at each other was just awkward. Especially Lin Feng's attitude towards Yu Shi, which was completely different from his attitude towards her. At this moment, Xi Ning finally understood. No wonder Lin Feng didn't want to take her as his master, it turned out he had thoughts about Yu Shi. With this thought, she suddenly felt a chill. Master, the Tower Master is harming me. You must help me detoxify suddenly, Lin Feng cried out urgently. Xi Ning was completely dumbfounded. When had she ever harmed Lin Feng? If it weren't for her timely arrival, Lin Feng would have been buried alive. Xi Ning also guessed that someone had tampered with the medicinal pill she gave to Lin Feng, so she said helplessly, it must be Jiang Chen who instructed Jiang Hu to poison you. You're talking nonsense. Lin Feng didn't believe it and shouted loudly, that's impossible. Jiang Chen would never harm my life. Why is it impossible? Xi Ning was puzzled. You don't understand, this is a matter between men. Although Jiang Chen is bad, he also has his merits, Lin Feng sighed. The matter he referred to was a self-assumed agreement. He believed that Jiang Chen had tormented him yet also saved him numerous times, all for the sake of one day having a fair, just, and open duel with him, the son of destiny. However, in Xi Ning's view, this was completely twisted. A matter between men. What kind of matter could that be between men? Could it be? Does Lin Feng have feelings for Jiang Chen too? Xi Ning was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to not only have peculiar tastes but also to be so greedy. Fortunately, Jiang Chen is secretly in love with me, so this must be Lin Feng's wishful thinking. Xi Ning felt relieved in her heart again. After feeling that she had seen through Lin Feng's true nature, she left with a flick of her sleeve. The room was filled with an air of bromance, and she feared she would truly vomit if she stayed any longer. Yu Shi also didn't believe that Xi Ning would harm Lin Feng. After all, Xi Ning was the ancient pill tower master, and poisoning a prodigy of the ancient pill tower would bring her no benefit. He was more inclined to believe that Lin Feng was harmed by Jiang Chen. Lin Feng's earlier words were dismissed by him as nothing more than delirious nonsense due to the poisoning and frustration. It's quite a coincidence, I have recently refined a detoxifying pill. This pill is unnamed, and while it's not very effective against specified toxins, it works wonders on mixed toxins. Take it quickly, Yu Shi took out a translucent pill and said. Lin Feng didn't have the slightest doubt and swallowed the pill immediately. Just as Yu Shi had said, after the pill entered his stomach, the toxins that were spreading throughout his body were indeed suppressed and began to be expelled from his body under the effect of the pill. Although the pill was effective, Lin Feng estimated that it would take at least a month to completely detoxify himself. But now, there were only a few days left until the start of the alchemy conference. Don't worry, the alchemy conference might be postponed, Yu Shi said, seeing Lin Feng's concern. Postponed. Why? Lin Feng was puzzled. This is a strange matter. Yu Shi frowned and explained in detail. More than a month ago, pill refiner masters from various places began to arrive at the ancient pill tower. But strangely, all of these people have disappeared. Disappeared? Lin Feng was even more puzzled. It's one thing for one or two people to disappear, but what kind of situation is this where a whole group has vanished? The specifics are still under investigation, but there are rumors that on the borders of the ancient pill tower, a group of lunatics who only show their heads and hide their tails has appeared, capturing anyone they see, regardless of age or gender, Yu Shi said. Lunatics. Lin Feng shuddered with fear. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition about this alchemy conference. Chapter 308. The next day, Jiang Chen discovered a very serious problem. He had Jiang Hu inquire around and found that not only was his tower empty, but the other towers meant for visiting cultivators were also devoid of people. Basically, not a single visiting cultivator who came for the alchemy conference was present. What's going on? Jiang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. This plot twist had never occurred in his 9 reincarnations nor in the original story. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with this segment of the story, but he couldn't figure it out at the moment. Fortunately, the opportunity to earn system rewards wasn't completely lost. Although there were no visiting cultivators, he could still seek out the disciples and elders of the ancient pill tower for trouble. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chen left the tower with Qingning and others. The ancient pill tower was filled with towers divided into inner and outer gates. The outer sect was where visiting cultivators, pill refiners, and servant disciples of the ancient pill tower resided, while the inner sect was where the true disciples were located. And that magnificent central tower was the residence of the tower master and various elders. After leaving his residence, Jiang Chen walked up the jade stairs along the main road and finally saw a dark red tower with the fragrance of pills and a scorching aura. This tower was where the disciples of the ancient pill tower usually refined pills and was also the only path leading from the outer part to the inner sect. In front of the tower, several disciples dressed in the ancient pill tower's sect attire were on guard. Jiang Chen glanced at them and noticed that these disciples had low cultivation levels, but their proficiency in the way of the pill was not shallow, and they were mostly 5th-grade pill refiners. Cough. After a light cough, he stepped forward. "Senior brother, please stop." A disciple of the ancient pill tower stopped him and patiently explained, "Beyond this point is the inner sect of the ancient pill tower. Before the alchemy conference begins, visiting cultivators are not allowed to enter." Here it comes, here it comes. A normal person. Jiang Chen was ecstatic in his heart. As a villain, isn't being stopped the perfect opportunity to get angry? This was definitely in line with his character. With this thought, Jiang Chen gave Jiang Hu a look. His meaning was simple. When a villain is stopped, it's natural for his underlings to mock first, thereby kicking off the tantrum scene. Jiang Hu nodded in realization after a brief pause, but unexpectedly, what he did was, pulled out several spirit stones and placed them in the hands of the gatekeeping disciples. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, "Senior brothers, please do us a favor." Jiang Chen was bewildered. The gatekeeping disciples were equally bewildered. Jiang Chen was bewildered because he never expected the usually talkative Jiang Hu to resort to bribery this time. And the gatekeeping disciples were bewildered because they didn't expect this person to be so straightforward. In the past, many visiting cultivators came to the ancient pill tower and would try every means to go to the inner sect to seek pills. Without a doubt, at this moment, the gatekeeping disciples regarded Jiang Chen as one of those seeking pills. Hee, no trouble, no trouble. After discreetly accepting the spirit stones, the gatekeeping disciple stepped aside to clear a path. Seeing this, Jiang Hu gave Jiang Chen a look that clearly asked, "Eldest senior brother, am I too clever or what?" Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. "Jiang Hu." Qingning couldn't stand it any longer and questioned with hands on her hips, "Eldest senior brother can go wherever he wants, and those who dare to obstruct should be buried, so why the bribery? Third senior sister, I'm doing this for eldest senior brother's own good." Jiang Hu whispered while explaining, "Eldest senior brother doesn't have a protector right now, and Aunt Shi is at the fate transformation cultivation level. If we cause a scene, we'll definitely be driven away." Qingning thought there was some logic to this and said no more. Jiang Chen was still frowning. Undeniably, what Jiang Hu said made sense. Jiang Chen was not afraid of Shi Ning, who was both arrogant and fond of making wild guesses, but it was undeniable that being driven away would indeed be troublesome. In that case, he would lose the chance to deal with Yu Shi, and he would also be unable to stop Lin Feng and the imperial dynasty from getting together at the alchemy conference. But as a villain, such an action was somewhat embarrassing. Besides, how could he give up such a perfect opportunity to earn system rewards? With a quick thought, Jiang Chen came up with a good idea. He took out many spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them in the hands of the disciples guarding the gate. Hiss! Seeing the spirit stones in their hands, the gatekeeping disciples gasped in surprise. They were all high-grade spirit stones. Although the disciples of the ancient pill tower were quite wealthy, they were still shocked by Jiang Chen's arrogance. Just as the gatekeeping disciples, faces bloomed with smiles, thinking of getting closer to Jiang Chen. "Aunt Shi!" Jiang Chen suddenly shouted loudly. His voice, mixed with spiritual energy, spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, Shi Ning descended from the sky and landed in front of Jiang Chen. "They're robbing my spirit stones," Jiang Chen pointed at the gatekeeping disciples and complained. The gatekeeping disciples were full of question marks. These spirit stones were clearly given as gifts. Where did the idea of robbery come from? Shi Ning was also skeptical, originally intending to scold Jiang Chen for making trouble out of nothing, but then she saw the numerous spirit stones in the hands of the gatekeeping disciples. Afterward, Jiang Chen still felt annoyed about it and also saw it as an opportunity to see her. So, he deliberately called her over. Because of Jiang Chen's mischievous nature, he slandered the gatekeeping disciples for robbery. Perfect. This deduction was perfect. It was logically tight and flawless. It perfectly restored what had just happened. It also fully considered Jiang Chen's personality and his affection for her. Thinking she understood everything, Shi Ning sighed deeply. She took a deep look at Jiang Chen, her cheeks flushed, and she said in a low voice, "Still, Jiang Chen, this doesn't make me happy at all." Jiang Chen was speechless. He immediately understood. Clearly, this imagination-prone Tsunere aunt she had started fantasizing something again. And the gatekeeping disciples, upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, were dumbfounded. They had no idea that the man in black before them was Jiang Chen. It's the infamous Jiang Chen whose presence caused madness wherever he went. Originally, Shi Ning had little authority in the ancient pill tower, and now with Jiang Chen's arrival, the gatekeeping disciples exclaimed, "Damn it!" and then ran away as fast as they could. This made Shi Ning's expression darken. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to make a move, raising his hand and unleashing a great majestic heavenly dragon, sending the fleeing gatekeeping disciples flying. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, Ancient Pill Scroll. Chapter 309. In the end, Jiang Chen still failed to enter the inner sect. Because although the gatekeeping disciples were sent flying by the golden dragon, before they fell unconscious, they were still shouting Jiang Chen is here. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The inner sect of the ancient pill tower immediately erupted into chaos, with disciples and elders hiding to avoid contact with Jiang Chen. It wasn't that they were too cowardly, but the rumors were simply too terrifying. The Juyan sect had fallen into a demonic sect because of Jiang Chen, and their actions were incomprehensible. There were rumors that before the ghost-controlling sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators also went mad. After Jiang Chen arrived in Cold Realm City and Mysterious Ice Realm, thousands of mad cultivators also appeared. To say these had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. Only a fool would believe that. Unlike other sects, the ancient pill tower had a deep foundation, but the cultivation of its disciples and elders was not high. They had no confidence that they wouldn't be harmed by Jiang Chen. Seeing the inner sect in chaos and worried that Jiang Chen's entry would make things worse, Shi Ning had to stop Jiang Chen from entering. "Don't worry, Aunt Shi won't believe the rumors, nor will I let you be driven away. There's no way you're poisonous. How could people go mad wherever you go? It's just a ridiculous coincidence. Look at me, I am completely sane," Shi Ning reassured him. After giving her a meaningful look, Jiang Chen silently nodded and left. He decided to behave for a while and see how the alchemy conference went first. Earning system rewards was important, but being driven away would be a huge loss. Fortunately, this time's gains were not small. The ancient pill scroll was the treasured pill scroll of the ancient pill tower. Although it couldn't enhance combat power, it contained the formulas for many high-level pills, as well as refining techniques and experience. Several hours later, Inside the main tower of the ancient Pill Tower, within the Tower Master's hall, Xi Ning sat at the head while many supreme elders whispered below, treating their Tower Master as if she were air. Xi Ning was used to such scenes and remained expressionless. Who brought Jiang Chen into ancient Pill Tower? Great Elder Yu Shi asked loudly. He suspected Jiang Chen was nearby, as he believed Lin Feng had been harmed by Jiang Chen. But he didn't expect that this scourge of the demonic path had entered the ancient Pill Tower. Hearing this, the elders shook their heads. It was me, Xi Ning said softly. At this statement, everyone was astonished. Tower Master, may I ask why? Yu Shi asked gravely. Because the rules of the Alchemy Conference state that any pill refiner master can participate. If we turn Jiang Chen away, it would not only break the rules but also make others think that the ancient Pill Tower lacks magnanimity and is extremely cowardly, Xi Ning said, giving the excuse she had prepared. Yu Shi narrowed his eyes. The rules of the Alchemy Conference were set by the late old Tower Master, and he dared not directly refute them. He then subtly signaled to a thin elder beside him. The thin elder nodded, stood up, and expressed his dissatisfaction. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Jiang Chen has a notorious reputation and has the means to drive people mad. Tower Master, this is inappropriate. Ridiculous, Xi Ning scoffed. Jiang Chen's cultivation is only in the first realm of the upper four realms. How could he drive hundreds and thousands of people mad? The Jiang family. It must be the Jiang family's means causing trouble behind the scenes. Even if that's true, anyone who can easily drive so many cultivators insane must possess heavenly cultivation. But now, by the Empress's decree, cultivators below the divine passage realm of the central domain are not allowed to come out into the world. The thin elder was at a loss for words. What if Jiang Chen himself possesses some kind of treasure that can drive other cultivators insane? Yu Shi picked up the conversation. Great Elder, have you ever heard of such a treasure with this kind of effect? Xi Ning retorted. No, I haven't. If you haven't, then where did such a suggestion come from? It's nothing but baseless talk. Yu Shi was once again left speechless. He had not anticipated that Xi Ning, who usually stayed out of affairs, would take such a firm stance today and be so sharp-tongued. Moreover, Jiang Chen has been here at the ancient Pill Tower for several days now. Have any of you seen anyone go mad? Xi Ning asked again. Yu Shi was at a loss for words once more. Although no one at my ancient Pill Tower has gone mad, many lunatics have appeared at the border, grabbing anyone they see, another elder spoke up. There are countless cultivators in the world and many who have gone mad. How can you be sure that this has anything to do with Jiang Chen? Xi Ning blurted out. The elder who had spoken had no response. For a moment, the atmosphere in the great hall fell silent. Yu Shi pondered in secret. In reality, Jiang Chen's arrival might not be entirely a bad thing. Although it might cause madness, this was his territory, and his word was law. Jiang Chen wanted to participate in the alchemy conference, didn't he? It was clear to anyone with eyes that this alchemy conference was organized by the ancient Pill Tower for Lin Feng's rise. Jiang Chen had a special identity. If he were to lose to Lin Feng in the way of the pill, it would be the perfect stepping stone for Lin Feng. With this thought, Yu Shi smiled. He wouldn't be foolish enough to make a move against Jiang Chen within the ancient Pill Tower. After all, doing so would not only put him at risk but also the ancient Pill Tower itself would face retaliation from the Jiang family. But what if something happened to Jiang Chen after the alchemy conference when he left? That would have nothing to do with him or the ancient Pill Tower. Enough, since Jiang Chen has already arrived, sending him away now would indeed harm the reputation of the ancient Pill Tower. But if something were to happen because of this, Yu Shi's tone shifted as he looked towards Xi Ning. I, as the Tower Master, will take full responsibility, Xi Ning replied instantly. Really? Of course. Hey. Yu Shi stroked his beard, satisfied with the smile. With this arrangement, if something were to happen to the ancient Pill Tower, he could use it as a reason to have Xi Ning step down willingly. If nothing happened, not only could they deal with Jiang Chen better, but they could also use him as a stepping stone for Lin Feng. No matter how things developed, there would be some benefit. I have indeed worked tirelessly for the ancient Pill Tower and for the righteous path, Yu Shi sighed inwardly. Cough. After a light cough, he straightened his expression and said, since that's the case, let's not say any more. However, the alchemy conference is imminent, and aside from Jiang Chen, no other cultivators have arrived. This matter must be resolved quickly. Xi Ning agreed with this statement. The Alchemy Conference was a grand event held by the ancient Pill Tower once every few hundred years. People from the Imperial Pavilion would also attend, and it could not be allowed to fail. But how to resolve this was a problem. After all, those lunatics who dared to cause trouble at the border of the ancient Pill Tower and indiscriminately capture pill refiner masters must have some confidence. It was the fear that there might be a powerful figure behind the scenes that had led the ancient Pill Tower to adopt a wait-and-see approach so far. My opinion is that with the Alchemy Conference upon us, we need to send someone to investigate thoroughly, Yushi said solemnly. Who is capable of taking on such a task? Shi Ning asked, puzzled. The fourth elder, Xuan. Xuan. Upon hearing this name, everyone's gaze turned to a middle-aged man who was staring blankly at Shi Ning. Why me? Xuan was confused. Because you neither refine pills nor cultivate all day long. You just paint. Of all the people in the ancient Pill Tower, you're the most idle, Yushi stated matter-of-factly. Xuan was speechless. He didn't want to go. Firstly, because he didn't want to deal with lunatics. Secondly, because he had recently lost a painting and couldn't find it anywhere, leaving him restless. Chapter 311. Xuan felt that Jiang Chen was beyond reason. After getting up and dusting himself off, he left the sect with several disciples of the ancient Pill Tower to carry out their mission, heading to the location where numerous pill refiner masters had gone missing. Throughout the journey, he was extremely cautious, avoiding the rarely trodden dense forests and small paths, sticking only to the main roads. The influence of the ancient Pill Tower was vast, covering nearly 1,000 li. Although Xuan was an upper four realms cultivator and capable of flying, the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower had relatively lower cultivation, so they had to travel on foot. It took several days for everyone to finally reach their destination. Ahead was a narrow path flanked by steep peaks on both sides. 3 people had been waiting there for a long time, 2 men and 1 woman, all with robust auras and uniformly at the fate transformation realm. Seeing these 3, Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Pill refiner masters were not known for their combat prowess, and knowing the dangers of this mission, these 3 were hired by the ancient Pill Tower to assist in the investigation. Greetings, Elder Jiang. We are grateful for your assistance on this mission, Xuan said as he quickly approached and bowed to the elder in the center. Hearing this, the one called Elder Jiang returned the gesture and said, Master Xu, you are too kind. We owe a debt to the ancient Pill Tower, so there's no trouble at all. Exactly, another male cultivator chimed in. Besides, they're just a bunch of madmen. We can crush them with a flick of our wrists. Xuan had no doubt about this statement. After all, with Divine Passage Realm cultivators and above not intervening, these 3 were indeed formidable forces. Especially Elder Jiang, whose cultivation was in the late stages of the Fate Transformation Realm and just a step away from the Divine Passage Realm. After this matter is settled, the ancient Pill Tower will have a generous reward, Xuan added. Please, you're too courteous, Elder Jiang replied, his old face breaking into a smile. Although he verbally demurred, the mention of a generous reward had clearly excited him and the other 2. After all, wasn't the promise of the ancient Pill Tower's reward the reason for their long journey? After composing himself, Xuan asked, do the 3 of you have a plan for this investigation? No need for a plan. Just wipe out those madmen, the male cultivator replied instantly. Madmen may be unpredictable, but they can't make waves against absolute power, the female cultivator agreed with a nod. Ah, we mustn't be careless, Elder Jiang cautioned, stroking his beard. Just now, I surveyed the 2 peaks from above, and guess what I discovered? What? Xuan inquired. Spirit boats, Elder Jiang narrowed his eyes. And not just a few, but dozens of them, all high-grade and incredibly fast. Xuan was shocked. While many forces and sects in the central domain possessed spirit boats, very few could deploy dozens at once. Furthermore, I saw many figures skulking about, all dressed in black. These madmen are organized and disciplined, Elder Jiang continued. Xuan was even more astonished. The male and female cultivators who had been boasting earlier now wore serious expressions. They had thought it was just a bunch of madmen causing trouble. But from this situation, it was clear these were not ordinary madmen but an organized and disciplined group. Not only that, but according to the pill refiner masters who narrowly escaped, these madmen like to ambush, deceive, and strike from behind. They have endless tricks up their sleeves, making them impossible to guard against, Elder Jiang added. Hiss. Everyone gasped in unison. Organized and disciplined madmen who knew how to ambush and deceive others. This was beyond belief. I suggest you all wait here while I go up and challenge them to gauge their strength. With my higher cultivation, I can retreat safely even if I encounter danger. Elder Jiang finally revealed his plan. Shu Wen saw no issue with it. The male and female cultivators frowned slightly but still nodded in agreement. This pleased Elder Jiang, who smiled contentedly. Although he had stated the facts, he was not afraid at heart. His plan was simple. The reward would be split 3 ways, which wasn't much. But if he went up alone and wiped out all those madmen, wouldn't most of the reward go to him? Just the thought was a little exciting. Ahem, wait here for me. I'll be right back, he said, and with everyone watching, Elder Jiang soared into the sky. He was incredibly fast, turning into a streak of light and eventually standing above the 2 peaks. You mad demons, who dares to fight me? He bellowed, his voice amplified by his cultivation, creating a hurricane of spiritual energy. Wherever the hurricane passed, dust and smoke rose, and vegetation bowed down, a truly imposing sight. But no one responded to him. Could it be they sensed my high cultivation and got scared? Elder Jiang muttered, frowning. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After concealing his aura, he shouted again, I never bully the weak. If you're scared, then just. Before he could finish, a swoosh sound was heard, and a figure dressed in black, carrying an ancient sword case, appeared from the peak below and stood in front of the elder. Being able to fly indicated that the newcomer was also of the upper 4 realms. This made Elder Jiang's pupils contract. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned. Was it just the upper 4 realms? The cultivator before him was clearly in the late stages of the fate transformation realm, the second realm of the upper 4 realms. At this moment, Elder Jiang felt a bit panicked. He had not expected to find someone of equal cultivation among these madmen. But what of it? He had been immersed in the fate transformation realm for 100 years and feared no equal. Moreover, the cultivator before him had a wild look in his eyes, clearly a mad demon who had lost his wits. Haha, then let's fight, Elder Jiang laughed heartily, full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, the black-clothed cultivator also opened his sword case, ready for fighting for 300 rounds. The battle was about to erupt. Both wielded spiritual weapons and charged at each other, but just as they were about to clash, another black-clothed figure stealthily leapt from the peak. This person's face was obscured by spiritual power, appearing distorted, and judging by the figure, she seemed to be a woman, albeit with an unusually burly build, riding a red-maned lion. Taking advantage of Elder Jiang's focus on the impending battle, she leapt from the lion's back, somersaulted in the air, and kicked Elder Jiang in the back. Pooh! The powerful force made Elder Jiang spit out blood. Before he could react to what had happened, he plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the peak below and creating a deep crater, leaving him half dead. Damn it, a sneak attack, Elder Jiang cursed. Before he could finish, he was dragged out of the crater by several black-clothed figures, who bound his hands and feet and carried him to a nearby spirit boat. This scene left Shu Wen and the others pale with shock. They all marveled in their hearts. These madmen really knew how to ambush people. The coordination of these black-clothed people is like flowing water. Absolutely terrifying, Shu Wen exclaimed in fear. Hearing this, the others nodded incessantly. Not only terrifying but also masters of ambush. One could tell they often engaged in such deeds. And while everyone was in shock, no one noticed dozens of cultivators, all dressed in black, had somehow quietly sneaked up behind them under the enhancement of some kind of breath-concealing technique. Boom, boom, a series of muffled sounds followed. Shu Wen only felt darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness in an instant. And just before he passed out, he seemed to hear someone shouting loudly. Juyin Sect, Invincible. Chapter 312. When Shu Wen came to from his unconscious state, he found himself in a narrow and confined chamber. Looking around, there were more than 10 people in the room, including himself, all of whom were pill refiner masters of the same stripe. Several disciples of the Juyin sect stood guard around the chamber, and at the forefront, there was a middle-aged man with a sword case on his back, as well as an old man holding a bronze-colored spiritual realm. Elders of the ancient pill tower were usually responsible for transactions with other sects. Thus, Shu Wen recognized at a glance that the middle-aged man was the master of the Juyin sect Sword Peak, Jiang Lianyue, and the old man was the old ancestor of the Billowing Clouds sect, Fan Tong. At that moment, Shu Wen understood. No wonder there were fast spiritual boats docked at the peaks. They were used to transport him and the other pill refiner masters to this place. And this place was the Juyin sect. No, the Juyin demonic sect. Zhang Lingfeng. Does the Juyin demonic sect intend to go to war with my ancient pill tower? Xuan shouted loudly. Go to war. The Empress has decreed that on the eve of the grand sect competition, no sect or power may provoke trouble. How could my Juyin demonic sect violate that? Zhang Lingfeng laughed eerily. You were brought here to witness something, he added. What thing? Xuan asked. The truth of this world. Xuan was left speechless while cursing madman, in his heart. There had been rumors that after the Juyin sect became a demonic sect, their actions were strange and their sect members might all be mad. Xuan hadn't believed it. After all, the Juyin old ancestor had once dominated the central domain, and the Juyin sect was a former first-rate sect. Even with the Jiang family and Jiang Chen's bizarre methods, it seemed unlikely they could drive an entire sect mad. But now, the reality was right before his eyes, so Xuan had to believe. He regretted it. Had he known this trip would lead to capture by madmen, he wouldn't have come even if threatened with a knife to his throat. As Xuan despaired, Zhang Lingfeng sat cross-legged, and all the images related to the 9 lives were projected onto a silver screen by the spiritual realm in Fan Tong's hands. Usually, the task of projecting memories to witness the pain of others was personally undertaken by the Juyin old ancestor. But this time, the Juyin sect had captured too many pill refiner masters, hundreds in fact. Even the Juyin old ancestor felt overwhelmed after a while, so he had the various peak masters take over. As the scenes on the silver screen changed, so did Xuan's expression. From initial bewilderment to shock and then to anger. He felt genuine sympathy for the suffering Jiang Chen had endured, but what affected him most deeply was the ending of his own previous 9 lives. In every Life's Alchemy conference, he was repeatedly humiliated by Lin Feng. In every life, he became a laughingstock due to Lin Feng's reputation, leading to his expulsion from the ancient pill tower. Xuan had no grand ambitions, he never involved himself in the power struggles of the ancient pill tower, nor had he done anything particularly bad. Over 9 lifetimes, he had only tried to prevent Xi Ning from developing a fondness for Lin Feng because he sensed Lin Feng's true nature. But even he, a minor character, was branded by fate as a villain and a stepping stone for the Son of Destiny. He ended up with a reputation in ruins. Ah, how unjust the heavens are. After the images of the 9 lives disappeared, Xuan roared in madness, his body trembling with rage. Clearly, he had gone mad. Seeing this, Zhang Lingfeng and Fan Tong exchanged a look, both showing satisfaction. Although they had indiscriminately kidnapped pill refiner masters, not all of them had watched the memories of the 9 lives. According to the instructions of the Juyin old ancestor, those qualified to watch the memories of the 9 lives had to meet several criteria. First, it concerned themselves. This referred to those who, in the cycle of 9 lives, were targeted by fate, humiliated by Lin Feng, or died because of Lin Feng. Second, they must have good intentions. This referred to those who considered themselves righteous and lived a life of integrity. These types of people could feel the injustice of the heavens more deeply, realizing that the righteous path they upheld was nothing but a joke. Thereby, they could feel the pain more acutely, just like the once Juyin old ancestor. Following that, Zhang Lingfeng remembered another instruction from the Juyin old ancestor. Before the start of the alchemy conference, they must capture all the elders of the ancient pill tower except for Yu Shi. If possible, even Xi Ning, the tower master, should not be spared. In every cycle of the 9 lives, the ancient pill tower opposed Jiang Chen and even indirectly contributed to the downfall of the Jiang family. These people must experience pain. Previously, Zhang Lingfeng and the others were somewhat at a loss. After all, the people of the ancient pill tower were usually refining pills behind closed doors and rarely went out, and they couldn't just barge into the ancient pill tower to kidnap people. But now, after glancing at Xuan, who was still howling, Zhang Lingfeng felt confident. Upon learning of this plan, Xuan expressed his strong approval. Such pain indeed needed to be experienced by his fellow sect members. The first person he thought of was his own blood brother, Xu Ping. Xu Ping, like Xuan, was an elder of the ancient pill tower, but unlike Xuan, Xu Ping was known as a Great Elder faction, completely loyal to the Great Elder Yu Shi. Without any hesitation, Xuan immediately took out a blank jade slip and inscribed a message with his divine sense. Mother is critically ill, return immediately. In just a few days, Xu Ping hurriedly left the ancient pill tower but was knocked unconscious and kidnapped just 100 li outside. The reason he was so loyal to Yu Shi was because of his upright nature, always believing in the character of the great elder. But after watching the memories of the 9 lives, Xu Ping realized the truth. Yu Shi. He was nothing but a rat who, under the manipulation of fate, waved the banner of righteousness but acted in a despicable manner. To show his sect members the true face of Yu Shi and to let them know the truth, Xu Ping followed Xu An's example without any hesitation, took out several blank jade slips, and began to fabricate stories. Second Elder, on my way home, I saw your mother kidnapped by a villain. Third Elder, on my way home, I saw your father killed by a demon cult. Fifth Elder, on my way home, I saw your sister enter a brothel. Sixth Elder, on my way home, I saw your son tragically dead in the street. Seventh Elder, on my way home, I saw your wife with that old Wong next door. Eighth Elder. Soon after, a succession of elders from the ancient pill tower left with ashen faces. Everyone was on their way home when they were knocked out one after another and brought to the Juyin sect to witness the 9 cycles of reincarnation. In just over 10 days, all the high-ranking members of the ancient pill tower, except for Shi Ning and Yu Shi, went mad. On this day, the elders of the ancient pill tower and several peak masters from the Juyin sect were chatting merrily, frequently cursing the heavens and all its kin. They were all happy to meet each other and enjoyed their drinks. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xu An suddenly covered his face and wept. Zhang Lingfeng, puzzled, asked, now that we all know the truth and have found our way back, why does brother Xu weep? Wu Wu. Xu An covered his face, and after a long while, he replied, I weep for the tower master. She has no parents, no relatives, no friends. SSHE has been alone and miserable since childhood. I just can't stand it. Hearing this, all the elders of the ancient pill tower cried uncontrollably, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Only Zhang Lingfeng, with a sly smile, raised his glass and said loudly, who says junior sister she has no relatives or friends? Have you not seen Xiao Hongyi, who has been in seclusion since returning to the Juyin sect? Chapter 313. In the Juyin sect, at the 9th peak. Inside the peak master's chamber, Xiao Hongyi pretended to be in seclusion but was actually deep in thought for days. Previously, her attention was all on Jiang Chen, indifferent to others' affairs. But now, with Jiang Chen gone, she realized something was amiss. Something was very wrong. Whether it was the disciples of the 9th peak or the entire Juyin demonic sect, something was off. Originally, Xiao Hongyi couldn't care less about the sect, as in this life, her heart was set on Jiang Chen. But she discovered all of this seemed to be related to Jiang Chen. First, as early as in Cold Realm City, she noticed that wherever Jiang Chen went, there were madmen. Secondly, since Jiang Chen went to the ancient pill tower to attend the alchemy conference, the peak masters and disciples of the Juyin demonic sect often went out together, and each time they returned, they brought back many pill refiner masters. Although Zhang Lingfeng and others were very careful, they were still noticed by Xiao Hongyi. After all, Xiao Hongyi was now at the divine passage realm, and if she paid attention, nothing in the entire sect could escape her eyes. She had secretly investigated, and she found that those pill refiner masters who were brought in were sent into a chamber transformed from the sect's prison. They all entered in good condition, but when they came out, they were all mad. If you say there's no problem here, no one would believe it. Xiao Hongyi thought to herself that in this Juyin sect, first Jiang Lianyue went mad, followed by Lin Mubai, Qingning, Mu Kui, and others. In the end, the whole sect went mad. Even the Juyin old ancestor was extremely abnormal. She hadn't really paid attention before, but after realizing it might be related to Jiang Chen, she went to the Juyin old ancestor a few days ago to inquire and understand what was going on. Recalling the demeanor, tone, and expression of the Juyin old ancestor at that time. Old ancestor, there's a problem. Xiao Hongyi was certain that there was something off. However, she couldn't specify the problem at the moment. It was just a feeling. When the Juyin old ancestor spoke to her, his eyes were evasive, his words were inconsistent, and he even changed the subject. It was like the guilt of doing something wrong. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Xiao Hongyi's mind. Ah! With a deep sigh, a ghostly figure floated in. It was the Juyin old ancestor. Hongyi, I need you to draft a sound transmission jade slip to lure Shi Ning out of the ancient pill tower, the Juyin old ancestor said directly. Faking a sound transmission jade slip was a good method, but it was easily detectable. If it aroused Xi Ning's vigilance, it would be difficult to deceive her again. In fact, the Juyan old ancestor knew that many things couldn't be hidden. With more and more madmen, he believed not only Xiao Hongyi but also Jiang Lianyue and others would soon notice something fishy. Therefore, this was laying the cards on the table. Ah! Seeing Xiao Hongyi's confusion, the Juyan old ancestor said earnestly after another long sigh, "At this point, I won't hide it from you anymore." After saying this, he told her everything. Xiao Hongyi was shocked. She had never imagined that not only disciples like Jiang Lianyue but even the old ancestor had watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation several times. And what was even more unexpected was the old ancestor had used the memory-reflecting mirror to force more cultivators to watch, driving countless people mad. Old ancestor, you. After the shock, Xiao Hongyi took a deep breath and said seriously, "Next time you do something like this, please make sure to include me." Of course, the Juyan old ancestor said with a smile while stroking his beard. Xiao Hongyi's reaction was within his expectations. After all, this matter was beneficial to Jiang Chen. If there was any downside, it was that the exposure of the 9 lifetimes of memories would be a bit too embarrassing. He hadn't mentioned it before simply because there was no need. Now that she understood everything, Xiao Hongyi took out a jade slip, inscribed a message, and had the elders of the ancient Pill Tower deliver it to Xi Ning. In the ancient Pill Tower, at the Tower Master's Hall. In the vast hall, only Xi Ning and Yu Shi were present, staring at each other. They were both confused and angry. They were confused because how could it be that all the elders of the ancient Pill Tower had suddenly disappeared? How could the alchemy conference proceed like this? And they were angry because the ancient Pill Scroll, which recorded the millennium heritage of the ancient Pill Tower, including many high-level pill formulas, alchemy techniques, and experiences, had been stolen. It should be noted that the reward for winning the alchemy conference was the chance to read the ancient Pill Scroll. Jiang Chen. It must be Jiang Chen. Yu Shi was furious. Ever since Jiang Chen came to the ancient Pill Tower, first the elders disappeared one by one, and then the Pill Scroll was stolen. All of this must be related to him. Nonsense, Xi Ning frowned and retorted. I've been using my divine sense to monitor Jiang Chen's whereabouts recently, and he's hardly ever gone out. Moreover, the ancient Pill Scroll was under your care, great elder. How will you take responsibility? She asked again. Yu Shi was at a loss for words. This matter was indeed strange. The location of the ancient Pill Scroll was not only protected by several high-level formations but was also locked in a treasure chest made of ancient wood that even Nirvana realm cultivators could not immediately destroy. Yet, despite all this, it was still stolen. There were no signs of damage to either the formations or the treasure chest. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. The good news was although the ancient Pill Scroll was stolen, with some time, Yu Shi could rewrite it from memory. But the bad news was if such a treasure fell into the hands of other sects or powers, it would undoubtedly mean they had acquired the millennium heritage of the ancient Pill Tower. Damn it, Yu Shi clenched his teeth in hatred. Let's cancel the alchemy conference, Xi Ning said while massaging her forehead with a slightly weary tone. Cancel? How can we do that? Yu Shi exclaimed, jumping up in shock. This is the grand event hosted by the ancient Pill Tower, the stage for his disciple Lin Feng to rise. How could it be cancelled? The alchemy conference start date has already passed. If we don't cancel, people from the Imperial Pavilion will be coming. Xi Ning added while putting on a serious expression. Yu Shi was once again speechless. If people from the Imperial Pavilion came and found out that no one was at the alchemy conference, it would be the ancient Pill Tower's reputation at stake. Give me a few more days, I will send people to investigate thoroughly, Yu Shi said through gritted teeth. Do whatever you want. Xi Ning waved her hand, not wanting to argue. Just as both were about to stand up and leave, a disciple of the ancient Pill Tower suddenly arrived, excitedly saying, Tower Master, Great Elder. They've come, all of them have come. What has come? Be more specific, Yu Shi demanded. The Pill Refiner Masters have come. The arriving disciple reorganized his words and replied, We were ordered to patrol outside and discovered hundreds of li away, a total of 100 Pill Refiner Masters coming together. Really? Yu Shi leapt up excitedly. Although previous alchemy conferences had thousands of Pill Refiner Masters participating, even 100 of them are enough for the current situation. As long as the alchemy conference wasn't cancelled, that's all that mattered. Not only that, but just now a disciple from the border reported that many missing elders have also returned. They have reached the borders of the ancient Pill Tower, the arriving disciple added. Ha ha. Hearing this, Yushi burst into laughter. They've returned, all of them have returned. After the laughter, he instructed the arriving disciple, announced to the entire central domain. The alchemy conference will officially begin in 3 days. Invite the Imperial Pavilion and all sects to observe. Chapter 314. After setting the date for the alchemy conference, a few hours later, Xining and Yushi went together to the sect to welcome the group of pill refiner masters and elders. Normally, such a task would not require their personal attention, but this alchemy conference had gone through several twists and turns, and they did not want any more surprises. When they arrived, they found a familiar man in black, surrounded by 2 men, a woman, and a tiger, looking into the distance with his back to them. It was Jiang Chen and his group. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Yushi immediately scolded. Guess. Jiang Chen turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Yushi in this life, but he was already struggling to contain the murderous intent in his heart. If it weren't for the need to participate in the alchemy conference and the presence of Xining, he would have taken action right then. Just like Jiang Chen, Qingning and Mu Kui were also struggling to suppress their murderous intent. Elder Yu, Qingning senses that you have a bloody disaster coming, Qingning said with a smile while glancing at Xining. Sooner or later, I'll punch you to pieces, Mu Kui said bluntly. Hearing their words, Yushi was so angry that his beard bristled. Great Elder, why bother with them? Xining mediated while speaking in a low voice. These 2 are already mad, just spouting nonsense. Yushi thought it made sense. Although his cultivation was not high, he was a 7th grade pill refiner and the actual power holder of the ancient pill tower. It was indeed beneath him to argue with 2 madmen here. Moreover, the pill refiner masters were about to arrive, and it was indeed not appropriate to cause more trouble at this time. HMPH. With that thought, Yushi snorted coldly. At the same time, 100 pill refiner masters began to arrive. The pill refiner master walking at the front had a handsome appearance and an imposing manner. Although young, he was a 6th grade pill refiner with a heavenly origin realm cultivation. This person is named Dong Yao, a disciple of the second-rate sect Lianyue Mountain. His achievements are partly thanks to my guidance a few years ago and the 6th grade spiritual fire I gave him, Yushi said with a smile while stroking his beard. The ancient pill tower had an extraordinary status, and many sects were willing to be affiliated with it, including Lianyue Mountain. The ancient pill tower was never stingy with its subordinate forces, often providing guidance and support. Years ago, when Dong Yao visited the ancient pill tower with his sect, he was personally received by Yushi. It was then that Yushi gave Dong Yao some advice on the way of the pill and even gifted him a 6th grade spiritual fire upon departure. Seeing Dong Yao now, Yushi was filled with emotion. Dong Yao was upright by nature and had excellent talent in the way of the pill, which had once made Yushi consider taking him as a disciple. But Yushi also knew that Dong Yao was the only talented disciple of Lianyue Mountain, and they would never let him go. Moreover, given Dong Yao's character, he would not abandon his sect. Helpless, Yushi could only form a good relationship through guidance and gifts. The reason he was telling Xining this was to convey a simple message. Basically, it was, see, not only is this ancient pill tower mine, but even the forces affiliated with the ancient pill tower are all my people. Realizing this implication, Xining, who had no interest in power struggles, could only shake her head helplessly. While they were talking, Dong Yao and the other pill refiner masters arrived. Nephew. Yushi greeted him with a beaming smile, saying warmly, it's been years since we last met, and not only has your way of the pill improved, but your cultivation has also increased a lot. He expected that after hearing his words, Dong Yao would show a grateful and tearful expression, saying something like it's all thanks to the great elder's cultivation. But unexpectedly, upon seeing Yushi, Dong Yao, who had been smiling faintly, suddenly retracted his smile, and then, Tui, he spat on the ground. Yushi was dumbfounded. Xining and Jiang Chen were also dumbfounded. Xining was dumbfounded because what happened to they are all my people. Why was he spat upon meeting? And Jiang Chen was dumbfounded because something was off. The plot was off again. He, who had read the original work and lived through 9 lives, knew very well that in Dong Yao's eyes, Yushi was like his second parent. Taking a closer look at the weird Dong Yao, Jiang Chen became even more suspicious. Dong Yao's face was impassive, and he didn't seem mad either. What he didn't know was the pill refiner masters who came to participate in the alchemy conference this time were the elite madmen personally selected by Juyin old ancestor from thousands of people. These people could control their emotions well, and as long as they were not stimulated and not probed by others with divine consciousness, no one would notice that they had gone mad. And while everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Tui. As the pill refiner masters arrived one after another, each one spat on the ground as they passed by Yushi. After over 100 spits, there was already a pool of saliva at Yushi's feet. And who knows which reckless person took advantage of Yushi's daze and spat a thick glob of phlegm directly onto his face. How dare you! After coming back to his senses, Yushi was furious. He had lived for most of his life and had never been publicly humiliated like this before. You should know among these hundreds of pill refiner masters, quite a few had received his guidance and accepted his gifts. Seeing him about to explode in anger, Shi Ning pinched her nose and transmitted a message to persuade him, "Great Elder, please calm down. If you impose a punishment now, then no one will attend the alchemy conference." Yushi thought about it and agreed. The entire central domain had already been notified, and all the sects in the Imperial Pavilion would be coming. At this critical juncture, indeed, he couldn't punish anyone severely. Still, he couldn't hold back his anger. A surge of fury rushed to his head, and he turned to berate Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen. You are being too presumptuous." Jiang Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He had come here after hearing that many pill refiner masters were gathering, hoping to earn some system rewards. Unexpectedly, he was being treated like a pushover by Yushi. This was intolerable. With a thought, the flame blood dragon sword appeared in his hand, and a strong intent to kill emerged in his eyes. Seeing this, Qingning and the others also gathered around, ready for battle at any moment. "What? This is the ancient pill tower. Do you really want to run wild here?" Yushi was shocked and immediately threatened, "Jiang Chen. Although I am not as skilled as you, if I call upon the grand formation of the ancient pill tower, I can obliterate you in an instant." While he was speaking, he let out a scream. Just now, he had felt a hard object strike the back of his head. If not for the spiritual energy protecting his body, he might have been knocked unconscious. Looking down at the ground, the object that had hit him was actually a pill cauldron. After turning around abruptly, Yushi looked at the group of pill refiner masters behind him and shouted, "How dare you? Who threw this?" The pill refiner masters collectively looked up at the sky while whistling nonchalantly and ignored him. Yushi almost ground his teeth in frustration. He wanted to explode in anger, but it was not appropriate to severely punish everyone at this moment, so he had to accept his bad luck. HMPH. With a cold snort, Yushi turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. But the moment he left, whether it was Shi Ning, Jiang Chen, or the others, they all widened their eyes. Because they saw in the instant Yushi turned around, the hundreds of pill refiner masters all lifted their pill cauldrons. The next second, bang, ah, bang, ah. Although Yushi had spiritual energy to protect him, he was caught off guard and overwhelmed by the sheer number. He was pummeled into screaming and scurrying away with his hand in his head. Chapter 316. After leaving the ancient pill tower, Shi Ning pushed her cultivation to the limit. With the help of numerous spirit-replenishing medicinal pills, she crossed tens of thousands of li in just 2 days. She was so anxious as she arrived at Juyin demonic sect. As Xu Ping said, Shi Ning had been alone since childhood, with only Xiao Hongyi like a sister to her. After Shi Ning became the tower master of the ancient pill tower, the two had to sever contact to avoid suspicion. When Shi Ning learned that Xiao Hongyi had gone mad, she was worried, but overall, she remained calm. Because madness among cultivators was common, and most mad cultivators could be cured with some heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and medicinal pills. But how could Xiao Hongyi's life be in danger all of a sudden? Shi Ning didn't understand, and because she didn't, she was even more panicked. Huff. She exhaled a breath and took several more medicinal pills before continuing forward, arriving at the gates of Juyin sect. It was already night, but many people had gathered at the sect. Apart from sect master Jiyu Changqing, there were also sword peaks Zhang Lingfeng and other peak masters and elders. Junior sister, she has returned. Jiyu Changqing greeted her with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. Zhang Lingfeng and the other peak masters and elders also came forward, forming a circle around Xi Ning. Sect Master, Senior Brothers. Xi Ning was deeply moved, tears reappearing in her eyes. In fact, she had always felt guilty towards Juyin sect, as she had abandoned the sect for the way of the pill and become the Tower Master of the ancient pill tower. For this reason, she didn't even dare to come back for a look after becoming the Tower Master. But now, she realized that her senior brothers had never held it against her. In the eyes of Jiyu Changqing and the others, she was always the junior sister from Elixir Peak. Senior brothers, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Xi Ning covered her face and wept, her delicate body trembling. What are you talking about? Jiyu Changqing frowned and said, Junior sister, no matter where you are always one of us from Juyin sect. After speaking, he gave Zhang Lingfeng a meaningful look and whispered, be careful, we've finally lured junior sister out, we can't let her notice anything and run away. Sect Master, rest assured, junior sister is completely surrounded by us. Well, I understand, it's better to deceive than to force, Zhang Lingfeng whispered back. At the same time, Beast-Taming Peak's Peak Master Jin Ru stepped forward and embraced Xi Ning, gently comforting her. Everyone was so happy to hear that junior sister was coming back. We've been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Xi Ning was even more touched and began to sob uncontrollably. But as she cried, she noticed something was off. Why was Jin Ru's embrace getting tighter and tighter, as if she was afraid Xi Ning would run away? Could it be that senior sister Jin misses me so much? It seems I misunderstood her before, thinking she was just an old maid who couldn't get married, Xi Ning thought to herself. Soon, Xi Ning entered the Juyin sect under the escort of Jiyu Changqing and others in Jin Ru's tight embrace. And the moment Xi Ning entered, the Juyin sect's great formation suddenly activated. Seeing Xi Ning's confused face, Jiyu Changqing explained, in these troubled times. Oh, Xi Ning nodded, feeling that it made sense. Since Juyin sect had been fighting with Buddha Temple and Billowing Clouds sect under some nonsensical pretenses, they had indeed earned a bad reputation and should be cautious. But there was one thing Xi Ning didn't quite understand. The rumors outside claimed that everyone in Juyin sect had gone mad, but looking at Jiyu Changqing and the others, she saw no signs of abnormality. Could it really be just rumors? Xi Ning felt that this matter deserved some thought. But with Xiao Hongyi's life in danger, even she, who loved to speculate, stopped her train of thought for now. Soon, everyone reached the summit of Ninth Peak. Before them was the Grand Hall of Ninth Peak, where Xiao Hongyi resided. The lights inside were dim, and a group of Ninth Peak disciples were gathered outside, kneeling and crying. Upon seeing Xi Ning, Ninth Peak's great elder Lu Yong came forward and said, Elixir Peak Master, please enter quickly, our Peak Master Xi. As he spoke, Lu Yong began to cry. The title, Elixir Peak Master, warmed Xi Ning's heart, and she thought to herself that the people of Juyin sect really hadn't forgotten her. Upon hearing Lu Yang's subsequent words, boom, Xi Ning felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Could it be that I'm too late? Her figure wavered, nearly collapsing. Not at all, not at all. Lu Yong quickly changed his tune, our Peak Master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Xi Ning breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away her tears, saying, really? My sister and I truly share a deep bond, that's why she is still holding on. As her words fell, she took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she pushed open the doors to the Ninth Peak's hall and walked towards the upper level where the Peak Master's chambers were located. But the moment she stepped into the Great Hall, the heavy doors of the hall closed with a muted sound. Creak. At the same time, she thought she heard the laughter of Jiyu Changqing and others outside, along with, quick, close the door, don't let her escape. Xi Ning was full of question marks. There was no need to close the door. At this moment, with Xiao Hongyi's life hanging by a thread, how could she possibly ignore the bond between sisters and just leave? She continued to move forward while shaking her head. As she walked, suddenly her body stiffened. She suddenly remembered a very crucial question. According to the imperial decree, cultivators above the divine passage realm were not allowed to emerge into the world. Xi Ning had long heard that Xiao Hongyi's cultivation had broken through to the divine passage realm. So the question is, if Xiao Hongyi couldn't leave the sect, then how did her communication jade slip end up in the hands of an elder of the ancient Pill Tower, and why was it passed on by an elder of the ancient Pill Tower? This didn't make sense. Unless there was an explanation, it would mean that during the disappearance of the ancient Pill Tower elders, they had visited the Juyan sect. Visiting the Juyan sect wasn't a big deal, but the real issue was that after the ancient Pill Tower elders returned, they all went mad. Thinking of this, Xi Ning's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. But the next second, she shook her head again. I'm really overthinking it. How could my sister harm me? I really need to change this habit of wild speculation. With that, she took a deep breath and continued towards the Peak Master's chambers. Upon arriving, she pushed the door open and entered. The chamber was as before, filled with a fragrant smell. Xi Ning had spent many nights here with Xiao Hongyi when she was still the Peak Master of Elixir Peak, and it felt like a lifetime ago. But soon, her eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the chamber, she saw two people. One was an old man, his figure ethereal, with white eyebrows and hair, sitting cross-legged in the air, stroking his beard. The other was a woman in red, her appearance unchanged. She stood in the center of the chamber, holding a bronze-colored mirror. Naturally, the former was the Juyan old ancestor, and the latter was Xiao Hongyi. Xi Ning was surprised but not too shocked by the appearance of the Juyan old ancestor. But Xiao Hongyi's complexion was changing, her expression excited, and her eyes filled with malice. Not at all the look of someone on the brink of death. At this moment, Xi Ning finally realized she had been deceived. She instinctively wanted to retreat. But the Juyan old ancestor beckoned with a smile. Xi Ning, come here. Hearing this, Xi Ning's body uncontrollably moved forward, eventually coming before Xiao Hongyi. Sister Xi Ning began to speak. Shush. Xiao Hongyi raised her hand to interrupt, caressing Xi Ning's cheek. Little sister, I'm doing this for your own good. I have mastered this memory-reflecting mirror, and you will soon be able to see the truth of this world. Chapter 318. Not bothering with the sect master of Myriad Dao, the people from the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion took their seats after exchanging a few words with Yu Shi. Afterward, many more sects arrived, but they were all second and third-rate sects. The Buddha Temple, due to the annihilation of their geniuses in the mysterious Ice Realm, had no interest in participating in the alchemy conference. As for the Juyan demonic sect, Yu Shi simply did not invite them. The reason was simple. Nowadays, who doesn't know that the Juyan demonic sect is full of madmen? Yu Shi certainly did not want this group of lunatics to come and cause trouble at the alchemy conference. Furthermore, after this alchemy conference, Yu Shi had already planned to take action against Jiang Chen, so naturally, he wouldn't invite his sect over. The people from the Imperial Pavilion have arrived. A disciple from the ancient Pill Tower suddenly shouted. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the distance. In the far sky, a golden path appeared. On the path, a golden chariot pulled by several flood dragons creaked as it moved, spreading golden light like clouds and mist all around. Seeing this, many guests showed faces full of reverence. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head and sneered, thinking to himself, whether it's the upper domain Imperial Dynasty or this central domain Imperial Pavilion, they all like to make such flashy entrances to show off their power. Soon, the golden chariot stopped above the ancient Pill Tower. A middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe embroidered with various rare and auspicious beasts stepped out from the chariot and stood in the air. The man was tall and burly, with a broad forehead and sharp eyes that looked upwards, exuding arrogance. After stroking his black beard, the middle-aged man looked down and swept his gaze over the crowd. Upon his gaze, Yu Shi, the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower, and the sects that had arrived all hurriedly stood up and greeted in unison, "We pay our respects to the elder." The middle-aged man, surnamed Jiang, was one of the three great elders of the Imperial Pavilion. Although his cultivation was only at the later stage of the Fate Transformation realm, he was an 8th-grade pill refiner. Elder Jiang nodded his head but then frowned. He noticed that there were quite a few pill refiner masters and cultivators who not only did not pay their respects but also gave him cold looks. Among them, Jiang Chen's was the most intense. His gaze was not only cold but also filled with strong killing intent. Elder Jiang narrowed his eyes but did not pursue the matter. He wasn't being magnanimous. He knew that now was not the time. Before the Imperial Dynasty took action against the Jiang family, even he had to show a certain level of respect to the Jiang family, a colossal entity. Descending from the sky, Elder Jiang took his seat on high. Glancing at the empty seat beside him, he frowned and asked, "For such a grand event, why is the Tower Master of the ancient Pill Tower not present?" Replying to the elder, Yushi had anticipated this question and quickly responded. A few days ago, the Tower Master made a mistake while refining pills and accidentally allowed the pill fire to enter her heart, so she had to close her doors and recuperate. I am in charge of this alchemy conference. Pill fire entering the heart, Elder Jiang frowned. The Tower Master is a 7th grade pill refiner after all, how could such a low-level mistake occur? Isn't there a rumor that Xi Ning has excellent talent in both pills and martial arts? Please forgive us, Elder. The Tower Master is young and lacks experience. Relying on her talent, it's within reason that she might be a bit careless, Yushi added. Elder Jiang did not reply, just shook his head. Yushi smirked cunningly. He wasn't trying to make excuses for Xi Ning out of kindness, but rather he wanted to use this opportunity to make the Imperial Pavilion disappointed in Xi Ning. Although pill refiner masters hold extraordinary status, this world ultimately respects strength. And although the ancient pill tower has a deep foundation, the highest cultivator is Xi Ning, the Tower Master at the Fate Transformation realm. If it weren't for the support of the Imperial Pavilion and its profound foundation, it would have fallen out of the ranks of first-rate sects long ago. Now, with the Imperial Pavilion disappointed in Xi Ning, when the time comes, Yushi could naturally take over the position of Tower Master with the support of the Imperial Pavilion. In fact, Yushi wasn't drooling over the position of Tower Master. He simply didn't believe Xi Ning could lead the ancient pill tower. Rather than letting the ancient pill tower be destroyed in Xi Ning's hands, it would be better for him to take charge. This was also for the sake of the central domain's righteous path and the future of the ancient pill tower. At least, that's what Yushi believed. The time is almost upon us, let's begin, Elder Jiang said, waving his sleeve after taking his seat. Yushi nodded and was about to explain the rules of this alchemy conference before officially starting the meeting. But just as he was about to speak, a loud voice came from the horizon. Sect Master Ji Changqing of the Juyin demonic sect, along with 6 peak masters, 100 elders, and 500 disciples, has come to observe the event. Shortly after the voice fell, hundreds of spirit boats appeared densely in the sky, with the words, Juyin, on the sides of the boats, extremely eye-catching. The Juyin demonic sect, a sect master from a second-rate sect exclaimed in shock, why invite these lunatics? As these words came out, the other guests also began discussing. Hundreds of spirit boats, hundreds of disciples, and 100 elders. Who needs such a grand display just to watch? I heard that the Juyin sect has 9 peaks, with the first peak being where the sect master resides, the elixir peak currently without a master, and the 9th peak master's realm has reached the divine passage realm and cannot leave. Does this mean all the peak masters of the Juyin demonic sect have come out? This isn't just watching the battle. They're probably here to cause trouble. These lunatics are terrifying. Despite the Empress's decree, they still dare to do something like this. Today's ancient pill tower, won't it follow in the footsteps of the Billowing Clouds sect? Very likely. The Juyin demonic sect lives up to its reputation. A demonic sect? More like a mad sect, right? Hearing these discussions, Yushi and the disciples of the ancient pill tower all had grim expressions. They really hadn't expected that the Juyin sect, which hadn't received an invitation, would dare to make trouble at such an event right in front of an elder of the Imperial Pavilion. They've truly gone mad. Quick, activate the sect's grand formation, Yushi shouted urgently. Shortly after his voice fell, several divine lights emerged from the surrounding towers of the ancient pill tower, spreading around and eventually converging at the top, enveloping the entire ancient pill tower. Seeing the hundreds of spirit boats stopped outside the formation, Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Elder Jiang, who was squinting his eyes and remaining silent, and his heart skipped a beat. If the Juyin sect were to disrupt such a grand event, the ancient pill tower would lose all face. He must find a way. In his anxiety, Yushi saw Jiang Chen and others like Qingning. His eyes lit up immediately. Weren't there plenty of excellent hostages right there? Not to mention Jiang Chen, Qingning and Mu Kui were also prodigies of the Juyin sect. They surely enough to make the Juyin sect hesitate. Elder Jiang, Jiang Chen and the others must be the demonic sect's insiders. The Juyin sect is ignoring the Empress's decree and wants to start a sect war against my ancient pill tower. They must be severely punished, Yushi bowed to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang remained silent but nodded slightly. His gesture represented the stance of the Imperial Pavilion. Yushi instantly felt emboldened and ordered the disciples of the ancient pill tower to capture Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen could only sigh helplessly in response. He hadn't expected his own sect to be so bold as to cause trouble at such a critical moment. But he was not one to be captured without a fight, and immediately summoned his blood sword, ready to fight fiercely. Qingning and the others also had faces full of killing intent, not afraid in the slightest. Just as both sides were about to take action. Let's see who dares. Several elders from the ancient Pill Tower jumped out to stop them. This startled the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward. Yu Shi's face instantly sank like still water. Just as he was about to use his authority to continue urging the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower to take action, suddenly, a beautiful woman floated out from among the 100 spirit boats in the sky. Standing in the void, the woman held the ancient Pill Tower token in her hand and coldly questioned, "Elder Yu, have you become deaf in your old age? Did you not hear that the Juyan sect is here to watch the alchemy conference?" Chapter 319. The speaker was Shi Ning. The former Shi Ning, though haughty and prone to wild imaginings, was still relatively approachable. But now, not only were her words sharp, but her pretty face also bore traces of tears, and her expression was extremely cold. Anyone with clear sight could tell that she was not right. Even now, the images of the 9 cycles of reincarnation keep surfacing in her mind. At the strong insistence of Xiao Hongyi, the billowing cloud's old ancestor Fan Tong released the blood bond with the memory-reflecting mirror, handing over complete control of the treasure to Xiao Hongyi. Perhaps it was because Xiao Hongyi was somewhat unfamiliar with operating the mirror for the first time, or maybe he wanted Shi Ning, this sister, to better understand the suffering of Jiang Chen through 9 lives. Xiao Hongyi set the fast-forward speed of the memory-reflecting mirror to the limit, making Shi Ning watch it more than 10 times in just over a day. During the viewing process, Shi Ning's tears kept bursting forth. She cried for Jiang Chen and also for herself. She had never imagined that Jiang Chen, who seemed to have an infamous reputation, could have such an upright and kind-hearted side. Even less expected was that she, in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, had developed quite a fondness for the beast Lin Feng. She regretted it, regretted agreeing to Lin Feng becoming a disciple of the ancient Pill Tower in this life, and even more regretted that her random appearance last time had saved this son of destiny from being buried alive. At this moment, just hearing the name Lin Feng, made Shi Ning feel nauseated. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Lin Feng couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman, and in the end, he killed righteous women to ascend. And in this life this son of destiny was even more disgusting, developing thoughts about men. Not only towards his own master, but he also didn't want to let Jiang Chen go. Undoubtedly, even as a madwoman, Shi Ning still enjoyed indulging in her wild speculations and firmly believed in them. Once, for the sake of the reputation of the ancient Pill Tower, she chose to pretend not to know these things. But now, after learning the truth of this world, how could she continue to help Lin Feng conceal it? As for the reputation of the ancient Pill Tower, Shi Ning wondered what did that have to do with her. If in this life, the ancient Pill Tower still became a puppet of the heavens like in the previous 9 lives, championing the righteous, cause without discerning good from evil, then it might as well be destroyed. With this thought, she first used the token in her hand to dismantle the ancient Pill Tower's grand formation, then Shi Ning used her cultivation to shout loudly, "Lin Feng. This son of destiny has an inclination for the same sex. He has an unusual relationship with his master, the great elder of the ancient Pill Tower, Yu Shi." Her voice, mixed with spiritual energy, slowly spread out. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower all opened their mouths into an O shape. They couldn't believe it. After all, that was the son of destiny, and Yu Shi, as the great elder of the ancient Pill Tower, had always been highly esteemed. In their confusion, the disciples looked towards Yu Shi and the other elders of the ancient Pill Tower. At this moment, Yu Shi was completely dumbfounded. First, Shi Ning's appearance and her abnormal behavior baffled him. Secondly, there was nothing improper between him and Lin Feng. Yu Shi could never have dreamed that he would be slandered like this in his old age, putting his late life reputation at risk. Nonsense. Yu Shi quickly shouted while pointing at Shi Ning. The Tower Master's breath is unstable, her eyes filled with malice, her emotions erratic, clearly the signs of madness. Do you actually believe the words of a madwoman? The disciples quickly scrutinized and indeed found it to be true. Shi Ning was not normal. Am I mad? Shi Ning sneered, looking down at Yu Shi from her high position and shouted hysterically, "It's not me who's mad, it's you who are a sick freak." Yu Shi's mouth twitched. The disciples, meanwhile, inwardly expressed their pity and collectively took a few steps away from Jiang Chen. This left Jiang Chen speechless. He was innocent. He hadn't expected that Xi Ning, this minor female character, could go mad and bring all the lunatics from the Juyan sect with her. Indeed, she had brought them. Jiang Chen, unaware of Xi Ning's disappearance, simply thought that after going mad, Xi Ning had found her companions, and thus had called all the madmen of the Juyan sect. Aunt Shi, you still couldn't hold on, Jiang Chen expressed deep sorrow and regret. His loud call went unheeded. At this moment, the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower and the arriving guests were still immersed in Xi Ning's madness. And Xi Ning's words were taken as the ravings of a lunatic. I bear witness. The great elder and Lin Feng indeed have an unspeakable secret. Sensing the change in the wind, Elder Xuan stood up to make a statement. Xu Ping also stood up, looking up at the sky with a nostalgic look in his eyes, and began to fabricate wildly. It was a dark and windy night. The great elder summoned me to Lin Feng's room on the pretext of important matters. I thought there was something urgent, but to my surprise, I saw the great elder and Lin Feng. Ah, I can't say it, he turned his head with a flick of his sleeve. Come on, finish what you were saying. What were they doing? Everyone shouted in their minds. Although Xu Ping didn't finish his story, a series of nauseating images had already emerged in the minds of the audience. Nonsense. Nonsense, Yu Shi was almost furious to death. Originally, for the sake of the reputation of the ancient Pill Tower, there were some things he couldn't say. But now, for the sake of his own innocence, Yu Shi had to go all out, shouting, this Xu Ping and Xuan, although they appear unharmed on the surface, are actually mad as well. Not just them, all the elders of the ancient Pill Tower except for me have gone mad. This statement left everyone with a look of doubt. The disciples of the ancient Pill Tower blinked in confusion, unable to understand the true nature of the situation. And just then, the pill refiner Master Dong Yao rose from his meditative state. His expression was normal, his face calm, showing no signs of abnormality. Glancing at Yu Shi, Dong Yao spoke loudly, everyone, look at me. Do I seem like a madman? After taking a look at him, the crowd shook their heads. Many of you know that Yu Shi has been a mentor to me, and he even gifted me a 6th grade spirit fire. Can my words be trusted? Dong Yao asked again. The crowd nodded. Yu Shi's heart skipped a beat, sensing a bad premonition. But before he could stop him, Dong Yao had already begun to speak. It was also a dark and windy night. Taking advantage of the trade between Lingyao Mountain and the ancient Pill Tower, I visited Yu Shi. It was that night when I stumbled upon the scandal between Yu Shi and Lin Feng. At that time, I was just entering core formation, without even a chance to run, and was caught by Yu Shi. And Yu Shi gave me 2 choices, 1, to kill me to silence me. Or 2. Join in. Wua. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar among the crowd. What did you choose? The sect master of Myriad Dao couldn't contain his curiosity and pressed for an answer. Hey! With a pale smile, Dong Yao let tears fall. The fact that I am still alive is the choice I made. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They understood what Dong Yao meant. They felt both anger and pity. Ah, you've suffered after a long while, the sect master of Myriad Dao sighed. The other sect masters and disciples also cast sympathetic looks towards Dong Yao. This is the law of the jungle. In the face of absolute power, the weak must compromise to survive. And at this moment, everyone truly believed the unspeakable secret between Lin Feng and Yu Shi. After all, who would choose to sully themselves like this just to frame someone else? Even a madman wouldn't do such a thing. What they didn't know was that this was the elite madman among the madmen. Their combat strength far exceeded that of an ordinary madman. At the same time, everyone glared angrily at Yu Shi. Yu Shi, unable to defend himself, could only step forward to seek help from Elder Zheng. Elder, this is slander. I believe that Dong Yao might also be mad. You must do something for me. Get away from me. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Zheng shouted sternly. Chapter 320. Yu Shi experienced what it meant to be socially dead. He was surrounded by piercing stares. People from various sects looked at him with disdain, and the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower, especially the male disciples, involuntarily shrank their necks, not daring to meet his gaze. Even Elder Zheng spat in disgust. He felt that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name and had thoughts of dying. He wanted to cover his face and flee, but his strong sense of integrity made him stay. The alchemy conference was a stage prepared for Lin Feng's rise, and he had to stand firm. Moreover, if he fled now, it would only confirm his special inclination. The only thing to do now was Yushi looked coldly towards Jiang Chen. In his view, it must have been Jiang Chen who drove the elders and pill refiner masters mad and sling mud at him. This vengeance must be avenged. Leaving now would only play into Jiang Chen's hands, allowing Jiang Chen to be unimpeded at this alchemy conference. However, if he stayed and continued to preside over the alchemy conference, not only could he take revenge, but he might also find an opportunity to expose Jiang Chen's conspiracy and clear his own name. Huff. With this thought, Yushi took a deep breath and said with determination, "When one wants to punish, any excuse will do. Today, I disdain to argue with all of you. Everything will be settled after the alchemy conference is over." Hearing this, everyone showed disdain. No one expected Yushi to have such thick skin. He still had the face to stay. In contrast, from beginning to end, Jiang Chen was either confused or silent. Having read the original story and experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation, he naturally knew these were all slanders. He also couldn't understand why the elders of the ancient pill tower, even the pill refiner master Dong Yao, were so determined to throw mud at Yushi. But he was happy to see this happen. The reason for his silence was knowing that if he, the villain, got involved, it would make others suspect there was something fishy. Glancing at Dong Yao, who was still sobbing, Jiang Chen frowned deeply. He felt that this person was most likely also mad. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing that hurt the enemy 1,000 and himself 999. But the problem was it didn't show. Regardless, Jiang Chen decided to keep his distance from Dong Yao. This person was definitely a hidden danger. Let's start the conference quickly. I am here to observe, not to listen to these ugly affairs. Elder Jiang, sitting above, suddenly spoke. Glancing at the people from the Juyin sect in the sky, he added, "If the Juyin demonic sect is here to observe, then please take your seats quickly. Otherwise, it would be defying the Empress's decree, and you will be punished with the 5 exterminations." After giving him a faint glance, Jiyu Changqing and the others from the Juyin sect had a hint of hostility in their eyes but did not act rashly. Although they were mad, they were very clear that it was absolutely not beneficial to go against the imperial dynasty at this time. After a light smile, Jiyu Changqing led his disciples out of the spirit boat, floating down to take a seat next to the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. Quote. This left the Grand Master of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion completely confused. Why had these madmen come to sit by him? You should know, although the Juyin sect had brought many people this time, there were plenty of other places to accommodate them. Just as the Grand Master of the 7 luminaries was confused, Jiyu Changqing had already approached him and asked, "Where is the divine great ancient sword of your 7 luminaries' sword pavilion?" The Grand Master of the 7 luminaries stiffened, glancing at Jiang Chen. "Where are the 7 killing swords of your 7 luminaries' sword pavilion?" Jiyu Changqing asked again. The Grand Master of the 7 luminaries became even more stiff. "Right, this is for you." Jiyu Changqing suddenly took out several low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the Grand Master of the 7 luminaries puzzled, he explained, "Jiang Chen is a pillar of our Juyin demonic sect. Last time, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor helped him resist the lightning and transcend the tribulation. This is a little token of our sect's appreciation." The Grand Master of the 7 luminaries was furious upon hearing this. This was outright humiliation. Others might not know, but he was very clear. Even to this day, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor was still brooding over the matter, doubting his life in seclusion. At this moment, the Grand Master of the 7 luminaries also realized that the reason why Jiyu Changqing and the others from the Juyin sect came to sit next to him was clearly to humiliate him. The 7 luminaries cannot be insulted. The Grand Master of the 7 luminaries drew his sword from its scabbard, and the sound of the sword echoed around. Seeing this, Jiyu Changqing hurriedly complained to Elder Jiang on the high platform. "Elder, the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion wants to provoke trouble. They should be punished with the 5 exterminations." Elder Jiang was speechless. The Grand Master of the 7 luminaries was almost angered to death. Who was really provoking trouble? Didn't they have any sense in their Tao heart? The 7 luminaries' sword pavilion should move to another seat. After a while, Elder Jiang instructed. "Why should my sword pavilion move?" The Grand Master of the 7 luminaries objected. In his view, if anyone should change seats, it should be the people from the Juyin sect. What he didn't know was Elder Jiang did want the Juyin sect to move, but he didn't believe that these madmen would listen to him. In the end, the Grand Master of the Seven Luminaries led the disciples of the Sword Pavilion away, grinding his teeth in anger. It wasn't that he was admitting defeat. The Juyin sect had more people and more power, and a fight wouldn't end well. After the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion left, the Juyin sect did not continue to trouble other sects. Jiu Changqing took out a huge spirit drum from his spirit ring and started to beat it with rolled-up sleeves. Boom, boom, boom. The drum sound was deafening, echoing all around. It made cultivators with lower cultivation dizzy, and even those with higher cultivation found it extremely noisy. Just as Elder Jiang was about to speak out to stop it, the drumming paused. Led by the Juyin Peak Masters, the people of the Juyin sect stood up at the same time, took out their spirit weapons, and while rhythmically striking them, they puffed out their chests and shouted loudly. Juyin sect, invincible. Jiang Chen of the Juyin sect is invincible. Oh! The shouts were deep and resonant, echoing far and wide. At the same time, hundreds of spirit boats belonging to the Juyin sect fired their spiritual cannons into the sky, creating a thunderous noise. Noisy. Elder Jiang could not stand it any longer and scolded loudly, "Are you all here to start a war or to attend a conference?" "Please forgive us, Elder," Jiu Changqing said with a slight bow of his hands. "The winner of this alchemy conference will undoubtedly be our sect's prodigy, Jiang Chen. We are merely celebrating in advance." Elder Jiang was speechless. So were the other sects. They all grumbled inwardly, thinking that a madman is indeed a madman. The alchemy conference hadn't even started, and they were already celebrating. Those unaware would think that the conference was rigged, and Jiang Chen had been predetermined as the champion. HMPH. Elder Jiang didn't want to engage with the madmen any longer and, with a cold snort, ignored them. Seeing that the people from the Juyin sect had quieted down, Yushi was about to loudly announce, "The alchemy conference is officially beg." "Shut up. Get lost." Shi Ning suddenly appeared and kicked him in the back. Stumbling, Yushi fell face first to the ground. After standing up, Yushi wanted to explode with anger. However, considering he was only the Great Elder and Shi Ning was the Tower Master of the ancient Pill Tower, he had to swallow his pride and leave dejectedly, handing over the authority to announce the opening of the conference to Shi Ning. Yushi had thought that although Shi Ning was mad, he would still have some sense, especially with an Imperial Pavilion elder present, and would not dare to act recklessly. But who could have expected that in front of everyone's eyes Shi Ning stood in the air and directly declared, "The alchemy conference is over, and the winner of this pill conference is the Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother from the Juyin sect, Jiang Chen." Upon hearing this, the entire place was filled with question marks. "Oh!" The people of the Juyin sect shouted in unison again. Sect Master Jiu Changqing, with a satisfied expression, bowed to the crowd and said, "Ha ha. Thank you all for your generosity. In front of our Juyin sect's prodigy, Jiang Chen, you are indeed no match no matter how hard you try." Everyone was even more confused. What's going on? The pill conference hadn't even started, and it was already over. Chapter 321. Ridiculous. Elder Jiang suddenly stood up and angrily scolded. It should be noted that although the alchemy conference is organized by the ancient Pill Tower, the authority to announce the winner belongs to the Imperial Pavilion. He could ignore the madman, but this act was a blatant disregard for him. Ancient Pill Tower Master Shi Ning is mad, and the hosting rights for this alchemy conference are handed over to Great Elder Yu Shi. If people from the Juyin sect continue to cause a disturbance, they will be expelled from the conference. If they resist, they will be punished with the 5 exterminations as per the Empress's decree, Elder Jiang directly commanded. His words received unanimous approval from the sects present and the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower. In their view, although Yu Shi had peculiar habits and was shameless, under the current madness of Shi Ning, he was indeed the only candidate to host the conference. Understood. Yu Shi was overjoyed and stepped forward to bow. Shi Ning, unconvinced, stepped forward to question, "May I ask, Elder, what is wrong with what I just said?" Jiang Chen's talent in the way of the pill is decisive, he must be the winner of this conference. Why waste time on a competition? Elder Jiang couldn't be bothered to talk to the madwoman and simply shouted angrily, "Step back. Anyone who obstructs the start of the alchemy conference will be subject to the 5 exterminations." "Then let's wait and see." Shi Ning's eyes turned cold, and then she returned to the Tower Master's seat. Hearing this, the people from the Juyan sect also had a surge of hostility in their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't the time to confront the imperial dynasty head-on, they would have torn Elder Jiang to shreds together. But since they had to compete, then let's compete. After all, those participating in the alchemy conference were their own people, and the outcome would not change. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Yushi stepped forward again and shouted loudly. The alchemy conference officially begins. As with previous sessions, this conference has 3 trials. The first trial will select the top 30, the second trial will select the top 10, and the third trial will only select the top 3, each with its own rewards. The final winner will have the opportunity to read the ancient pill scroll. Saying this, Yushi stroked his beard and smiled, and the pill refiner masters who successfully enter the third trial will have the chance to compete on the same stage with Lin Feng, the #1 true disciple of our ancient pill tower. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Why did he smile when mentioning Lin Feng? Now, upon hearing this, the looks in the eyes of others became even more intense. Cough. After a light cough, Yushi restrained his smile and continued. The first trial is to discern pills by scent. As the name suggests, this trial tests the pill refiner master's familiarity with alchemy ingredients. For fairness, the pills are provided by the ancient pill tower, with a time limit of 1 incense stick, and only the top 30 pill refiner masters who successfully discern the pills can advance. Without further ado, the first trial officially begins. With that said, many ancient pill tower disciples entered the alchemy platform and handed over the pills, which had been prepared and placed in pill boxes, to the pill refiner masters. Looking at the pill box in his hand, Jiang Chen's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Yushi smirked slyly. As the great elder of the ancient pill tower, it was all too easy for him to tamper with the alchemy conference. The pill in Jiang Chen's hand was different from the other pill refiner masters. It was called the soul-shattering god-destroying pill. This pill was a 7th grade pill and a genuine poison pill. Although it was useless to core formation cultivators of the lower 4 realms, it could poison cultivators of the upper 4 realms who had already formed a nascent soul. It would cause their soul to collapse, their cultivation to dissipate, and it was irreversible. Due to its extreme malevolence, the soul-shattering god-destroying pill had never appeared on the market, and few people knew of it. Apart from the tower master of the ancient pill tower and the elders, it was only recorded in the ancient pill scroll. Yushi's idea was simple. He suspected that the theft of the ancient pill scroll was Jiang Chen's doing, so he specially prepared this pill for Jiang Chen's trial. If Jiang Chen could successfully name the ingredients of the pill, it would confirm the theft. If Jiang Chen could not discern it, it would also eliminate him in the first round of the competition. The only concern was whether Shi Ning and the other ancient pill tower elders would notice his interference in the competition and stop him. These people were all madmen, and it was unclear why they all stood on Jiang Chen's side, so caution was needed. Thinking of this, Yushi glanced at Shi Ning and the others. To his surprise, Shi Ning and the others were all looking at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand while frowning deeply as if they already knew he would tamper with the competition. But that was it. After laughing a few times as if they had thought of something, they all shifted their gaze away. What are these madmen planning? Yushi suddenly felt uneasy. On the other hand, Jiang Chen. With the pill in the box, he recognized it as the soul-shattering god-destroying pill at a glance, thanks to the ancient pill scroll in his memory, and he was very clear about its composition. At the same time, he also realized Yushi's intention and couldn't help but sneer. He had anticipated that Yushi would tamper with the competition and had made full preparations. So what if it exposed that he had the ancient pill scroll? He wasn't afraid. The reason he had kept it hidden before was that the stigma of theft affected his prestige, and he didn't want to take the blame for the dog system. But now, so what even if it was exposed? Do you have evidence? He was the sole son of the Jiang family, coming from the upper domain, knowing some rare pills was basic operation, right? Moreover, participating in the alchemy conference, he was worried that under the influence of the villain's halo, the ancient pill scroll might somehow be exposed to everyone due to some coincidence. Therefore, before the start of the conference, Jiang Chen had entrusted the ancient pill scroll to Mu Kui for safekeeping. The reason he chose Mu Kui was that Jiang Chen felt that compared to Qingning and Zhang Hu, Mu Kui, although mad, was still steady and never asked too many questions. With this thought, Jiang Chen was ready to answer. But before he could act, a pill refiner master of no particular renown and average appearance glanced at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand, suddenly stood up, and bowed. With my understanding of the way of the pill, I cannot discern the pill in my hand. Therefore, I forfeit. In previous years at the alchemy conference, many pill refiner masters forfeited due to insufficient knowledge of the way of the pill, so Yushi was not surprised. But after glancing at the pill box of the pill refiner master who had spoken, he was speechless again. He could see at a glance that the pill box of the pill refiner master who had spoken contained a common 5th grade blood qi pill. If even this could not be discerned, it could only mean that this pill refiner master was indeed too rubbish. Since you forfeit, then leave quickly, Yushi waved his hand impatiently. The pill refiner master who had spoken nodded, turned to leave, and sighed, shaking his head. It's too difficult, really too difficult. After a few steps, for some unknown reason, he raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chen. Brother, who are you? Jiang Chen was baffled. The competition continued. Just as Jiang Chen was about to stand up and answer, more than 10 pill refiner masters suddenly stood up before him. Answer one by one, Yushi scolded upon seeing this. We are not here to answer. The leading pill refiner master bowed and said, this year's conference is too difficult, and we are not skilled enough, so we have decided to forfeit together. Yushi was full of question marks. Not just him, even Elder Jiang was extremely confused. Too difficult. Both of them cast probing glances at the pill boxes of these pill refiner masters, only to find that they contained common pills as well. Are this year's pill refiner masters also inadequate? Elder Jiang frowned. As his words fell, several more pill refiner masters stood up, also indicating they wanted to forfeit. After these pill refiner masters left the stage, the pill refiner masters remaining on the alchemy platform were only about 30 in number, exactly matching the number of winners for the first trial. The remaining pill refiner masters advanced collectively. Xining took the opportunity to shout. Glancing at Jiang Chen, Yushi felt annoyed in his heart. But at this moment, he had to admit it. Jiang Chen had indeed advanced without uttering a single word. This is unreasonable, Yushi grumbled inwardly. Chapter 322. It was indeed unreasonable. In Yushi's view, these pill refiner masters participated in the alchemy conference to prove themselves. If they could gain the favor of the imperial dynasty, it would be a meteoric rise to success. But what was this collective forfeiture about? Recalling Dong Yao's slander and the image of over 100 pill refiner masters smashing their cauldrons at him, Yushi suspected these pill refiner masters had gone mad, but he had no evidence. HMPH. After giving Jiang Chen a glare, Yushi announced the start of the second trial. The second trial was called, Creating One's Own Pill Formula. The ancient pill tower set the task of selecting a medicinal effect, and the pill refiner masters had to create a pill formula that matched the effect within a limited time. By creating, it meant a formula that had never appeared before. This was a great test of the pill refiner master's talent and experience. Throughout history, regardless of the grade of the pill formula, those who could create their own were considered to have a certain level of accomplishment in the way of the pill. If the first trial tested the pill refiner master's basic skills, then the second trial tested their talent. This time, the topic set by the ancient pill tower was qi and blood. In short, it was to let the pill refiner masters create a pill formula that could quickly restore qi and blood and then select the top 10 based on the grade and efficacy of the pills. Yushi had just announced the start of the second trial when many pill refiner masters showed signs of getting up. Seeing this, Elder Jiang preemptively scolded, the way of the pill is arduous and long. How can you pill refiner masters give up so easily? In this second trial, forfeiture is not allowed. 5th and 6th grade pill refiner masters must successfully create a pill formula. Otherwise, they will be investigated for causing trouble. If the investigation confirms this, it will bring disaster to their sects. Clearly, the collective forfeiture of the first trial had greatly displeased this elder from the imperial pavilion who had come from afar. Elder is wise, Yushi agreed wholeheartedly. This way, Jiang Chen's chances of advancing were undoubtedly cut off. After all, based on the intelligence he had, Yushi was very clear that Jiang Chen had no experience with pill concoction at all. How could he possibly create his own pill? Jiang Chen indeed had never learned the way of the pill in this life, not even concocting a single pill. But even with mediocre talent in the way of the pill, relying on the experience accumulated over 9 lifetimes, Jiang Chen was unquestionably a 6th grade pill refiner master. And for a 6th grade pill refiner master, creating their own pill formula was not difficult. The second trial officially began. Jiang Chen glanced coldly at Yushi and Elder Jiang, frowning in deep thought. With his mastery of the way of the pill, creating a pill formula was not difficult, but the challenge was standing out and making it into the top 10. The development of events was somewhat unexpected. He had thought that coming to the ancient pill tower would allow him to obtain some rewards related to the way of the pill through the system. But who knew on this visit to the ancient pill tower, he had only triggered 2 rewards. One was Xi Ning's portrait, which was utterly useless, the second was the ancient pill scroll. Although the ancient pill scroll recorded many pill formulas and refining experiences, it didn't substantially help his talent in the way of the pill. Helpless, having come to the ancient pill tower, he could only grit his teeth and participate in the pill conference, hoping to gain more system rewards there. However, after looking around, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Wasn't this conference a bit too bizarre? Xi Ning's madness was within his expectations, but what was with the elders of the ancient pill tower and the pill refiner masters who were now looking at him with eyes full of longing? Why did these people seem more and more abnormal? Could they all have gone mad? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He just hadn't expected that the people who had gone mad this time were different from before, and at first glance, there were no signs at all. Can madness evolve? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, taking in a sharp breath. Wouldn't this mean that in the future, even he wouldn't be able to tell who had gone mad if he didn't investigate carefully? It's so scary. No longer lost in wild thoughts, Jiang Chen focused on creating his own pill formula. The topic was qi and blood. This reminded Jiang Chen of when he met Lin Feng outside the ancient pill tower and how Lin Feng looked completely drained of qi and blood. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened to Lin Feng, he was certain the reason the ancient pill tower chose qi and blood as the topic must be because Yushi wanted to use this opportunity to help Lin Feng find some more effective pills to enhance qi and blood. This Yushi is really a good master, Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. But he didn't care. After all, his purpose in coming to the ancient pill tower was to kill Yushi, and as for Lin Feng, this son of destiny, it didn't matter much even if he gained some small benefits. With this in mind, Jiang Chen began to ponder the pill formula. Low-grade formulas wouldn't do. It had to be 4th grade or higher to secure a spot in the top 10. Although he suspected that all the pill refiner masters might have gone mad, to be safe, he still needed to rely on his own strength to advance. He pondered for several hours. In the end, he gave up. Even as a 6th grade pill refiner master, his talent in the way of the pill determined that he simply couldn't create a high-grade pill formula. At most, he could only create a 3rd grade one. The time is up. Pill refiner masters, present your answers. Suddenly, Yushi's loud call rang out. Seeing no pill refiner master taking the initiative to answer, Yushi naturally turned to Jiang Chen and said, "The Jiang family of the upper domain is renowned, and the Juyan demonic sect is a major sect in the central domain. Let us first hear from the young master of the Jiang family and the 9th peak eldest senior brother of Juyan, Jiang Chen. Do you have a pill formula that will dazzle us?" Hearing this, many second-tier sects covered their mouths and chuckled lightly. They all knew that Yushi was deliberately elevating Jiang Chen only to humiliate him later. Many had no fondness for Jiang Chen. They hadn't paid much attention before, simply because the scandal between Yushi and Lin Feng was too explosive and had diverted their attention. Only the myriad Dao demon sect was silent, their eyes slightly uneasy. "Jushi, does this Jiang Chen really know the way of the pill?" "I've never heard of it," the sect master of myriad Dao asked Nangong Jushi. Glancing at the pill refiner masters and then at the sect disciples who were secretly mocking, Nangong Jushi chuckled lightly. "Sect master, rest assured, the winner of this way of the pill conference will undoubtedly be Jiang Chen." The sect master of myriad Dao nodded and said no more. But while everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Chen, no one noticed a demonic aura slipped out from Nangong Jushi's fingertips, turning into a serpent-like form, slithering forward, and then splitting into thousands of tiny snakes, entering the bodies of many cultivators who were whispering and waiting to see Jiang Chen's embarrassment. This was her innate demonic aura from her profound dark demonic body, which she could manipulate at will. As soon as the alchemy conference ended, she only needed to will it, and she could trigger her own demonic energy, causing the possessed cultivator to explode and die without leaving any trace. Even gods or demons wouldn't know it was her doing. "Jushi, what are you doing?" Sensing Nangong Jushi's movement, the myriad Dao sect master spoke in a low voice to stop her. I'm doing a good deed, Nangong Jushi replied with a smile. A good deed, the myriad Dao sect master frowned. Yes, a good deed. Only those deeds that are discovered are bad ones, Nangong Jushi stated matter-of-factly. The myriad Dao sect master was left speechless. Just as he was about to say something else, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen calmly stood up, ready to answer the question. Oh! At the same time, the people of the Juyan sect shouted in unison. Listen up, everyone. I'll eat whoever doesn't clap later, Xiao Bai roared directly. How can you eat them? Just bury them alive, Qingning shook her head. HMPH, Mu Kui snorted coldly, arms crossed. Though he said nothing, his uniquely violent aura was suffocating the surrounding cultivators. A bunch of lunatics. Elder Jiang twitched the corner of his mouth, cursing inwardly. Chapter 323. After the commotion caused by the Juyan sect, the guests from other sects no longer dared to mock or whisper. Although the Empress's decree stated that no sect should provoke trouble, who knew if lunatics would abide by it? Not to mention the several hundred spirit boats floating in the sky. If the Juyan sect went mad and bombarded the ancient Pill Tower, who knew how many people would survive? For a moment, the scene was extremely quiet. Many people looked towards Jiang Chen, and although they said nothing, the mockery in their eyes was evident. Hold on. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, a pill refiner master suddenly stood up, loudly interrupting. Hearing this, the crowd first frowned, but upon seeing the pill refiner master who stood up, they retracted their criticism. Because the person who spoke was none other than Dong Yao, who had been tormented by Yu Shi. Under everyone's gaze, Dong Yao still had an unpredictable expression, yet he exuded strong confidence. After bowing to Elder Jiang, Shi Ning, and other high-ranking officials, he announced with conviction, I've just had a stroke of genius and created a pill formula that is unprecedented and will have no successors. I simply cannot contain my excitement. Oh! Elder Jiang sized up Dong Yao and discovered that he was a 6th-grade pill refiner master, which made him straighten up. He felt that a pill formula praised by a 6th-grade pill refiner master must be impressive. Then you go ahead and answer first, let us all broaden our horizons, Elder Jiang directly ordered. There's no respect greater than obedience. Dong Yao bowed and nodded, then looked around and said. Since it's a self-created pill formula, it naturally has no name. This formula uses blood vine and low-grade demon pills as the main ingredients, with dragon ginseng, blood peony, and 100 other auxiliary materials. It requires a 7th-grade spiritual fire and a 7th-grade pill cauldron to refine, and it can greatly replenish a cultivator's qi and blood. Hearing this, wow! Elder Jiang and many sects were impressed. The need for a 7th-grade spiritual fire and a 7th-grade pill cauldron. Doesn't this imply that it could possibly be a 7th-grade pill formula? If that were true, could Dong Yao, with his 6th-grade pill refiner master skills, have created a 7th-grade pill formula? This was truly a great talent. Elder Jiang stroked his beard and smiled. Every alchemy conference in the past had been a gathering of talents competing for the top. Unlike this one, which seemed to be filled with demons and ghosts. He had thought this pill conference would be a farce, but Dong Yao had piqued his interest. This was the correct way to start the alchemy conference. With this thought, Elder Jiang glared at Yu Shi. Such a promising talent had been tormented by Yu Shi, which was simply unbearable. Yu Shi twitched the corner of his mouth, not knowing what to say. Continue, Elder Jiang waved his hand grandly, signaling Dong Yao to proceed. Dong Yao nodded, his expression growing even more confident, and said, this pill not only replenishes qi and blood but also has other effects. Its medicinal efficacy is indescribable. It can be taken directly or crushed for external use, both achieving perfect effects. Wonderful. Wonderful, Elder Jiang laughed. A pill with multiple uses, effective both internally and externally without diminishing its medicinal power, clearly shows it has a high spiritual energy content. Tell us more, what other effects does this pill formula have? As your command. Dong Yao bowed again. After looking around, he spoke with a resonant voice, this pill. It feels cool to the touch, smooth to use, and in addition to replenishing qi and blood, it can also, Elder Jiang looked forward expectantly. Treat hemorrhoids. Quote? Elder Jiang was full of question marks. All the sects were taken aback by this abrupt twist, almost twisting their waists. Treat hemorrhoids. Cultivators are not ordinary people. Why would they need such a pill? No, wait a minute. The crowd suddenly thought of something. They glanced at Yu Shi, then at Dong Yao, and fell silent for a moment. They now understood why Dong Yao would invent such a pill formula. For a moment, everyone glared at Yu Shi with disdain. What does this have to do with me? Yu Shi cried out inwardly, feeling utterly dejected. He suspected Dong Yao did it on purpose and deliberately used this competition to sling mud at him again. Elder Jiang, not giving up, continued to inquire, what grade is this pill formula of yours? Back to Elder Jiang, it is of the 2nd grade, Dong Yao replied instantly. Elder Jiang's mouth twitched. 2nd grade. Such a low grade, yet it requires a 7th grade pill fire and a 7th grade pill cauldron. Are you kidding me? Please forgive me, Elder, with my way of the pill skills, this is the limit of the pill formulas I can create. Dong Yao spread his hands helplessly. Elder Jiang's head ached. He wanted to scold Dong Yao, but out of pity, he eventually looked away. Suddenly, another pill refiner master stood up, his face showing excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have conceived a pill formula that is absolutely shocking and will astonish both gods and demons. Oh, Elder Jiang's eyes lit up again. Worried that this was another farce, he got straight to the point. What are the effects of your self-created pill formula, and what grade is the pill? The effects are tremendous. In addition to replenishing qi and blood, it also protects against colds. The pill is of the 1st grade, the pill refiner master replied immediately. Elder Jiang was speechless again. The pill refiner master who spoke up, just like Dong Yao, was also a 6th grade pill refiner master. As a 6th grade pill refiner master, to be so excited about creating a 1st grade pill formula. Truly shocking and astonishing. Even gods and demons would marvel at this absurdity. Get out. Elder Jiang was furious and roared on the spot. The pill refiner master who had spoken did not show any fear upon hearing this. Instead, he raised his eyebrows at Jiang Chen and then leapt down from the pill platform, giving up on the rest of the competition. After this person left, Elder, the pill formula I created can replenish energy and reduce lifespan, but it's also a 1st grade pill. The ingenious uses of my pill formula are indescribable, and it's barely above 1st grade. Let's be honest, no more pretending. I have a deep understanding of the way of the pill and have just conceived a 2nd grade pill formula. Many pill refiner masters stood up, eagerly claiming one after another. Get out. All of you, get out. Elder Jiang was so angry that his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. This was the alchemy conference. Yet, the pill refiner masters present were all creating low-grade pills and were smug about it. It was ridiculous. Like the previous pill refiner master, after hearing Elder Jiang's words, these pill refiner masters left with their heads down and spirits dampened. Yu Shi did some calculations. At this moment, there were exactly 10 pill refiner masters left. The number is sufficient, the remaining people advance. Shi Ning seized the opportunity to shout. But before she could finish, it's rigged. Rigged. Yu Shi beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking at Elder Jiang to complain. Elder, there must be something shady going on here. I demand a thorough investigation. Rigged. Elder Jiang frowned. This alchemy conference is hosted by your ancient pill tower, and the pill refiner masters were also selected by your ancient pill tower. Are you trying to tell me that your ancient pill tower rigged it? Ah, Yu Shi was at a loss for words. Hearing this, Shi Ning said indifferently, as everyone knows, this alchemy conference is entirely managed by the Great Elder. If there is something shady, he must take full responsibility. Indeed, the other elders of the ancient pill tower agreed. By now, even a fool could see that there was something wrong with this alchemy conference. Upholding the attitude of fairness and openness, Elder Jiang turned to Jiang Chen and said, now I have reason to suspect that you colluded with Yu Shi to cheat your way through. Answer quickly, if you cannot create a pill formula, this alchemy conference will be cancelled. Jiang Chen was speechless. He was also confused initially, but to his surprise, the blame eventually fell on him. As for colluding with Yu Shi, that was just absurd. Who didn't know that he and Yu Shi couldn't stand each other? Jiang Chen didn't want to be lumped together with Yu Shi, so he spoke eloquently. The pill formula I created is based on beast blood vine and cassia seed, supplemented with. Stop, Elder Jiang interrupted. Is it a 1st grade or a 2nd grade? Does it cure hemorrhoids or the common cold? Creating a pill formula is extremely difficult, and usually, even a 6th grade pill refiner can only create 3rd or 4th grade pill formulas. In his view, even if Jiang Chen could create a pill formula, it would not be higher than 2nd grade. Perhaps it would be like the other pill refiner masters, producing some pill with strange and peculiar effects. Unexpectedly, it's a high 3rd grade, not quite a 4th grade, but not far off, Jiang Chen replied. Chapter 324. After verification, it was confirmed that the pill formula created by Jiang Chen was indeed a high 3rd grade. Oh! The people of Juyin sect once again let out a cheer. After a brief shock, the other sects cast incredulous glances at Jiang Chen. Both Yushi and Elder Jiang frowned at the same time. Neither of them had expected Jiang Chen to actually be capable of concocting pills. Although his talent in the way of the pill was not the highest, it was indeed much better than that of an ordinary pill refiner master. In the end, Jiang Chen, Dong Yao, and several other pill refiner masters advanced together, all of them 6th grade pill refiner masters, totaling 10. In previous alchemy conferences, several days of competition were often required, but this time, it was surprisingly quick. In just half a day, they had already entered the 3rd trial. This 3rd trial was a real test of pill concoction. The ancient pill tower prepared the materials, and 10 pill refiner masters competed on the same stage to concoct pills. The ranking was determined based on the grade of the pills produced and their quality. Since Lin Feng was going to participate in the 3rd trial, and the progress of the pill conference was fast, Elder Jiang gave the pill refiner masters several hours of rest to adjust their condition. Sitting cross-legged on the pill platform, the pill refiner masters were all holding their breath and meditating, except for Jiang Chen, who was looking around. He was searching for someone who could trigger the system reward. One knows one's own affairs best. Jiang Chen was very clear that Lin Feng should now be a 7th grade pill refiner master. To defeat him head-on in the 3rd trial, he must improve his talent in the way of the pill. Originally, Jiang Chen was happy to see Lin Feng's rise. After all, this son of destiny had been too disappointing and had suffered too much. However, wouldn't it be a slap in the face if he lost? Having lived through 9 lifetimes, Jiang Chen did not want to experience this again. Moreover, although Dong Yao's words had caused Lin Feng's character to be despised by everyone, if this son of destiny showed extraordinary talent in the way of the pill, he would inevitably be valued by Elder Jiang and thus connect with the imperial dynasty. This matter could involve the Jiang family and must be avoided. After some searching, Jiang Chen frowned helplessly. They were all madmen. The competing pill refiner masters were madmen, and so were the high-ranking members of the ancient pill toe. Although madmen were not incapable of triggering system rewards, the difficulty of triggering rewards was unknown, and there was no satisfaction, making them not the best candidates. The people from various sects who came to watch were mostly normal. However, they were all suppressed by the momentum of the Juyin sect people and dared not make eye contact with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen directly caused trouble, it would be easy for Yushi and Elder Jiang to seize the opportunity, thus risking the cancellation of his participation. Tisk. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied. Just as he was considering whether to settle for a madman to trigger the system reward, he noticed that Yushi was standing with his arms crossed, looking at him provocatively. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes with a cold light flashing within. Glancing around, he made a gesture to Mu Kui in the spectator seats. Worried that Mu Kui might not understand his intention, he directly sent a secret message, "Go and give Yushi a beating." Upon hearing this, Mu Kui's body shook. "You old thief, prepare to die." After a loud shout, Mu Kui's towering figure leapt up from the spectator platform. His expression was ferocious, and his muscles swelled. The surface of his muscles was densely covered with blood vessels, resembling fresh blood, while his bones radiated a golden glow, shining brilliantly. The mingling of blood and golden light was like the return of a martial emperor, ready to dye the heavens with blood. Mu Kui had already decided that in this life, he would only practice one punch. This punch was named Ancient Fist, Mountain Opener. Since leaving the Buddha temple, Mu Kui's mastery over his martial emperor physique had become increasingly proficient. Relying on the memories of the martial emperor, his understanding of this ancient fist first form also deepened. As he leapt into the air, he suddenly pulled his arm back. A thick, ancient aura emerged from him, silent and violent, filled with a deadly seriousness. Spiritual energy converged in his fist, compressing and condensing continuously. until it reached its limit, and the spiritual energy made a sound akin to breaking. Mountain opener. As the punch was thrown, Mu Kui roared with fury. A huge fist shadow emerged from his fist, aiming straight for Yu Shi. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yu Shi was immediately shocked. He couldn't understand why Mu Kui, who had been fine just a second ago, suddenly went berserk. Seeing the overwhelming power of this ancient fist, Yu Shi hurriedly took out the Elder's token to summon the sect's grand protective array. Several divine lights came from around the ancient pill tower, forming several solid formation arrays. The fist shadow made contact with the formation, and the two were locked in a standoff for a moment. With a few crack sounds, the formation arrays shattered one after another. This shocked Yu Shi even more. He had never expected that Mu Kui's combat power was so terrifying that he could break the formation with a punch. At the critical moment, a purple azure dragon cauldron appeared in front of Yu Shi, and he spewed out a fire dragon from his mouth. Although pill refiner masters were not strong in combat, they were rich. Yu Shi, a 7th grade pill refiner, pulled out an 8th grade pill cauldron, and the fire dragon pill fire he spat out was also of the upper 7th grade. The pill cauldron spun and roared, and the pill fire surged like a snake wrapping around. The ancient fist shadow broke through the formation, its power greatly reduced and was now obstructed by the two, eventually dissipating into spiritual energy. At the same time, Mu Kui landed, standing in front of Yu Shi. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Yu Shi was already drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Mu Kui about to make a move again, he immediately shouted to Elder Jiang, "Elder, save me." At this moment, Elder Jiang had just snapped out of his daze. He had never expected that with him presiding over the situation, Mu Kui would still dare to cause trouble. It was as if he didn't take him seriously at all. HMPH. With a cold snort, Elder Jiang suddenly stood up. His aura climbed steadily, and the exotic beasts embroidered on his yellow robe seemed to come to life, emitting various cries. Just as he was about to take action, a loud shout rang out. "Mu Kui! Stop at once! Elder Yu, I'm here to help you." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Chen, sword in hand, charged forward and kicked Yu Shi's face. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Yu Shi, in a state of confusion, was immediately kicked several jong away. Coincidentally, he ended up in Elder Jiang's arms. After glancing at Yu Shi in his arms, Elder Jiang felt a chill and raised his hand to slap Yu Shi to the side. PFF'd. After being hit repeatedly, Yu Shi finally crashed onto the pill platform and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jiang Chen feigned surprise, his face incredulous. "Elder Jiang, the situation was urgent just now, and I had to use this method to rescue Elder Yu to a safe distance. But how could you suddenly slap him? Look at what you've done to Elder Yu, his own mother would hardly recognize him now." Elder Jiang was at a loss for words. Could he be blamed for this? No. Anyone would reflexively slap someone who threw themselves into their arms, right? Besides, did they really think he was a fool? That kick from Jiang Chen just now clearly carried strong hostility. It was most likely intentional. Jiang Chen, Mu Kui. Elder Jiang, infuriated and embarrassed, loudly scolded, "How dare you cause trouble at the conference? What should be the punishment?" Innocent. Before Jiang Chen had a chance to reply, Shi Ning stood up, spitting out in disdain. Just now, Yu Shi was staring at Jiang Chen, he must have had ulterior motives. It's only reasonable for Mu Kui to act rashly when he saw his eldest senior brother being targeted by such a pervert. Chapter 326. The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Feng's ears. He couldn't believe it. He, the son of destiny, is accused of having such inclinations. And that he became a true disciple only by taking the back door. Who is spreading rumors about him? Lin Feng naturally did not want to accept such a stigma. He immediately looked around while glaring at everyone. After arriving at the pill conference, he first saw the severely injured Yu Shi and therefore did not notice. Madmen. All madmen. Not only had the madmen from the Juyin sect arrived, but even Shi Ning and many elders of the ancient pill tower were looking at him with eyes full of hostility, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Well versed in the way of laying low, he immediately realized that he couldn't stay here for long. With old man Tianji still in slumber, he wouldn't be able to withstand them if all these madmen went berserk. "Junior brother, be good, it's okay," Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. I, your eldest senior brother, guarantee with my reputation that you will be absolutely safe. You have no reputation to speak of. Lin Feng immediately retorted in his mind. He didn't believe a word Jiang Chen said. But just as Lin Feng was about to disregard the pill conference and escape using blood burning, he saw Yu Shi looking at him with a face full of satisfaction. At this moment, Yu Shi, although swaying and seriously injured and trying hard to keep a distance from Lin Feng, had an unmistakable look of expectation and pride in his eyes. For a moment, Lin Feng hesitated. He knew that Yu Shi had treated him well, and this conference was the stage Yu Shi had prepared for him. If he fled now, wouldn't he be letting down Yu Shi's painstaking efforts? Moreover, isn't there an elder from the Imperial Pavilion present? Although the madmen are crazy, they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly at such a grand event under the watchful eye of the Imperial Pavilion, right? The fact that these lunatics are just watching him and haven't taken any actual action is the best proof. With this thought, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He knew this went against the way of laying low, but to not let down his master's expectations, he had to bite the bullet and attend. Of course, before attending, he still needed to establish a good relationship with the people from the Imperial Pavilion to seek their protection. With this in mind, Lin Feng calmly greeted Elder Jiang with a bow. First true disciple of the ancient pill tower, pay respect to the elder. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang sized up Lin Feng. This was his first encounter with Lin Feng, and although he inwardly disdained Lin Feng's character, he found his favorable impression of him inexplicably growing. Originally, Elder Jiang didn't want to bother with Lin Feng, as conversing too much with such a person could lead others to question his own character. But then he thought there might be more to this. Perhaps Lin Feng, like Dong Yao, was coerced by that pervert Yu Shi. If he could rescue Lin Feng from a dire situation, perhaps it could lead to a good relationship. You are Lin Feng? Elder Jiang asked with half-closed eyes in an indifferent tone. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. There are rumors that you have 100 Jiang Golden Dragon of Fortune and are the son of Destiny, Elder Jiang asked again. Lin Feng nodded once more. His status as the son of Destiny was already well known and there was no need to hide it. Tell me, since joining the ancient pill tower, have you ever encountered something? Elder Jiang paused before adding discreetly, something that ordinary people cannot endure. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers began to murmur. Soon, the way people looked at Lin Feng changed from disdain to pity. Clearly, like Elder Jiang, the onlookers subconsciously believed that Lin Feng had suffered at the hands of Yu Shi. After all, this son of Destiny did seem very affable. If so, speak freely, and I, as an elder, will stand up for you, Elder Jiang added. It seems the elder has a good impression of me. Lin Feng thought to himself with joy. This was their first meeting, and the elder was already prepared to defend him. This could be another opportunity. Lin Feng felt that he must answer this question carefully. Elder, I am currently well in the ancient pill tower and have not been subjected to any harsh treatment. Indeed, he was well. Since joining the ancient pill tower, everyone from the tower master to the disciples had been extremely caring, and he had not felt the slightest discomfort. Although at this moment, elders like Xi Ning showed signs of madness, they ultimately hadn't done anything to him, so naturally, he couldn't complain in advance. Lin Feng thought his answer was perfect. It made him appear neither arrogant due to favoritism, nor did it close off future possibilities by using the word currently. Whoosh! But who knew that the crowd was in an uproar as soon as his answer fell? Even Elder Jiang's look at Lin Feng changed. It turned to disdain once again. After all, being well meant unlike Dong Yao, was all of this Lin Feng's own volition? Tui! Spitting sounds could be heard from the onlooker seats. This left Lin Feng completely dumbfounded. He felt that this was completely different from what he had expected. Thinking that he hadn't made himself clear, Elder Jiang asked seriously, I was referring to your master, Yu Shi. How has Yu Shi treated you? Has he ever abused you? No, Lin Feng replied instantly. My master treats me very well. My master and I often discuss the great Tao while sleeping side by side. Elder Jiang was speechless. After a brief silence, the onlooker seats were filled with hisses. Yu Shi was both touched and helpless, only able to shake his head and sigh. All right, with this, sleeping side by side, it was truly a case of being unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Lin Feng was still confused and completely unable to understand the situation. Suddenly, remembering someone had called him a man with such inclination, he suddenly realized something. Elder, the actual situation is. Lin Feng panicked, trying to explain. Shut up, Elder Jiang shouted sternly. Do not speak such filthy words again. You're polluting the ears of everyone present. We have no interest in the specifics of your and Yushi's posture. What I meant to say is, if you dare speak further, you will be subjected to the 5 extinctions. Lin Feng was left speechless. How could things get even worse? This was something he would rather die than be misunderstood about, so he had to steel himself to speak again. Yushi, however, sighed and said, Disciple, take your seat and meditate. We will discuss this after the alchemy conference. Lin Feng thought that made sense. No matter what he said now, it was easy for others to misunderstand. Instead of wasting words now and making things worse, it would be better to wait until he displayed his exceptional talent in the way of the pill, won first place in the alchemy conference, and shocked everyone. Then, with various auras surrounding him, the words he spoke would be more convincing. Understood, Master. After bowing to Yushi, Lin Feng prepared to take his seat. But he was in a dilemma for a moment. As the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower, he should be seated in front of the other pill refiner masters, attracting attention. But Lin Feng was very clear that with Jiang Chen's temperament, he would surely be slapped several times if he dared to stand in front of Jiang Chen. Then, unable to fight back or escape, the face of the ancient pill tower's first true disciple would be utterly lost. Just as Lin Feng was looking for another place to sit, he suddenly noticed a pill refiner master not far away smiling kindly at him while shifting to the side, making room. Lin Feng remembered this person. It was Dong Yao, the true disciple of Lingyao Mountain, whom Yushi often mentioned and whom he had seen many times. He's a real ally. Hee hee. After a light chuckle, Lin Feng sat down next to Dong Yao. He patted Dong Yao's shoulder and whispered, Brother Dong, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Dong Yao first narrowed his eyes, then with a shocked face, jumped up and shouted. What? You want me to come to your room tonight? Lin Feng's face was full of question marks. Chapter 328. The phoenix's cry was sharp and ethereal, making everyone's heart tremble upon hearing it. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. They saw dense phoenix fire emerging from Jiang Chen's body, gathering above and forming the phantom of a majestic phoenix spreading its wings. The phoenix's wings spanned dozens of jong. Although it was just a phantom, its feathers moved without wind, its crown was bright red, and its eyes were commanding, exerting pressure on the surroundings. Gulp. Everyone found it difficult to swallow, their eyes wide and faces showing shock. What shocked them was not the phoenix fire. After all, since the mysterious ice realm, many knew that Jiang Chen possessed such heavenly fire. What truly shocked them was that Jiang Chen was summoning the phoenix fire, which meant he intended to use it to refine pills. Phoenix fire was heavenly fire, and there was no problem using it to refine pills, but such powerful heavenly fire required sufficient cultivation to control it completely. HMPH, showing off, Yushi scoffed after his initial shock. He was certain, with Jiang Chen's current level of cultivation, he simply could not achieve the delicate control over the phoenix fire. Using such heavenly fire to refine pills would surely result in the destruction of the pills and the dispersal of the fire, ultimately producing nothing but waste pills. After casting a wary glance at the phoenix phantom above, Elder Jiang also shook his head. How about being the young master of the Jiang family? What about possessing treasures? On the path of the way of the pill, without sufficient cultivation and talent, no amount of external help would suffice. While everyone was discussing, Jiang Chen once again touched the spiritual ring on his hand. A dazzling golden light emerged from the ring on his finger, bright and blinding, accompanied by ancient murmurs. All who saw and heard it were inexplicably stunned. Once the golden light faded, everyone could clearly see the object within. It was a bell wrapped by a golden dragon, with teeth and claws bared, and its surface was engraved with dense, ancient characters. The moment the bell appeared, an ancient and desolate aura swept through the surroundings. Buzz. At the same time, a violent trembling sound came from the main tower of the ancient pill tower. The trembling spread like waves, and when the sound waves touched the bell, it caused the bell to tremble as well. Dong. Then, the bell rang. The sound was like waves, layer upon layer. As the bell rang, everyone felt as if they were in ancient times, with all colors fading from their eyes. everything decaying and withering, the winds and clouds ceasing, with only the golden ancient bell's colors remaining vivid, its golden light covering the sky. This was only for an instant. When everyone came back to their senses, before they could marvel, they realized everything had returned to normal with no abnormalities. Dragon Cauldron Ancient Bell. Elder Jiang exclaimed in shock. This bell was a treasure obtained by the Jiang family's old ancestor during his battles in other realms. Although its grade was unclear, its power was extremely strong, undoubtedly an ancient artifact. In today's world, anything related to ancient, be it items or secret manuals, was considered a treasure, invaluable. Elder Jiang had never imagined that the Jiang family would entrust such a treasure to Jiang Chen. What's more, he couldn't understand what Jiang Chen intended to do by summoning the Dragon Cauldron Ancient Bell at this moment. Not good. Yushi suddenly remembered something and urgently shouted, "Jiang Chen, put away the ancient artifact. Otherwise." Before he could finish, the buzzing sound from afar intensified. A gray light streaked from the main tower of the ancient pill tower and stopped in front of Jiang Chen. As the gray light faded, a four-legged, two-eared cauldron with dense ancient patterns, a color of gray with hints of red, and divine light entwined around it, with heavy iron chains hanging from its four legs, appeared before everyone. This was the ancient pill tower's treasure cauldron, the four-legged divine pattern cauldron. The treasure cauldron hovered in front of Jiang Chen, with gray and red lights shining together, and the chains on it clanging. Jiang Chen's mind moved, the ancient bell trembled, and golden light spread. Under the cover of the golden light, the four-legged divine pattern cauldron began to retract its brilliance, settling in front of him motionless. No, impossible. This can't be. Yushi was extremely shocked. This four-legged divine pattern cauldron was also an ancient artifact and had been the pill cauldron of an old ancestor of the ancient pill tower. After the old ancestor of the ancient pill tower had perished, neither the old tower master, Shi Ning, nor the other elders had succeeded in making this ancient cauldron their own, for ancient artifacts have spirits and choose their own masters. Yushi had guessed that the ancient bell would attract the four-legged divine pattern cauldron, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen could control the ancient pill tower's treasure cauldron through the ancient bell. This was simply inconceivable. However, for Shi Ning, the elders of the ancient pill tower, and the people from Juyan sect, there was no surprise at all. Because they all knew very well that in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had once used the special effect of this ancient bell to destroy the ancient pill tower's treasure cauldron. Screech! The phoenix phantom cried again and then plunged into the four-legged treasure cauldron. In an instant, the phoenix fire burned within the cauldron, the flames reaching dozens of jong high, illuminating half the sky. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of a question. The power of the phoenix fire was immense, and using it to refine pills with insufficient cultivation would surely result in an explosion. But what if one used an ancient cauldron to refine pills? An ancient cauldron was far superior to ordinary pill cauldrons, its hardness sufficient to contain heavenly fire. Its ancient inscriptions inside could assist the pill refiner master in better controlling the pill fire. With both complementing each other, wouldn't that eliminate the possibility of an explosion? Not only that, but it could also better remove impurities, increasing the rate of successful pill creation while improving the quality of the refined pills. Using heavenly fire and an ancient cauldron to refine pills, even a 6th-grade pill refiner master could produce 7th-grade pills with decent quality, an observer exclaimed. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Undeniably, Lin Feng's talent in the way of the pill was indeed not bad. But the Jiang family's resources were overwhelming. With both heavenly fire and the ability to control an ancient cauldron through the ancient bell, the first place in this third trial would likely belong to Jiang Chen. Elder Jiang's brows were tightly furrowed, his lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Bold! Yushi shouted back in anger. Jiang Chen, how dare you take our ancient pill tower's treasured cauldron to refine pills? To take without asking is to steal. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond. Didn't the ancient pill tower's old ancestor say that the ancient cauldron has a spirit and will choose its master? Elder Yu, are you treating the old ancestor's words as nothing? Shi Ning cursed loudly. Yu Shi was left speechless. He was filled with hatred. The old ancestor's words were meant to motivate the disciples of the ancient pill tower, not to give the ancient cauldron away. After all, in the entire central domain, those with the talent to be recognized by the ancient cauldron were almost all within the ancient pill tower. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would benefit from this? Moreover, Jiang Chen wasn't truly recognized by the ancient cauldron. He had manipulated it through that ancient bell. In plain terms, he had used tricks. Yu Shi was very clear about this. Xi Ning and the other high-ranking members of the ancient pill tower were all acting madly, and for some reason, they all stood by Jiang Chen's side. Even though Yu Shi was the great elder, he was ultimately unable to contend with a group of madmen and could only cast a pleading look towards Elder Jiang. Noticing Yu Shi's intentions, the madmen also coldly turned their gaze towards Elder Jiang. Feeling his scalp tingle under the madman's scrutiny and considering his own safety, Elder Jiang had no choice but to mediate. This is an internal matter of the ancient pill tower. You handle it yourselves. That night, in the tower master's hall. Since all the elders had just returned, the hall was filled to the brim. Xi Ning still occupied the tower master's seat, yawning from time to time, appearing somewhat lazy. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Yu Shi roared from below. His head was covered in bumps, and he looked extremely disheveled as he jumped up and down in anger. He cursed Dong Yao for being ungrateful and the other pill refiner masters for having the audacity to the great elder of the ancient pill tower. But the more enraged he became, the more Xi Ning felt like laughing. Finally, Xi Ning couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. This made Yu Shi's face turn even more ashen as he questioned, I have exhausted my mind and body for the ancient pill tower. Tower master, seeing that group of pill refiner masters throw pill cauldrons at me, why do you ignore it? Aren't most of those pill refiner masters your people? Xi Ning blinked and countered, isn't this just the way you guys normally greet each other? Yu Shi was speechless. What a way to greet someone. He was almost smashed to death. Dwelling on this issue would only make him the laughingstock of others, so with a cold snort, Yu Shi took his seat. Let's talk. Where have you all been during this time you've been missing? He looked around at the other elders and asked. Why do I have to tell you? Xuan rolled his eyes. Yu Shi was dumbfounded. What is going on? He knew Xuan was interested in Xi Ning and was the only elder not on his side, but previously, Xuan had always been submissive in front of him, not daring to contradict him. How come today he had the courage of a bear and a leopard? Yu Shi narrowed his eyes and gave Xu Ping, who was sitting next to him, a signal. Yu Shi's idea was simple. Xu Ping was Xu An's blood brother. Having Xu Ping scolded on his behalf would not only show his own prestige but also avoid a direct confrontation with Xuan, killing two birds with one stone. It had always been like this in the past. Whenever Xuan wanted to help Xi Ning and proposed different ideas, Xu Ping would scold him until he was covered in verbal blood. This time, Yu Shi thought it should be the same. But unexpectedly, Xu Ping scoffed after seeing Yu Shi signaling him and said, Great Elder, you got sand in your eyes. Yu Shi was even more confused. Thinking that Xu Ping might not have understood his intentions, he made several more gestures with his eyes. So it turns out there's a problem with your eyes. Xu Ping suddenly realized, and said, in that case, Great Elder, you should step down and find a place to wait for death. Hearing this, Yu Shi was furious. Although he didn't understand why Xu Ping was acting out of character today, his patience had reached its limit. For the sake of the alchemy conference, he couldn't punish those 100 pill refiner masters, but now, if he didn't punish the Xu brothers, where would his dignity as the Great Elder be? He had to make an example. How dare you? Yu Shi stood up and shouted, Xu Ping. You dare to contradict me in public. According to the sect rules, this is a grave disrespect. Sect rules. The sect rules only follow the Tower Master's word. Where does it say we have to follow the Great Elder's rules? Xu Ping continued to scoff, his eyes suddenly fierce. You old coot, believe it or not, I'll deal with you. Deal with me. And calling me an old coot. Good. Very good. Xu Ping, you really are something. Yu Shi was even angrier, laughing in his rage. After speaking, he looked at the other elders and commanded in an undeniable tone, seize the Xu brothers, Xuan and Xu Ping, and after the alchemy conference, we will deal with them. Hey! The response was a collective sneer. You old coot, I've tolerated you for a long time. After a loud shout, Xu Ping took the lead, wielding a spiritual weapon and charging at Yu Shi. Xuan followed closely behind. The cultivation of the two brothers was comparable to Yu Shi's, and they complemented each other well. In just a few moments, they had beaten Yushi into howling miserably. If Xi Ning hadn't intervened, unable to watch any longer, the two brothers would have beaten the crap out of Yushi. And all the while, the other elders just watched while occasionally giving a round of applause. Have you all gone mad? After managing to save his life, Yushi hid behind Xi Ning and shouted. Mad? How could we possibly be mad? Xuan said with a narrowed-eye smile. We've simply seen through your true nature as the great elder, nothing but a rat, Xu Ping added. As they spoke, they could no longer restrain the malice in their hearts. In an instant, he was surrounded by a malevolent aura, emitting a strange, kiki, laughter. Witnessing this scene, Yushi was shocked. Indeed, they had gone mad. Just as expected, wherever Jiang Chen went, madness followed. Xi Ning, how will you bear such responsibility? Yushi asked loudly. Xi Ning remained silent. She never anticipated such a situation. She considered herself very sane, but how could she remain so under these circumstances? At this moment, she thought of Jiang Chen. She had thought the rumors of Jiang Chen driving people mad were just that, rumors, but now the ironclad truth was right before her eyes. If there was anyone to blame, it was herself for being soft-hearted. She had allowed Jiang Chen, the man who secretly loved her, into the ancient pill tower. She brought disaster upon the ancient pill tower. Sigh. With a long sigh, Xi Ning took out the Tower Master token from her spirit ring, intending to hand it over to Yushi. At this point, further discussion was futile. She had no choice but to take full responsibility for the situation, as she had promised. Yushi felt it was only right and instinctively reached out to take the token. But as soon as he extended his hand, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. As he trembled, he looked around to see a group of elders looking at him with an indescribable gaze. Their eyes seemed to say, "Dare to take it, and you die." Gulp. At this moment, Yushi finally felt the terror of being dominated by madmen. He also realized that with his insufficient cultivation, he simply couldn't subdue this group of lunatics. Cough. After a light cough, Yushi pushed the Tower Master token back and said, "Let's discuss the specific responsibilities after the alchemy conference." Seeing his difficulty, Xi Ning nodded. At the same time, the madmen shifted their gazes away. In reality, elders like Xuan from the ancient pill tower wanted to kill Yushi directly, but they couldn't act now for two reasons. First, the alchemy conference was about to begin, and since Jiang Chen wanted to participate, they had to support him. Internal strife within the ancient pill tower would completely ruin the alchemy conference. Second, Xi Ning was still unaware of the truth, and if they acted, they would surely be stopped. Since the ancient pill tower's old ancestor and the old tower master had fallen, Xi Ning's cultivation was the highest in the ancient pill tower. If she was determined to save Yushi, the others would be powerless. Glancing at Xi Ning, who was still blaming herself, Xuan quickly stepped forward and handed her a jade slip. What is this? Xi Ning was puzzled. The truth, Xuan said with a serious expression. Xi Ning shook her head, feeling like she was hearing nonsense. But as soon as her divine consciousness entered the jade slip, she quickly heard a sentence. My life will not last long, sister, come to Juyin demonic sect quickly. The voice was weary, the breath weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, burning out its last bit of light. Sister. Upon hearing this, Xi Ning burst into tears and immediately rushed out the door. Chapter 317 The conference begins. The next day, the alchemy conference officially began. Hundreds of pill refiner masters gathered at the pill platform below the main tower. The pill platform was vast, about 100 zhang in length and width, specifically designed for hosting the alchemy conference. The frontmost seats of the ancient pill tower were reserved for the tower master and the elders. At this moment, Yushi and other elders of the ancient pill tower were seated, their gazes cast into the distance. Compared to the indifference of the other elders, Yushi seemed very anxious. His anxiety stemmed from 2 points. Firstly, writing the ancient pill scroll from memory was extremely draining, and he had not yet finished. Fortunately, this was not a major problem. Although the reward for the first place in this conference was a chance to read the ancient pill scroll, Yushi believed that Lin Feng was bound to win. It was all in the family, after all, and a delayed viewing wouldn't be an issue, nor would it lead to the discovery that the ancient pill scroll had been stolen. The second point of concern was after the disappearance and return of the ancient Pill Tower elders, Shi Ning, the tower master of the ancient Pill Tower, had also gone missing. Under normal circumstances, Shi Ning's disappearance wouldn't be a big deal since this tower master didn't have any real power. But now was a critical time. Not only did the alchemy conference need Shi Ning to preside, but those mad elders also needed the suppression of Shi Ning as the tower master. It should be noted that during Shi Ning's absence, Yushi had mostly stayed behind closed doors, worried that the madman might come knocking. Fortunately, this had not happened. In the past few days, Xu Ping and other elders of the ancient Pill Tower had been relatively well behaved and had not troubled him. Moreover, with the start of today's alchemy conference, these elders had not made any strange moves. This allowed Yushi to breathe a sigh of relief. During this alchemy conference, the Imperial Pavilion and many other sects would be in attendance. If these people discovered that most of the ancient Pill Tower elders had gone mad, they would be a laughingstock. After all, they are the elders of my ancient Pill Tower. Even if they have gone mad, they still know what's important. Yushi muttered to himself as he looked towards Xu Ping and the other elders. Sensing his gaze, Xu Ping and his brother Xuan immediately turned and glared at him. HMPH. Yushi couldn't be bothered to argue with madmen. Looking down, he turned his attention to the Pill Refiner Masters. At this moment, all the Pill Refiner Masters were sitting cross-legged on the pill platform, eyes closed and regulating their breath, without the previous scene of 100 people lifting a cauldron to smash someone. This pleased Yushi, who nodded in satisfaction. In his view, the alchemy conference is an important event where Pill Refiner Masters make a name for themselves in the central domain and attract the attention of the Imperial Pavilion. Even if these Pill Refiner Masters are as heartless as wolves and dogs, they won't dare to mess around at such a grand event. It seems that there shouldn't be any major problems with this alchemy conference. Since Tower Master Shi Ning is not here, I will fulfill the duties of the Tower Master, Yushi thought to himself. Then, his gaze shifted to Jiang Chen. He frowned immediately. Like the other Pill Refiner Masters, Jiang Chen was also meditating with his eyes closed and did not exhibit any conspicuous behavior. But, eldest senior brother, go for it. Qingning supports you. Eldest senior brother is invincible. Eldest senior brother, if anyone dares to surpass you, I will kill them. Roar. Listen up, all you Pill Refiner Masters, I will eat anyone who dares to be more awesome than eldest senior brother. Qingning and the others were gathered below the pill refining platform, shouting non-stop. Silence. Yushi shouted in reprimand. Qingning and the others ignored him and continued to wave their banners and cheer. Zhang Hu, from somewhere, produced several large banners and handed one to each of Qingning and the others. The banner read, Eternal Way of the Pill, my senior brother dances alone. Seeing this, Yushi shook his head and chuckled. He was very attentive to the information about Jiang Chen and naturally knew that Jiang Chen had not systematically studied the way of the pill, so how could there be talk of dancing alone for eternity? Ridiculous. He wanted to order the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower to drive Qingning and the others away, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, the more wildly Jiang Chen and the others boasted now, the harder their faces would be slapped when Lin Feng appeared and won the contest. Thinking of Lin Feng, Yushi frowned again. The alchemy conference consisted of 3 competitions. As the first true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower, Lin Feng only needed to participate in the last competition, but he should have shown his face at the opening of the alchemy conference today. However, for some reason, Lin Feng politely declined, citing the reason that the toxins in his body had not been cleared. Those in the family know their own affairs. Yushi was very clear that, with the increased potency of the medicine, the toxins in Lin Feng's body had already been mostly cleared, and he was perfectly capable of moving around, so this excuse was untenable. For a moment, Yushi did not know what Lin Feng was thinking. The only certainty was after returning to the ancient Pill Tower this time, Lin Feng seemed to have become much more low-key. Humble and unyielding, truly a son of destiny, Yushi praised in his heart. In the midst of his thoughts, a hearty laugh sounded from afar. The sect master of Myriad Dao Demon Sect, along with the first true disciple Nangong Jushi and several other disciples, has come to observe the event. As the voice fell, several figures dressed in black with the golden character Wan, embroidered on their clothes descended from the sky. Although the ancient Pill Tower was part of the righteous path, it had deep relations with both the righteous and demonic paths and often traded with them. Therefore, among the sects invited this time, there were quite a few demonic sects, with myriad Dao demon sect being one of them. Seeing this, Yushi and the other elders of the ancient pill tower stood up and bowed their hands in unison, saying in one voice, "Myriad Dao demon sect, your style remains unchanged. Welcome, despite the long journey. Please, don't mention it." The sect master of Myriad Dao waved his hand. "The Alchemy Conference is a grand event in the central domain, and my Myriad Dao demon sect naturally wanted to join in the excitement." After glancing at the pill refiner masters on the platform, he asked in puzzlement, "Why are there only 100 pill refiner masters this time?" Yushi was at a loss for words and quickly made up an excuse. Considering the quality of the event, only pill refiner masters with a certain level of accomplishment in the way of the pill were allowed to participate, hence the smaller number. "I see, that makes sense," the sect master of Myriad Dao nodded. Although he said so, whether he truly believed it or not was something only he knew. After exchanging pleasantries, the sect master of Myriad Dao took his seat at the pre-arranged location. Nangong Jushi and the other disciples stood behind him. With just a simple glance, Nangong Jushi easily spotted Jiang Chen among the 100 pill refiner masters, and her smile blossomed instantly. After looking at the other pill refiner masters, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as if she was pondering something. "Don't act rashly." The sect master of Myriad Dao sensed something and quickly sent a telepathic message, "People from the Imperial Pavilion will also be here. If you act rashly, you will only bring trouble to Jiang Chen." "Understood." Nangong Jushi nodded and withdrew her gaze. Seeing her so obedient, the sect master of Myriad Dao was slightly taken aback. It was indeed strange. Ever since Nangong Jushi returned from the Ice Secret Realm, not only had her cultivation level rapidly increased, making her an upper 4 realms cultivator, but her personality had also become much more restrained, no longer as quick to kill as before. This pleased the sect master of Myriad Dao. While it was true that those of the demonic path did not need to worry too much about their actions, they still needed to have a sense of proportion. Otherwise, they would only bring endless trouble to themselves and others. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of sword ringing filled the sky, unceasing to the ear. A middle-aged man in plain clothes, standing upright, came flying on a sword, followed by several young cultivators carrying sword cases on their backs. 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. The pupils of the sect master of Myriad Dao shrank. The 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, unlike other first-rate sects, did not have a sect master position and was jointly managed by 5 Grand Masters. The leading middle-aged man was one of the 5 Grand Masters. The arrival of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion was not surprising to the sect master of Myriad Dao. The only surprise was hearing that the first sword disciple of the Sword Pavilion, Sushan, had luckily survived the mysterious Ice Realm. Why was he not seen here? Logically, at such a grand event, all the geniuses should come to broaden their horizons. The righteous and demonic paths were inherently at odds, and it was basic practice to mock each other when they met. After a sly smile, the sect master of Myriad Dao immediately used his spiritual energy to inquire, "Why isn't the sword disciple Sushan of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion here? Could it be that he was so frightened in the mysterious Ice Realm that his Dao heart shattered and he dares not show his face?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man flying on the sword hesitated, cursing in his heart. It's not that he dares not show his face, but that he's gone mad. Chapter 325, Intimate Master and Disciple. In fact, many people have noticed that Yushi often stares at Jiang Chen with an inexplicable expression. Initially, everyone thought that Yushi simply disliked Jiang Chen. But now, reminded by Xi Ning, they realized. Perhaps there really was an ulterior motive. After all, although Jiang Chen was bad, he was elegant and handsome. It was only logical for that disgusting pervert Yushi to target him. Even Elder Jiang accepted this explanation, frowning deeply. Even so, Jiang Chen and Mu Kui's brazen actions still showed a lack of respect for him. Even so, there is still guilt, Elder Jiang said coldly. Hearing this, many people showed dissatisfaction. Xi Ning, the elders of the ancient Pill Tower, and the people of the Juyan sect glared angrily. Jiang Chen felt a headache. His original plan was to have Mu Kui strike first, then under the guise of rescuing, give Yushi a good beating. If Elder Jiang pursued the matter, it would be Mu Kui's responsibility, as he had been rescuing, from start to finish. What crime could there be? As for what punishment Mu Kui would face, Jiang Chen was not worried. After all, this guy was the reincarnation of a martial emperor, and although his current cultivation wasn't very high, it would not be difficult if he really wanted to escape. But unexpectedly, with Xi Ning's various assumptions, the situation turned into Yu Shi having designs on him. Yu Kui couldn't stand it, so he took action. Although the result was similar, it still felt off-putting. Just as Jiang Chen was considering whether to be more straightforward and take a harder stance, Xi Ning and the elders of the ancient pill tower exchanged glances, then simultaneously leapt from their seats. They landed next to Yu Shi, who was on the ground. Without any hesitation, they rolled up their sleeves and began a round of punching and kicking, beating Yu Shi so badly that he cried out in agony and wailing non-stop. Clearly, they wanted to show Elder Jiang that if he wanted to punish someone, then he would have to punish them all. Seeing this, Jiang Chen saw an opportunity and kicked Yu Shi a couple of times. Already injured, Yu Shi couldn't withstand being beaten by so many people and once again sought help from Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang was furious, but before he could scold them, Sect Master Ji Yu Changqing of the Juyan sect, along with several peak masters and many disciples, also leapt up, lined up on the pill platform, and took turns beating Yu Shi. Jiang Chen also went up and kicked him a couple more times. Nangong Jushi found the situation amusing and joined in the beating. The sect master of the Myriad Dao sect, worried about Nangong Jushi being held accountable, followed the principle that the law does not punish the masses and led his disciples to join the fray. The actions of the Myriad Dao demon sect inspired other sects to consider joining in. Yu Shi was so disgusting, not kicking him would seem like they weren't showing enough disdain. With that thought, more sects joined in. In an instant, the entire pill conference descended into chaos. Amidst the sounds of punching and kicking, Yu Shi's continuous wails could be heard. Besides the pill platform, Qingning and Xiaobai had already started digging a hole. Throughout this, Jiang Chen had been busy. In order to increase his villain points, he had been meticulously targeting Yu Shi's weak spots with exceptionally heavy blows. Finally, host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, promoted to a 7th grade pill refiner. Phew. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Yu Shi felt like he was on the verge of death. Initially, he could cry out for help, but as time passed, even his screams became fainter. Finally, how dare you! Elder Jiang bellowed in anger, his aura of the late fate transformation stage causing even the air to tremble. He was uncontrollably furious. These madmen completely disregarded him, treating him as if he were thin air. If he didn't severely punish them now, where would his face go? What about the dignity of the imperial pavilion and the imperial dynasty? Despite the many madmen present, many of whom had cultivation levels comparable to his, he only needed to send a message to the imperial pavilion, and powerful reinforcements would arrive to suppress everyone. Perhaps sensing Elder Jiang's rage, the madmen collectively ceased their actions, turning around to glare at him with eyes brimming with hostility. Gulp. Feeling the intense gaze of so many madmen, even Elder Jiang couldn't help but get goosebumps. He suddenly realized a problem. The Imperial Pavilion's reinforcements would indeed arrive quickly, but could they get here faster than this group of madmen could tear him to shreds? He didn't want to die alongside these lunatics. Besides, what was the point of arguing with a bunch of madmen? And why should he risk his life over that perverted B***starred Yu Shi? After an internal struggle, Elder Jiang said, softening his tone. Since you've had your fun, return to your seats. Seeing the madmen looking at him with strange gazes, he gently flicked his sleeve, using his spiritual energy to form a hand and viciously slapped Yu Shi's face. To be honest, I also find Yu Shi quite displeasing, he added. Jiang Chen nodded and returned to his original seat. Seeing this, the others also gradually moved away from Yu Shi and returned to their seats. Realizing that the situation was out of control and considering his own safety, Elder Jiang decided, quickly tend to Elder Yu's injuries, and this alchemy conference is cancelled. With that, he prepared to leave. Only a fool would stay here and play with a bunch of madmen. No, impossible. But just as he took a step, Yu Shi staggered to his feet, swaying as he said, I'm fine. The conference can proceed as normal. He's fine. Elder Jiang was dumbfounded. After all, Yu Shi was now covered in blood, his face swollen and bruised, his breath weak. It wouldn't be surprising if he dropped dead on the spot. Yet under such circumstances, Yu Shi claimed he was fine and insisted the conference continue. After a moment's thought, Elder Jiang understood. Yu Shi didn't want to give up the stage prepared for Lin Feng. Everyone knew this, but they just didn't want to say it out loud. However, no one expected Yushi to be so devoted to Lin Feng. It was sickening. Reluctantly, Elder Jiang sat down again and urged, "Where's Lin Feng? Have him come quickly for the third trial." Upon hearing this, several disciples of the ancient pill tower hurriedly turned and left to summon Lin Feng. Shortly after, Lin Feng appeared on the pill platform. He had been in seclusion and was completely unaware of what had happened outside. After traveling through the Juyan sect and the Buddha temple, it was only from Yushi that Lin Feng felt the bond of master and disciple and understood what true affection exists in the world meant. Seeing his master in such a state, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger rush to his head, his body trembling with rage. "Master, who has injured you like this?" Suppressing his anger, Lin Feng approached Yushi. He wanted to help and heal Yushi. Seeing his disciple, Yushi was also overcome with emotion, feeling an urge to embrace and cry together. But sensing the odd looks around him, Yushi had to restrain his impulse, raising his hand to stop Lin Feng. "Don't come over and keep your distance." Lin Feng was puzzled. He was stunned and felt uncomfortable. In the past, Yushi would pat his shoulder upon seeing him. When Lin Feng faced difficulties, Yushi would firmly hold his hand to comfort him. But now, Yushi was asking him to keep his distance. "Master, why are you acting like this? Look closely, I am Lin Feng. Aren't we the closest of master and disciple?" Lin Feng asked loudly, confused. As soon as these words were spoken, a brief moment of shock was followed by whispers among the spectators. These two master and disciple are indeed very close. So close that they're at zero distance. I used to think Lin Feng was decent, but who knew he had such inclinations? This just shows you can know someone's face but not their heart. Ah, these two have really opened my eyes today. Now I understand why Lin Feng became the top true disciple of the ancient pill tower. Turns out he took the back door, figuratively and literally speaking. Such profound words. Chapter 327. This familiar feeling is back. As Dong Yao's cries rang out, the scene was once again in an uproar. No one could have imagined it. They never expected this son of destiny Lin Feng to be so shameless and make such a demand of Dong Yao in public. Seeing Dong Yao's panicked and trembling demeanor, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. The weak are always trampled by the strong with no chance to turn things around. Lin Feng, if you continue to spout nonsense, your qualification for this competition will be revoked. Elder Jiang frowned and scolded in a low voice. "No, Elder, Lin Feng hurriedly tried to explain. "Silence. Speak again and you'll be subjected to the 5 extinctions." Lin Feng was speechless once more. "Start the trial at once," Elder Jiang urged impatiently. Upon hearing this, disciples of the ancient pill tower stepped onto the pill platform to record the pills that the pill refiner masters planned to refine and then left to prepare the ingredients. Yushi took the opportunity to stop an ancient pill tower disciple, wanting to take a look at the choices of the pill refiner masters. The disciple, whose arm was grabbed, was so frightened that he jumped up, his face turning pale as he quickly said, "Great Elder, I can't do it. My cultivation is too low, I really can't bear it." Yushi's face darkened. The words of the ancient pill tower disciple were once again heard clearly by the onlookers, eliciting disdainful murmurs all around. Yushi knew that explaining was useless at this point, so he had no choice but to stiffen his scalp and snatch the jade slip with the recorded information to take a look. He immediately saw Jiang Chen's name and frowned. 7th grade foundation establishing pill. As an elder of the ancient pill tower, Yushi was well aware that this 7th grade foundation establishing pill was a genuine 7th grade pill used by upper 4 realms cultivators to stabilize their Dao foundation. The materials used were also extremely expensive. Jiang Chen's ability to create his own pill formula had already surprised him, and now, he was even more surprised that Jiang Chen wanted to refine a 7th grade pill. Coincidentally, the pill chosen by Lin Feng was also the 7th grade foundation establishing pill. And 2 pill refiner masters refining the same pill was definitely a head-on collision. Who was superior and who was inferior would be clear at a glance. Yushi frowned slightly. He considered whether to interfere. But seeing Shi Ning and other lunatics staring at him with threatening eyes, he eventually gave up the idea. Moreover, he had enough confidence in Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's talent in the way of the pill was the best he had seen since he started practicing the way of the pill. As for Jiang Chen, HMPH, Yushi scoffed. Even if Jiang Chen's talent in the way of the pill was good, what use was it? Without systematic learning, and in front of Lin Feng, the son of destiny favored by the heavens, he was simply not enough. Go and prepare at once. After handing back the jade slip with the recorded information, Yushi waved his hand. The stopped ancient pill tower disciple ran off as if pardoned, tumbling and scrambling away. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete, and the third trial officially began. Elder Jiang and the onlookers, despite their disdain for Lin Feng's character, were still curious about how strong this son of destiny's talent in the way of the pill really was. Therefore, as soon as the competition began, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Feng. Feeling the many eyes on him, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. Being too eye-catching goes against the way of laying low. He considered being more low-key. But remembering the stigma he was currently bearing and that he had to compete with Jiang Chen in the way of the pill, he straightened his expression. As old man Tianji had said, he was the son of destiny and didn't need to fully follow the way of laying low, just extract the essence of it. When necessary, astonish everyone. And now was that necessary moment. Because Lin Feng felt that his chances of winning first place at this alchemy conference were as high as 99%. After all, since he had known Jiang Chen, he had never heard that the latter could refine pills. After slowly exhaling a breath of air, Lin Feng began to mobilize the pill fire within his body, letting it emerge from his 7 orifices like serpents flaring. The pill fire was both cold and hot, emitting a faint glow. Even those seated in the spectator stands would sometimes feel scorching heat as if bathing in fire and at other times icy cold as if falling into an ice cave. An observant spectator exclaimed upon seeing this, "This is a 7th grade spirit fire, the mysterious ice crystal fire." At this exclamation, everyone was shocked. To be able to collect and refine a 7th grade spirit fire, what did that mean? It meant that Lin Feng was now a 7th grade pill refiner. Pill refiner masters already had an extraordinary status, let alone a 7th grade one. Such a level of pill refiner master was the ceiling of the central domain sects, and even the ancient pill tower had only a dozen or so. Elder Jiang, high on the platform, also brightened his eyes and couldn't help but straighten his posture. Noticing the shock of the crowd, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This familiar feeling is back. As the son of destiny, he should always keep those around him in shock. That was the way the son of destiny should be. Heavens are unfair. Why does such a freak have such good talent? Suddenly, a member of the audience cried out. That's right. A 7th grade pill refiner master is a height many pill refiners can't reach in their lifetime. But this Lin Feng, just by taking shortcuts, has reached it. That's not fair. Putting aside the facts, this Lin Feng really has opened my eyes. If you put aside the facts, what the hell are you talking about? Shish, keep it down. This Lin Feng is a 7th grade pill refiner master. Maybe we will need to ask him for help in the future. Everything has a price. Before you ask Lin Feng for help, consider whether you can protect your own back door. These discussions gave Lin Feng a headache. Elder Jiang also had a look of disdain but felt that Lin Feng's talent was indeed not bad and said in a softer voice, "Silence. This is a serious conference, we only talk about pill refining, not character." Hearing this, the onlookers immediately shut their mouths. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and bowed to Elder Jiang in thanks. Elder Jiang wanted to respond kindly but was worried that interacting too much with Lin Feng would tarnish his reputation, so he simply ignored him. This made Lin Feng feel somewhat helpless. Then, he gently stroked his spirit ring and summoned a cyan-gray 3-legged pill cauldron. The pill cauldron was wrapped with a lifelike azure dragon, and the lingering fragrance inside was visible to the naked eye, forming colorful mists that spread around, pleasing to the senses. Hiss, a spectator gasped and exclaimed again. This pill cauldron, with its dragon patterns seeming alive and the pill fragrance lingering. It must be an 8th grade pill cauldron. An 8th grade pill cauldron. At these words, all were once again astonished. Such a level of pill cauldron was not easily obtained. Even if someone gave it as a gift, one would need sufficient talent to be recognized. And Lin Feng taking out an 8th grade pill cauldron meant there was a possibility of advancing to an 8th grade pill refiner. That would be an 8th grade pill refiner master, with only the Imperial Pavilion in the central domain having it, and even in the upper domain, they would attract the attention of the Imperial dynasty. Everyone guessed that Lin Feng's talent in the way of the pill was high, but they didn't expect it to be so high. For a moment, no one discussed Lin Feng's character anymore. Instead, they all looked at him with envy and fervent eyes. Many cultivators were considering the possibility that if Lin Feng could help them refine an 8th grade pill in the future, even if it meant paying a backdoor price, it would not be unacceptable. After all, an 8th grade pill could change the life of some cultivators. Elder Jiang was equally excited. When he saw Lin Feng's 8th grade pill cauldron, he stood up abruptly, trembling with excitement. In fact, there were quite a few elders in the ancient pill tower who owned 8th grade pill cauldrons, but Lin Feng was different. Unlike the other elders of the ancient pill tower, Lin Feng was still young, and the possibility of him advancing to become an 8th grade pill refiner master was extremely high. Not just 8th grade, but 9th grade was not out of the question either. To be able to bring such a talent into the imperial dynasty was definitely a great achievement. Good, very good, worthy of. Elder Jiang's face broke into a smile, ready to offer some praise. Screech. But before he could finish, a phoenix's cry pierced the sky. Chapter 330. Lin Feng couldn't understand. Why did Jiang Chen also know this technique of using fire to remove impurities and spiritual energy as a ladle? You see, when he discovered this trick, he had consulted many elders of the ancient pill tower and was sure that no one else had discovered it. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Jiang Chen's way of the pill talent truly surpassed his own? Is that why he could also discover this trick? What he didn't know was that although Jiang Chen had never participated in an alchemy conference in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was very clear about Lin Feng's showy methods through the original story. Regardless, Lin Feng now faced a choice. At this moment, Jiang Chen had used a special technique to reduce the time it took to make the 7th grade foundation establishing pill while also improving its quality. So, what should he do? Should he use this trick or not? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided. Use it. If he didn't, defeat was certain. Focusing his mind, he began to control the surrounding spiritual energy to enter the pill cauldron and started the process of fire purification. Seeing this, Elder Jiang on the high platform shook his head. In the spectator seats, there were sneers all around. This Lin Feng really has no shame, stealing techniques on the spot. It's not wrong to steal techniques, but to blatantly use them in a competition is shameless. You both are mistaken. Lin Feng is the son of destiny. Does he need to save face? What you say is very true. Indeed, indeed. How could someone who got in through the back door care about face? Ha ha. Hearing these words, Lin Feng had anticipated them and, unable to retort, could only continue with a darkened face. The competition went on. Aside from Jiang Chen and Lin Feng, who were properly refining pills, the rest of the pill refiner masters were sitting cross-legged, their deep eyes seemingly pondering something. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The pill fire on the pill platform was still burning, and the spectators did not feel tired. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the pill fire went out, and the trembling of the pill cauldron ceased. The pill was formed. A fragrance wafted from the ancient cauldron in front of Jiang Chen, spreading around and lingering for a long time. Smelling it, everyone felt refreshed. Ha ha. Just by smelling this fragrance, you can tell it's at least a medium-grade 7th grade foundation establishing pill. A superior quality pill is not out of the question. Elder Jiang laughed heartily while stroking his beard. Yu Shi's face was dark, looking worse than if he had eaten dung. And in the spectator seats, the crowd, along with the people from the Juyan sect, burst into cheers. Although many still looked at Jiang Chen with disfavor, but a pill refiner master capable of producing a superior quality pill was enough to suppress the dislike in their hearts. At this time, Lin Feng was still in the process of refining his pill, sighing deeply. Although he was on par with Jiang Chen as a pill refiner master, Jiang Chen's Phoenix Fire and Ancient Cauldron gave him a significant boost in refining speed, which he could do nothing about. Now, all he could do was continue to focus on refining the pill, hoping that his destiny would allow him to produce a higher-grade pill. Jiang Chen, quickly take out the pill from the cauldron, let us all take a look, Elder Jiang urged. As his voice fell, a disciple of the ancient pill tower came forward with a wooden box. The box was opened, revealing a slender and transparent spiritual ladle inside, surrounded by spiritual energy. This was a special ladle used by the ancient pill tower to retrieve high-grade pills. Unlike lower-grade pills, when a 7th-grade pill is taken from the cauldron, a specially made spiritual instrument is needed to prevent the pill's spiritual energy from leaking out or being tainted by people or objects. No need, I have something better, Jiang Chen said with a smile, declining the offer. To this, everyone was not surprised. After all, Jiang Chen was at least a 7th-grade pill refiner master, and it was only natural for him to be prepared. But unexpectedly under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen gently touched his spiritual ring and summoned a sword that was pure white, glowed with 7 colors, and was full of ancient charm. The moment the ancient sword appeared, both the suspended dragon cauldron ancient bell and the 4-legged divine pattern cauldron emitted a faint humming sound. Our sect's divine sword, the Grand Master of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the ancient sword Jiang Chen took out was the divine-grade spiritual instrument of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, the 7 Luminaries Ancient Sword. Because it was too embarrassing to admit, only the 5 Grand Masters of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion knew about the loss of the 7 Luminaries Ancient Sword by the 7 Luminaries Sword Ancestor. And for this alchemy conference, the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion also had the intention, if possible, to retrieve the ancient sword from Jiang Chen. Now that cultivators above the Divine Passage realm were not allowed to appear in the world, it meant that Jiang Chen had lost his protector, which was the best opportunity to take the ancient sword back. What the people of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion didn't expect was to cheer on. Jiang Chen, the Juyan demonic sect had come out in full force this time. Even more unexpectedly, Jiang Chen actually took out the ancient sword under everyone's watchful eyes. Didn't he know the saying, a man who is innocent may be guilty of possessing a treasure? And this incident was most embarrassing for the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. After all, now it seemed likely that the entire central domain would know that the divine-grade spiritual instrument of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion had been taken away and had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. And indeed, that was the case. After recognizing the ancient sword, following a brief moment of shock, the surrounding sects all looked at the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion with incredulous eyes. This made everyone from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion clench their fists and glare at Jiang Chen with gritted teeth. In response, Jiang Chen just gave a mocking laugh. He had guessed that the people from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion had come here after hearing about his participation in the alchemy conference, intending to secretly take back the ancient sword. With the resolve of, if others don't offend me, I will still offend them, Jiang Chen naturally wanted to make the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion lose face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen held the ancient sword and inserted its tip into the alchemy cauldron. Soon, a translucent pill with a pinkish-white hue and a halo of medicinal essence was extracted with the tip of the sword. Hiss! Someone gasped in shock, taking in a breath of cold air and said, using a divine-grade spiritual weapon to extract a pill, this Jiang Chen is really domineering. He's slapping the face of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. Jiang Chen, how dare you! After a chorus of angry shouts, the people from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion were indeed furious, drawing their swords from their sheaths, their eyes splitting with rage. Seeing this, the people from the Juyan sect also took out their spiritual weapons, emitting a strange cackle of laughter. Just as the two sects were about to engage in a major battle, Elder Jiang hurriedly shouted angrily, the Empress's decree has already been issued. Do you seek to provoke trouble and incur the 5 extinctions upon yourselves? Hearing this, the people from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion reluctantly returned to their seats. The Juyan sect members, looking bored, also sheathed their spiritual weapons. This allowed Elder Jiang to breathe a sigh of relief. He personally stepped down from the stage, inspected Jiang Chen's pill, and quickly returned to the main topic. The pill refined by Jiang Chen is a high-quality 7th grade. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Such a high-grade and quality pill was something that even the elders of the ancient pill tower could not easily produce. What did this prove? It proved that Jiang Chen's mastery in the way of the pill had surpassed that of the ancient pill tower's elders. As expected of the young master of the Jiang family, such talent is astonishing. Elder Jiang stroked his beard, not sparing any praise. Although he said this, in his heart, he was extremely solemn. The emergence of an excellent successor like Jiang Chen in the way of the pill from the Jiang family was not good news for the imperial dynasty. Let's also check the pill formation rate, Elder Jiang continued. A pill refiner master does not refine pills individually but puts several portions of materials into the furnace to refine together, and the number of pills produced at the end is the pill formation rate. For this alchemy competition, the ancient pill tower provided each pill refiner master with 10 portions of alchemy materials. Having said that, Elder Jiang quickly stepped forward and cast a probing look at the alchemy cauldron in front of Jiang Chen. What met his eyes was an extremely thick pill liquid, impurities, without a single intact pill. A 10% pill formation rate. Elder Jiang frowned. Hearing this, the spectator seats exploded once again. Logically speaking, even a 7th grade pill refiner master with shallow mastery should have a pill formation rate of around 30 to 40%, but Jiang Chen only had 10%. Although the quality of the pill was good, it was indeed a bit low. As for this, Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated it and was not surprised. The thing about pill formation rate has a large component of luck, and having experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was very clear that luck had always been elusive to him. All he could do was his best. If he could win the championship with the quality of the pill, that would be great, if not. With this thought, Jiang Chen looked towards Lin Feng, who was still refining pills. If not, then he would have to resort to underhanded tactics and figure out a way to destroy Lin Feng's alchemy furnace. In any case, he would not allow this son of destiny Lin Feng to be above him in this lifetime. And when the other pill refiner masters saw Jiang Chen looking at Lin Feng with a rather cold gaze, they exchanged glances and began to refine pills in unison. In the blink of an eye, several more hours passed. "Ah, the alchemy cauldron is going to explode," pill refiner master Dong Yao suddenly shouted in panic. Then, he threw the alchemy cauldron, which was about to explode, directly towards Lin Feng. FCK. Lin Feng cursed out loud. Chapter 331. Lin Feng thought Dong Yao had gone mad, and this is the evidence. Setting aside the slander Dong Yao had directed at him, blowing up the furnace was one thing, but throwing it his way was just absurd. What's more important was that after tossing the soon-to-explode alchemy furnace, perhaps due to the thrill of it, Dong Yao's previously gentle and calm demeanor changed. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl, and his eyes filled with malice. Though this expression lasted only for a moment, it was accurately witnessed by Lin Feng, who was closest to him. "Madman," Lin Feng cursed loudly. At this moment, he was at a critical juncture in his alchemy, and if he tried to dodge or defend himself, he would surely end up with a furnace full of ruined pills. Just as he was uncertain about what to do, a loud shout rang out, and Yushi transformed into a streak of light, appearing in front of Lin Feng. "Do not panic, my disciple, your master is here." With Yushi's cultivation level, he could have easily deflected the exploding alchemy cauldron with a flick of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, after being continuously beaten by a group of madmen, he was severely injured and could hardly stand, let alone smoothly wield his spiritual energy. But even so, he used the last bit of his strength to stand in front of Lin Feng. He shielded him with his body, taking the full brunt of the exploding alchemy cauldron. Boom! The cauldron burst, setting off massive waves and filling the sky with ash and smoke. When the dust settled, Yushi was not dead, but he was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, and his body emitted a smell similar to that of something scorched. Cough, cough. Yushi clutched his chest, coughing non-stop, and turned back to ask Lin Feng, "Do not worry, disciple, your master will protect you." "Master!" Lin Feng cried. This was his master. No matter how difficult the situation, he would always stand in front of him, shielding him from all hardships. For a moment, as Lin Feng controlled the alchemy fire, his eyes filled with deep affection as he looked at Yushi. Yushi returned a comforting gaze. After a moment, master and disciple exchanged a smile, each feeling an urge to embrace the other tightly. And this scene, witnessed by everyone, shocked the crowd. They were not only stunned by Yushi's protection of Lin Feng but also by the public display of affection between the master and disciple. It was too shameless. Dong Yao. After regaining his senses, Elder Jiang on the high platform scolded, "Even if Lin Feng has been excessively cruel to you, you cannot take such revenge at the alchemy conference, R Alpha Obs." Feeling someone standing up for him, Lin Feng felt much better. But what did he mean by excessively cruel? He hadn't done anything. If anyone was cruel, it was Dong Yao. Not only did he slander him, but he also tried to kill him. "Elder, this Dong Yao has clearly gone mad. I strongly suggest that he be expelled from the conference." Lin Feng seized the opportunity to shout. This Elder Jiang hesitated. It was clear to any discerning person that Dong Yao had acted intentionally. According to the rules, Dong Yao should indeed be expelled. But if he really did that, wouldn't it seem like he, the esteemed elder of the Imperial Pavilion, was taking Lin Feng's side? This would not be good for his reputation. Elder, the third trial is about alchemy skills. Setting everything else aside, Dong Yao's alchemy cauldron has exploded, and he should indeed be eliminated, Yushi said while enduring the pain and bowing slightly. Elder Jiang thought it made sense and agreed to the request. Dong Yao accepted it calmly. But instead of leaving immediately, he stood on the alchemy platform, looked up at the sky, and then tears streamed down his face. I, Dong Yao, started alchemy at the age of 6, became a true disciple of Lingyao Mountain at 10, and devoted my life to punishing the wicked and promoting the good while studying the way of the pill. But the heavens are unjust. Heaven favors those with destiny, regardless of right or wrong. Humanity has degenerated, and good and evil are indistinguishable. The old ancestor of Lingyao Mountain once said, cultivators should follow way of the heavens, and the way of the pill would be smooth. Only by following both can one achieve major achievement in the way of the pill. But what is the result? I have lived by this for 20 years, and in the end, I have become a puppet of the heavens, a plaything under the so-called destiny, insignificant and unworthy. To be born human and to cultivate as a scholar, all beings should be equal. Saying this, Dong Yao looked towards Lin Feng. He no longer suppressed the anger and malice within him and hysterically roared, "But you, Lin Feng, why are you favored by destiny, protected by the heavens? And why, with destiny on your side, do you lord over all living beings?" His sharp, piercing questions, mixed with powerful spiritual energy, thundered like rolling thunder, deafening to hear. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were as silent as the grave. On the high platform, Elder Jiang closed his eyes while sighing repeatedly. But Lin Feng and Yushi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of schadenfreude. Dong Yao was clearly not in his right mind, his malice reaching the heavens because of madness born from his heart. Anyone with clear eyes could see that he had indeed gone mad. In their view, the reason they bore the stigma of a man-and-man relationship was because of Dong Yao's continuous slander. Now that Dong Yao had shown signs of madness, couldn't everything be cleared up? After all, how could the words of a madman be trusted? How dare you, Dong Yao? Defying the heavens, framing an entrapment, what punishment do you deserve? Yushi immediately questioned loudly. He thought that his words would garner the support of many, but little did he know. Shut up. Elder Jiang was furious, glaring angrily. How dare those with a preference for Dragon Yang make such a racket at the conference? Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Yushi was full of question marks. Elder Jiang, Dong Yao has gone mad, Lin Feng quickly explained. Indeed, he has gone mad, Elder Jiang nodded. Then Lin Feng began. However, it is you and your disciple who have driven him to madness. Elder Jiang interrupted coldly. Ah, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Yushi was also dumbfounded. Where did that come from? They hadn't done anything. And strangely enough, the onlookers in the stands seemed to agree with Elder Jiang's words. Soon, the two of them understood the crux of the matter. In the eyes of others, Dong Yao seemed perfectly normal at first but then suddenly went mad. This, coupled with Dong Yao's earlier nonsensical ranting, naturally led to one conclusion: Dong Yao's madness was due to the bullying by two individuals. And in the face of such bullying, no one stood up for Dong Yao, and when Dong Yao took matters into his own hands, he was expelled from the alchemy conference. This led to the collapse of Dong Yao's Dao heart and his complete descent into madness. Yushi and Lin Feng had never anticipated this. They hadn't expected Dong Yao to be so cunning, even revealing his madness, with the intention of framing them. It left them speechless and their scalps tingling with horror. The surrounding gazes became even more piercing and disdainful, and Yushi and Lin Feng dared not speak further. The two were worried that continuing to talk would provoke public anger and they would be torn to pieces. Speaking of Dong Yao, after seeing that his words had the desired effect, he smiled subtly. After uttering a few more nonsensical phrases, Dong Yao laughed maniacally and leapt down from the pill platform. This allowed Lin Feng and Yushi to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that the madman had finally left. Suddenly, Dong Yao stopped in his tracks. After looking around, he clasped his hands together and said, "One Dong Yao has left, but there will be thousands and thousands of Dong Yaos who will stand up. I believe in the righteousness within the heart. Wherever there is injustice, there will be resistance." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Yu Shi exchanged glances, both unable to understand what he meant. Just when they thought it was just more of Dong Yao's madness, they shivered suddenly. They realized that the other pill refiner masters who were refining pills were giving them a strange look. "Ah! The pill furnace is going to explode," the pill refiner masters shouted in unison, their expressions panicked. The next second, all the pill refiner masters except Jiang Chen threw their about-to-explode pill furnaces at Lin Feng and Yu Shi. There weren't many pill refiner masters participating in the third trial, and Yu Shi thought he could handle it, but soon he realized that more and more pill furnaces were being thrown at him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the pill refiner masters who had been eliminated earlier were now refining pills outside the pill platform, and they too were throwing their about-to-explode pill furnaces. Soon, the sky above the pill platform was covered with hundreds of pill furnaces about to explode. FCK. Seeing this, Yu Shi and Lin Feng cursed. Chapter 332. Hundreds of pill furnaces appeared in the air, their alchemical fires raging, heating the furnaces red hot, the surrounding air scorching, all with the imminent threat of explosion. There were plenty of people present who could stop the pill furnaces from exploding, but no one did. Dong Yao's parting words still echoed in their ears. If anyone helped Lin Feng now, they would be seen as complicit in his misdeeds. Even Elder Jiang, the elder presiding over the alchemy conference, chose to close his eyes and pretend not to see after a brief hesitation. This left Yu Shi and Lin Feng in utter despair. "Master, I only need a moment to complete my pill. Can you hold on?" Lin Feng asked. Yu Shi shook his head. He really couldn't hold on. If he tried to withstand the explosion of these hundreds of pill furnaces with his physical body, he would surely perish. "Disciple, Yu Shi started to speak but stopped, finally saying, "Do your best." With that, Yu Shi leapt up and hurriedly left the pill platform. This left Lin Feng speechless. What happened to the unity between master and disciple, to the promise of protection no matter what difficulties he faced? Now, Yu Shi had run away and was telling him to do his best. In reality, Lin Feng also knew that leaving was the best choice. Although the explosive power of hundreds of pill furnaces was great, as long as he left the center of the explosion on the pill platform, his cultivation was enough to deal with the aftermath. But the problem was, he was not willing to give up. Leaving meant forfeiting the competition. Lin Feng felt that he was in a great state for refining pills this time and had a premonition that he could produce a perfect quality pill, definitely defeating Jiang Chen. He just didn't expect things to turn out this way. This goes against the way of laying low, Lin Feng sighed repeatedly. In the end, he chose to face reality. He quickly fled from the pill platform. And just as he left the pill platform, boom, 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 the sounds of the pill furnaces exploding followed one after another, and in an instant, there was flying debris and smoke filling the sky. Jiang Chen, not wanting to be an innocent victim, had already left the pill platform the moment the hundreds of pill furnaces were thrown. After everything had settled down, glancing at Lin Feng, who was now outside the pill platform, Xi Ning took the opportunity to announce, "The alchemy conference is over, and the winner of this alchemy conference is Juyin sect's 9th peak eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen." Rano Beta S. Oh! The people of Juyin sect shouted loudly. Sect Master Ji Yu Chengqing once again stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you all for your generosity. In front of our Juyin sect's prodigy Jiang Chen, you are indeed no match no matter how hard you try." The words of the two were not much different from before the start of the alchemy conference. The various sects in the spectator seats could only shake their heads helplessly upon hearing this. Elder Jiang's mouth twitched, but he did not object. In the third trial, aside from Jiang Chen successfully refining a pill, Lin Feng left the pill platform and forfeited, while the other pill refiner masters had their furnaces explode. By the rules, Jiang Chen was indeed the winner of this alchemy conference. But the problem was, after glancing at Xi Ning and the other madmen, Elder Jiang's mouth twitched again. This alchemy conference was full of monsters and demons. It had really opened his eyes. The winners of previous alchemy conferences would receive attention from the Imperial Pavilion and be given certain benefits. However, since the winner this time was Jiang Chen, Elder Jiang did not plan to show any recognition. The reason was simple. Given the current relationship between the Jiang family and the Imperial dynasty, Jiang Chen was destined to be a person the Imperial dynasty could not win over. In fact, compared to Jiang Chen, Elder Jiang was more optimistic about Lin Feng, as the latter's talent in the way of the pill was also excellent. It's just that he didn't expect the character of this son of destiny to be so lacking. The alchemy conference is over, Elder Jiang stood up and announced. Oh, the people of Juyin sect shouted again. Shi Ning smiled satisfactorily and said, I told you, with Jiang Chen's talent, he was bound to be the winner of this alchemy conference, but you wouldn't listen. Elder Jiang glared at her. Anyone with clear eyes could see that this alchemy conference was not normal, right? He just didn't want to delve deeper and point it out. Shi Ning was not convinced, and she tried hard to glare back in return. This left Elder Jiang speechless again. Then came the award ceremony. Since only Jiang Chen successfully concocted a pill in the third trial, with all others failing, there was only a first place and no other rankings. Hurry up and bring out the ancient pill scroll. Let eldest senior brother have a look, Jiang Hu bellowed, stretching his neck. Hearing this, the eyes of the representatives from various sects lit up. The ancient pill scroll, as the treasure that anchored the ancient pill tower, contained pill recipes, techniques, and experiences that countless people coveted. Although the crowd could not read it at this moment, if they could catch a glimpse of its true appearance, their trip would not have been in vain. Indeed, it is only right, Elder Jiang also expressed his agreement. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yu Shi, struggling to maintain his composure, refused, no. This pill conference is full of anomalies. It doesn't count. His words caused an uproar. No one expected Yu Shi to be so shameless. Even Elder Jiang frowned. I personally oversaw this pill conference. Are you questioning me? Of course not. Yu Shi's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Since it's not the case, then why don't you hurry up and bring the ancient pill scroll? Elder Jiang pressed on. Yu Shi was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring it out, but that he couldn't. The ancient pill scroll had been stolen, and if the sects present learned of this, the ancient pill tower's reputation would be utterly ruined. Just as Yu Shi was at a loss for what to do, Shi Ning suddenly stood up and sighed. To tell the truth, the ancient pill scroll has been stolen. Whoosh! The crowd was instantly in an uproar. If it had been anyone else who said this, naturally no one would believe it. But Shi Ning was the tower master of the ancient pill tower. Although she didn't seem normal and showed signs of madness, she wouldn't be spouting nonsense about such an important matter. This development was also unexpected for Elder Jiang, who then looked at Yu Shi with an inquiring gaze. Yu Shi had no choice but to nod his head. Even their own tower master didn't care about the face of the ancient pill tower, so why should he, a great elder, bother? How audacious. Once confirmed, Elder Jiang was furious. The ancient pill scroll is a treasure of the ancient pill tower. Its theft at this time must be someone defying the Empress's decree, causing trouble, and must be severely punished. Exactly. There must be severe punishment. Jiang Chen was the first to express support, angrily denouncing, this thief is utterly shameless, a disgrace to all of us. After speaking, he added in his heart, anyway, it's the dog system's doing, it has nothing to do with me. Elder, I know who the thief is, Shi Ning suddenly said. This made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. Oh, who is it? Elder Jiang narrowed his eyes. This person is. Shi Ning suddenly turned his head and said coldly, the great elder of the ancient pill tower, Yu Shi. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. After a brief shock, the faces of the spectators were filled with disbelief. But upon further thought, it seemed very possible to everyone. After all, they knew that as a treasure of the ancient pill tower, the ancient pill scroll would be heavily guarded, and ordinary cultivators could not possibly steal it. But Yu Shi was different. As a great elder of the ancient pill tower, with high status and power, he indeed had the opportunity to steal from his own charge. Furthermore, his character was not that great. Slander. Pure slander. Yu Shi, stomping his feet in anger, immediately retorted, Elder, the tower master has gone mad. The words of a madwoman cannot be trusted. Elder Jiang nodded, thinking there was some sense to that. But just then, Xuan, the fourth elder of the ancient pill tower, stood up and said, I can testify that the ancient pill scroll was indeed stolen by Yu Shi. I can also testify. Xu Ping, his brother, supported him with a reminiscent look in his eyes. It was on a dark and windy night when he. This again. Yu Shi wanted to curse. Chapter 333. Following Xu Ping and Xuan, the other elders of the ancient pill tower also testified, detailing the process of Yu Shi stealing the ancient pill scroll. They spared no detail. They even described what Yu Shi ate on the day he stole the scroll and what he did with Lin Feng as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Yu Shi was at a loss for words, exclaiming that they were all mad people. Just as Elder Jiang was beginning to think that Xi Ning and the others indeed showed signs of madness and couldn't be completely trusted, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. I have analyzed that the ancient pill scroll was indeed stolen by Yu Shi. Analyzed? What are you analyzing? What does this have to do with you? Elder Jiang was baffled. Jiang Chen didn't feel embarrassed and asked Yu Shi, may I ask Elder Yu, when was the ancient pill scroll stolen, and was there anything unusual when it was stolen? Yu Shi didn't want to respond, but feeling that he couldn't take the blame for this, he honestly explained, I do not know when the scroll was stolen. I only discovered it when I went to inspect it before the start of the conference. So, you mean to say there was nothing unusual when the scroll was stolen? Jiang Chen pressed. Isn't that obvious? If there had been anything unusual, wouldn't he have known? After giving Jiang Chen a glare, Yu Shi nodded impatiently. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen smiled faintly and analyzed in detail. As everyone knows, the ancient pill scroll is the foundation of the ancient pill tower and is always heavily guarded. For outsiders to steal it, they would first have to break through the ancient pill tower's sect formation and then pass through the numerous formations protecting the scroll. As far as I know, with the foundation of the ancient pill tower, even a Nirvana realm cultivator would not be able to do so quietly. Is my statement correct? The crowd nodded in agreement. Although the ancient pill tower's old ancestor and the old tower master had fallen, leaving the highest cultivation among the tower's cultivators at the Fate Transformation realm, the Millennium Foundation was no joke. Whether it was the ancient pill tower's protective sect formation or the formations protecting the scroll, they were all high-level formations. A Nirvana realm cultivator might be able to break them, but definitely not without making a sound. Yu Shi also felt this made sense and immediately, with a brightened expression, exclaimed, I know, it was Juyin Old Ancestor. Rumor has it that Juyin Old Ancestor's cultivation has surpassed the upper four realms. Only he could have done this. Upon hearing this, the people from the Juyin sect's expressions turned cold. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Elder Jiang cursed, nonsense. With the Empress's decree in place, all old ancestors of the sects are under surveillance by the Imperial Pavilion, avoiding the world. Are you questioning my Imperial Pavilion? The Imperial Pavilion, as the supervisory body of the central domain, would resolutely enforce the Empress's decree and monitor everyone. If it weren't for this, given Juyin Old Ancestor's character of, it's only wrong if you get caught, he would have quietly come over to personally make people feel, pawn. The reason why they made such a big move to have the Juyin sect people go out and abduct someone was precisely because they knew that although there weren't many cultivators in the Imperial Pavilion, they had many means to monitor the movements in the central domain. And Yu Shi's words were indeed questioning the Imperial Pavilion. Realizing this, Yu Shi was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and repeatedly said, I dare not. HMPH. A man with such inclination dares to speak nonsense. After snorting coldly, Elder Jiang allowed Jiang Chen to continue speaking. With a smug smile, Jiang Chen continued, since it's impossible for an outsider to be the culprit, there must be a traitor among you. And Yu Shi, who holds a high position and is usually responsible for guarding the ancient pill scroll, is a prime suspect. That makes sense, Elder Jiang nodded, stroking his beard. The onlookers in the audience also nodded in agreement. This is slander. It's mere speculation without any evidence. Moreover, why would I steal what I am guarding? I can view the ancient pill scroll whenever I want, Yu Shi retorted. That did make some sense. Elder Jiang's face showed contemplation. Indeed, as Yu Shi said, stealing the ancient pill scroll wouldn't make much sense for him. I indeed have no evidence, just analysis. However, there is one thing that is well known to everyone, Jiang Chen said with a shrug. What is it? Elder Jiang pressed. The fact is, this alchemy conference, while ostensibly a competition among pill refiner masters, is actually a stage prepared by Yu Shi for Lin Feng, Jiang Chen declared emphatically. After a brief silence, Elder Jiang asked, puzzled, what does this have to do with the theft of the ancient pill scroll? Consider this, Elder, if Yu Shi did steal the ancient pill scroll, and the winner of this conference is not me but Lin Feng, what then? Jiang Chen posed the question. This. Elder Jiang closed his eyes in deep thought. If Lin Feng won, he would naturally attract the attention of the imperial dynasty and become famous throughout the central domain. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to view the ancient pill scroll. Wait a minute. A light bulb went off in Elder Jiang's head. If Lin Feng viewed the ancient pill scroll, since he's one of their own, he certainly wouldn't expose the fact that the scroll was stolen. At that point, the matter would only be investigated internally within the ancient pill tower. And as everyone knows, Yushi holds absolute power within the ancient pill tower, so how the investigation proceeds would be up to him. As a result, it's likely that the matter would be swept under the rug. Indeed, Yushi may not need to steal the scroll for himself, but he could give it to his beloved disciple. Keep in mind that although the winner of the conference gets to view the ancient pill scroll, there is a time limit. Furthermore, the way of the pill requires talent, understanding, and experience. It's impossible for even a cultivator with a good memory to digest all the information in the ancient pill scroll in a short time. In contrast, being able to study the ancient pill scroll over several days would be much more beneficial. At this moment, a suspicion arose in Elder Jiang's mind. A conspiracy. This entire conference was a sham from the start, orchestrated by Yushi. There was no ancient pill scroll, and the winner had already been predetermined to be Lin Feng. The purpose was to cover up the theft of the ancient pill scroll. But Yushi hadn't anticipated not only did Xi Ning and others go mad one after another, but the competing pill refiner masters also disapproved of the master and disciples' conduct, leading to some quitting and others causing their furnaces to explode. In the end, the title of the conference winner fell upon Jiang Chen. Hiss. Elder Jiang took a sharp breath. What a grand scheme. What a massive cover-up. Perhaps even he was just a pawn in Yushi's eyes. Of course, Elder Jiang didn't fully believe this, as there was no evidence and it was all speculation. But does that matter? It doesn't. After all, as an elder of the imperial dynasty, the theft of the ancient pill scroll had nothing to do with him. And with too many madmen around, for the sake of his own life, he wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Moreover, since Yushi and Lin Feng were now the targets of public criticism, punishing them would also serve to demonstrate his own righteousness to a certain extent. Definitely not a loss. With these thoughts, Elder Jiang stood up abruptly and roared, his voice echoing around. How dare you, Yushi, to steal it for yourself? Hearing this, Yushi was full of question marks. He wanted to explain, but there was no chance. As soon as Elder Jiang finished speaking, Xi Ning, along with the other elders of the ancient pill tower, leapt up and landed in front of Yushi. According to our rules, your cultivation must be destroyed. Xi Ning, holding a spiritual sword, had coldness in her eyes. The other elders were also eager to fight, showing a murderous intent. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If it weren't for seeing that Jiang Chen wanted to participate in the conference, Yushi would have been destroyed long ago. Elder, save me. Feeling the intense killing intent, Yushi cried out to Elder Jiang for help. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's an internal affair of the ancient pill tower. Do as you please. With that, Elder Jiang left with a flick of his sleeve. Chapter 334. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's an internal affair of the ancient pill tower. Do as you please. With that, Elder Jiang left with a flick of his sleeve. Do as you please meant they could do whatever they wanted, right? Originally, Xi Ning and the others had refrained from acting rashly, considering that it was not appropriate to antagonize the imperial dynasty at the time, and they saw that Jiang Chen wanted to participate in the conference. But now that Elder Jiang had left and had given them carte blanche, and the conference was over, why hold back? The madmen first glanced at Lin Feng, who was in a state of panic, and then turned their gaze unanimously to Yushi. The son of destiny was hard to kill, but Yushi didn't have the protection of destiny. Today, he must die. Old thief, prepare to die. Mu Kui shouted and leapt forward. Following him, Sect Master Ji Yu Changqing of the Juyan sect led his disciples, all wielding various spiritual weapons, to join the fray. Qingning and Xiao Bai, on the other hand, started digging a pit on the side. Worried that Yushi might be killed by the madmen, Qingning reminded Xiao Bai to leave Yushi with a breath of life. Roar! Xiao Bai roared, transforming into a colossal primordial beast, and charged directly at Yushi. In such a scene, Nangong Jushi had been waiting for a long time with a sword in hand. Seeing this, the sect master of the Myriad Dao sect reluctantly led his disciples to join the battle. In an instant, the whole place was filled with shouts and cries for battle. Those who sought Yushi's life numbered in the hundreds. The other sects, seeing the situation getting out of control and fearing for their own safety, quietly left. The people of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion glanced at Jiang Chen and also left reluctantly. "Stand back," Jiang Chen shouted. Hearing this, Xi Ning and the others, who were about to make their move, all paused. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chen, holding a blood sword and dressed in black, approached with a murderous look in his eyes. Understanding Jiang Chen's intentions, the madman cleared a path for him. Although everyone wanted to tear Yu Shi to pieces, they knew that Jiang Chen was the most qualified to act among those present. Jiang Chen didn't expect these madmen to be so obedient. As he stepped forward with his sword, he looked straight at Yu Shi and said, "Elder Yu, it's time to pay your debt." At this moment, Yu Shi was completely terrified. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, he became hysterical. "Pay debt? Jiang Chen, you killed my sworn brother, slaughtered my direct disciple, and brought disaster to the central domain. If anyone should pay debt, it's you." Jiang Chen remained silent while continuing to move forward. "Disciples of the ancient Pill Tower, protect me," Yu Shi shouted again. The disciples of the ancient Pill Tower remained unmoved. Although they were not driven mad, all the elders, including their own tower master, wanted to kill Yu Shi. As disciples, they dared not get involved. This elicited a pale smile from Yu Shi. "Want to kill me? Then let's die together." His hair fluttered as he roared fiercely. Then, he attempted to self-destruct. Countless spiritual energies poured into his body from the outside, causing his body to swell. Soon after, numerous spiritual energies burst forth from his cracked skin, bringing with them blinding blood, looking extremely unsettling. Thinking of self-destructing? You're dreaming. While sneering, Xi Ning took out the Tower Master token and began to control the ancient Pill Tower's grand formation. The formation activated, and divine light converged on Yu Shi's body. Under the suppression of the divine light, Yu Shi's body deflated like a punctured ball, the spiritual energy within him rapidly dissipating, and he soon returned to normal. At the same time, as Jiang Chen stepped forward briskly, a flash of red light appeared, and a sword piercing Yu Shi's heart could be seen. Bright red blood slid down the bloody sword, dripping onto the ground and blossoming into a flower of blood. Seeing Yu Shi's life force rapidly fading, the crowd burst into satisfying laughter. The laughter was piercing, dazzling to the senses. Yu Shi, using the last of his spiritual energy, forcibly protected his own heart meridian, vomiting blood repeatedly, and said, "I, Yu Shi, have lived a life punishing evil and promoting good, even willing to tarnish my own feathers to eliminate evil. What wrong have I done?" Having said that, he grabbed Jiang Chen's clothes with his bloodied palm and asked, "You are a scourge of this world, why is it me who dies and not you?" The answer to him was Jiang Chen's silence. With a thought, Jiang Chen released scorching phoenix fire from the sword, instantly enveloping Yu Shi's entire body. "Ah!" Caught in the phoenix fire, Yu Shi screamed sharply. Under the phoenix fire, his last trace of spiritual energy dissipated, his life force rapidly fading away. Yu Shi was unwilling but powerless to change his fate. Suddenly, he saw someone holding a black blade, charging towards him. It was Lin Feng. "Disciple, run!" Yu Shi transmitted his last bit of strength. With that, he was burned to black ash by the phoenix fire, not even his soul remained. At the same time, a cloud of blood mist centered on the pill platform spread out in all directions with a bang. Qingning and Xiaobai recognized at a glance that this was Lin Feng's newly learned movement technique. Clearly, this son of destiny wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. The woman and the tiger wanted to pursue it, but before they could act, they heard Jiang Chen say, "I'm tired, let's return to the sect." Hearing this, Qingning and Xiaobai had no choice but to give up. Jiang Chen, however, looked in the direction of Lin Feng's escape with a satisfied smile. Personally slaying Yu Shi not only vented his resentment but also ensured Lin Feng would hold a grudge against him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In fact, Jiang Chen had also noticed that after repeatedly being saved by him, Lin Feng had developed some inexplicable trust in him. This wouldn't do. What if Lin Feng softened his heart at the end and chose not to kill him? But now it was good. He could see that there was indeed a deep master-disciple bond between Lin Feng and Yu Shi. Such a deep hatred was enough to make Lin Feng see him as a lifelong enemy. As for the others, although letting Lin Feng escape was frustrating, they also knew that with the Empress's decree in place, it was indeed not appropriate to pursue too aggressively. All things considered, killing the Son of Destiny was not something that could be done overnight, it required patience. Then let's return to the sect. Jiyu Chengqing waved his hand grandly. I would like to take the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower to visit the Juyan sect, Shi Ning declared. The visit was a pretense. The real intention was to make them watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Now, aside from the higher-ups, the rest of the ancient Pill Tower disciples were unaware of the truth of the world, which Shi Ning, as the Tower Master, found quite unfair. Upon hearing this, the faces of the ancient Pill Tower disciples all turned as bitter as gourds. Who didn't know that something was off with the Juyan sect? Who would willingly dive into a den of lunatics? But there was no choice. Now that Yu Shi was dead, Shi Ning, as the Tower Master, naturally had the authority to command everyone. Good, Jiyu Chengqing readily agreed. Sect Master, shall we go too? Nangong Jushi took the opportunity to suggest to the Myriad Dao Sect Master. After some hesitation, the Myriad Dao Sect Master refused, citing the Grand Sect competition as the reason. This left Nangong Jushi quite dissatisfied. Jiyu Chengqing and Shi Ning exchanged glances, unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. Soon, at their signal, the people from the ancient Pill Tower and Juyan sect surrounded the Myriad Dao Demon sect. We're all one family, so let's go take a look at the Juyan sect, Jiyu Chengqing said with a smile. The Myriad Dao sect master was full of question marks. In the end, the Myriad Dao Demon sect could not withstand the enthusiastic invitation of the Juyan sect and had to go to the Juyan sect reluctantly. Hundreds of spiritual boats descended from above, and the disciples boarded one after another. Shi Ning approached Jiang Chen, her cheeks flushed, and said, Jiang Chen, do you remember our agreement? I said that if you won first place, I would. Aunt Shi, please show some respect. Jiang Chen raised his hand to interrupt. While Shi Ning was puzzled and ready to let her imagination run wild again, Mu Kui approached with a proud stride. In full view of everyone, Mu Kui placed a scroll in Jiang Chen's hands and said, Eldest senior brother, this item should be returned to its rightful owner. Jiang Chen looked down and was immediately troubled. Shi Ning was also blinking in confusion. Because on that scroll, it was clearly written, Ancient Pill Scroll. Chapter 335. Like Shi Ning, many of the ancient Pill Tower disciples preparing to board the spiritual boats also saw the ancient Pill Scroll in Jiang Chen's hands. Although the ordinary disciples of the ancient Pill Tower had never seen such a scroll as the ancient Pill Scroll, they could read. The disciples glared angrily at Jiang Chen. They had been nodding in agreement when Jiang Chen analyzed that the ancient Pill Scroll was stolen by Yu Shi, thinking it made sense. Unexpectedly, the culprit was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you steal our sect's tower scroll? An ancient Pill Tower disciple immediately shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, the rest of the ancient Pill Tower disciples also looked outraged, quickly surrounding Jiang Chen. The sect master of Myriad Dao who had boarded the ship witnessed the scene and truly admired it. He admired Jiang Chen's shamelessness, and was even more puzzled about how Jiang Chen managed to steal the pill scroll without anyone noticing. And in full view of everyone. Do you believe me if I say I accidentally picked it up? Jiang Chen said casually. Believe you? FCK off. Can one just accidentally pick up an ancient pill scroll? Why don't you say it fell from the sky? Everyone roared in their hearts. Tower Master, Jiang Chen has stolen our sect's tower scroll, we must hold him accountable, a disciple whispered to the stunned Shi Ning. You don't understand. Shi Ning shook her head. Though she was crazed, she wasn't foolish. At this moment, she was certain that the ancient pill scroll was stolen by Jiang Chen, but there was a reason for all of this farce. Jiang Chen. Shi Ning's eyes filled with tears as she softly called his name. In this life, Jiang Chen secretly loved her. As for the reason why, she had some guesses. It seemed that although she had developed a liking for Lin Feng through 9 cycles of reincarnation, she hadn't gotten too close to this son of destiny and had always taken good care of Jiang Chen, which was the biggest difference between her and other women like Xiao Hongyi. It was within reason that Jiang Chen had developed feelings for her. For her, Jiang Chen, who had little interest in the way of the pill for 9 cycles, had traveled thousands of li to the ancient pill tower to participate in the pill conference. She once said that if Jiang Chen won first place, she would consider it. Therefore, Jiang Chen had always been striving. But what was the use of striving? Jiang Chen was the villain destined by heaven, a stepping stone for the son of destiny, and his proficiency in the way of the pill was suppressed in the cycles of reincarnation. It was because he knew all this that Jiang Chen took the risk and stole the ancient pill scroll, hoping to enhance his proficiency in the way of the pill. In the end, Jiang Chen succeeded. He not only became a 7th-grade pill refiner but also won first place in the pill conference. But, Shi Ning sighed deeply. But Jiang Chen was still Jiang Chen. Even if he decides to be a villain in this life, Jiang Chen still feels dishonorable about his theft. Therefore, he had Mu Kui reveal the ancient pill scroll in full view of everyone to confess his crime. It was also for this reason that Jiang Chen had earlier said, "Aunt Shi, please show some respect." It wasn't really about her, but rather feeling guilty. And all of this, frankly, was for her. How could she not be moved? The more Shi Ning thought about it, the more she believed it to be true, and she was very confident. Suddenly, she threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and sobbed, "Jiang Chen, you've moved me so much. I've decided, from now on we don't need to worry about formalities, we'll be together until old age and never to part." Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Jiang Chen was full of question marks. From a distance, Qingning and Xiaobai saw this and first opened their mouths in an O shape, then hurriedly came over to separate the two. "Let go of me. Jiang Chen has shown such affection for me, I can only repay him with my body." Shi Ning struggled continuously. Jiang Chen was speechless and knew that this auntie must be making things up again. He admired it. He admired Shi Ning's obsession with making things up, which had overcome her madness. Aunt Shi Jiang Chen felt it necessary to explain. But Shi Ning broke free from Qingning and Xiaobai's restraint and put a slender finger to Jiang Chen's lips to interrupt him. Her expression was shy, her face flushed, and her voice was as faint as a mosquito. "I don't want to hear you call me, Aunt, anymore." "Then, what should I call you?" Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. "Call me, Ning-er." Jiang Chen instantly got goosebumps. Qingning and Xiaobai felt a chill, and the woman and the tiger exchanged glances. Seeing Shi Ning about to throw herself into Jiang Chen's arms again, Qingning frowned and with a swift motion, knocked Shi Ning unconscious. "Should we bury her?" Xiaobai asked eagerly. Qingning rolled her eyes. Jiang Chen knocked on Xiaobai's tiger head, "Bury our own people. Have you gone mad too, you silly tiger?" Xiaobai gave an embarrassed smile while rubbing her forehead with her tiger paw. It was just a habitual question. Meanwhile, the disciples of the ancient pill tower were completely dumbfounded. They had hoped Shi Ning would step in and punish Jiang Chen for stealing the ancient pill scroll. But who would have thought that their own tower master not only didn't blame him but seemed to be ready to commit herself to him. And then she was knocked out. Helplessly, the disciples could only look to Xu Ping, Xuan, and other elders of the ancient pill tower. The elders exchanged glances, all shifting their eyes away with a look of "I know nothing and saw nothing." This left the disciples of the ancient pill tower feeling helpless. So was Yu Shi's death in vain. In the end, seeing that their own tower master and the higher-ups didn't want to pursue the matter, the disciples of the ancient pill tower also wisely departed. The group continued to board the spirit boat. A disciple of the ancient pill tower looked back at the tower and let out a deep sigh. The ancient pill tower had been established for 1,000 years, with a profound foundation, revered by the powers of the central domain, and with an extraordinary status. But now the tower master has gone mad. Great Elder Yu Shi is dead. The rest of the elders have gone mad too. Even the number one true disciple, Lin Feng, has fled the sect and his whereabouts are unknown. "What is this mess?" a disciple lamented. Hearing this, Xuan stepped forward, patted the disciple on the shoulder, and consoled, "It's all right. Once you arrive at Juyin, you'll understand everything." The disciple from ancient pill tower had a face full of question marks. Not far away, the sect master of Myriad Dao shivered upon hearing this. Half an hour later, hundreds of spirit boats set sail, returning from ancient pill tower to Juyin sect. Jiang Chen stood on the deck of the leading spirit boat, his black clothes fluttering loudly, his face seemingly calm, but his heart filled with extreme reluctance. He didn't want to return to Juyin sect. After all, it was filled with lunatics, and farming system rewards felt utterly unsatisfying. And now, with the grand sect competition imminent, he needed to improve his cultivation. But for the moment, he didn't know where else to go. After all, looking at the entire central domain, he had pretty much wreaked havoc on all the top-tier sects. Other forces and sects, knowing of his notorious reputation, would basically run upon seeing him. Boring, really boring, Jiang Chen shook his head. Then, he remembered Lin Feng. This son of destiny had once again lost his place of refuge and it was unknown where he had run off to. Fortunately, he had the son of destiny's status and locator talisman, so whenever he wanted to see Lin Feng, he could go find him. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on someone below. This person looked ordinary, had ordinary cultivation, and wore ordinary clothes, clearly just a random passerby. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of 100 spirit boats crossing the sky, the passerby was staring at the many spirit boats in a daze, his face full of shock. A normal person, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Jiang Hu, target that person, fire, he then turned his head and shouted to someone behind him. Why? Jiang Hu was puzzled. No reason, I just don't like the look of him, Jiang Chen replied instantly. Jiang Hu thought about it and agreed. Did their eldest senior brother need a reason to do bad things? Absolutely not, right. Soon, a dull boom sounded from the spirit boat's cannon, and the passerby scurried away with his hands in his head. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, cultivation raised to the late initial insight stage. The system's prompt appeared as expected. Haha. Now Jiang Chen was thrilled, considering whether he should slap any dog he passed by in the future. Chapter 336. 3,000 li away from ancient Pill Tower. A red light sped across the sky, then descended in front of a cliff. As the red light vanished, Lin Feng appeared with sunken cheeks, staggering due to insufficient blood and qi, nearly falling off the cliff. Back again after swallowing a few medicinal pills, he murmured to himself. This was the cliff where he had received the way of laying low inheritance. He came here because he felt it was somewhat safe. Master Lin Feng whispered softly. The scene of Jiang Chen stabbing Yu Shi to death was still vivid in his mind. Lin Feng clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Yu Shi had treated him well, yet died at the hands of Jiang Chen. Overwhelmed by the madness of the others, he could only escape using blood burning. He was unwilling to accept it. Now that the ancient Pill Tower had been taken over by the mad higher-ups and his master was dead, he had no choice but to defect from the sect. Since arriving in the central domain, he had first defected from Juyin sect, hoping to join the Buddha temple. But Buddha old ancestor, fearing the repercussions of his destiny, sent him to ancient Pill Tower. He had thought that ancient Pill Tower would be his rise to power, but now he had no choice but to defect once again. He, the son of destiny, was scurrying around like a rat. In the end, he had nowhere to settle down. Is this the price of defying the way of laying low? Lin Feng looked up at the sky and murmured. If he hadn't tried to compete with Jiang Chen in the way of the pill, and if he hadn't stubbornly participated in the alchemy conference despite knowing it went against the way of laying low, perhaps Yu Shi would not have died, and he wouldn't have ended up in his current predicament. Regret, self-blame, discontent, and hatred filled Lin Feng's heart. He wanted to roar and scream hysterically at the sky. He even wanted to cut down all the madmen in the world with a single sword strike. Controlled by his emotions, Lin Feng's state became more and more erratic. His eyes were bloodshot, his breath became uneven, and his body was filled with violent energy. This was the influence of the way of killing affecting his mind. If left unchecked, even the son of destiny would become a puppet who only knew slaughter, completely consumed by it. Boy, wake up quickly. A loud shout exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng suddenly woke up, and then, he just cried. Old man Tianji, you're finally awake, he choked out. The last time old man Tianji fell asleep, he said it was just a temporary sleep, due to insufficient soul power. Lin Feng thought this, temporary, would only last a day or two, but it turned out to be over a month. If old man Tianji had been awake and had sufficient soul power before, how could he have stood by and watched his master be killed? What happened? Tell me in detail, old man Tianji urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, calmed his emotions, and recounted the recent events. After listening, old man Tianji fell into a long silence. Knowing the huge blow Lin Feng had suffered, he could only console, this is fate, it's unavoidable. Instead of dwelling on the past, think about what to do next. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chen and I have a master-killing feud, a feud that meant we cannot coexist under the same sky. And what of it? Haven't you been abused by Jiang Chen enough? Old man Tianji retorted. Lin Feng was speechless. I've told you before that your destiny is unstable. You need the help of a noble person, and as of now, Jiang Chen is the only one who doesn't want your life, old man Tianji continued. How can I not avenge my master's death? Lin Feng asked loudly. It's not about not avenging your master, but the time has not come. Old man Tianji slowed his tone, seriously saying, when one day you rise above all beings in this world, Jiang Chen will be nothing more than an ant before you. Lin Feng felt that it made sense. Now was indeed not the right time for revenge. Mainly because he couldn't win. After tossing 2 more medicinal pills into his mouth, Lin Feng once again ignited his vital blood and leapt down from the cliff to reach the cave dwelling on the cliff wall. After this setback, he needed a quiet, safe place to replenish his qi and blood while questioning his life choices. Since cultivators in this cliff area couldn't rely on spiritual energy to fly, and the cave dwelling was relatively hidden, it was undoubtedly an excellent location. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood why the person who taught him the way of laying low had always been holed up in this cave dwelling. Indeed, it was too dangerous outside. This place was safer. Stepping into the cave, Lin Feng made his way to the deepest part, familiar with the path. He was suddenly startled. Besides the remains of the way of laying low person, there was also a green-robed cultivator who was dead. The death of the green-robed cultivator was extremely tragic. Not only was his entire face covered with poison needles, but his limbs and bones were also twisted to varying degrees, clearly having suffered unbearable pain before death. After glancing at the knife marks on the remains of the way of laying low person, Lin Feng understood. It seemed that after he had left, this green-robed cultivator had also arrived at this cave dwelling and found the remains of the way of laying low person by some coincidence. After searching the remains, the green-robed cultivator, finding nothing, attempted to dig around the corpse to look further, only to fall victim to the trap formation laid by the way of laying low person on himself, resulting in his untimely death. Good thing I didn't do that back then. Otherwise, I might have been the one to die. Lin Feng patted his chest, feeling relieved. Check the remains of this green-robed cultivator. A person who could leap into the cliff and reach this place must have had some exceptional abilities, old man Tianji reminded. Lin Feng thought it was a reasonable suggestion and immediately began to search. Soon, he found a spiritual ring with numerous secret manuals, cultivation techniques, and an identity token engraved with the character Pale inside. Pale Moon Sect's true inheritance, Lin Feng blurted out. Pale Moon Sect, a second-tier righteous sect in the Central Domain, was affiliated with the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. Due to its low profile, Pale Moon Sect was rarely known, and Lin Feng had only learned about this sect after entering the ancient Pill Tower. After reviewing the cultivation techniques and secret manuals, Lin Feng finally understood why this person had managed to reach this place. He had learned a movement technique similar to blood burning. Then, he found another item. It was similar to a jade slip for cultivation techniques but was an incomplete piece. Not only was the name of the technique unclear, but it was also incomprehensible. This is an ancient technique, exclaimed old man Tianji, emerging from the spiritual ring. Ancient technique, Lin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, it is an ancient technique, old man Tianji explained in detail. This technique is called 100 Forms, and it can change a cultivator's appearance and the aura of their soul. Unless someone beyond the upper 4 realms personally investigates, no one will be able to detect it. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A technique that could change appearance and soul aura. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? There were too many lunatics outside, and he would be targeted as soon as he went out. He needed such an ancient technique to ensure his own safety. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something and asked old man Tianji, do you also know this ancient technique? I do not, old man Tianji shook his head. Then how do you know about it? Lin Feng asked again. Because I happen to have another piece of this ancient technique. Combined with yours, it will complete the technique. I see. Lin Feng suddenly understood. He was really afraid old man Tianji would say, only I know this technique in the world. Past experiences proved that this was all boasting, which had led him into trouble. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Feng asked old man Tianji for the remaining piece and then secluded himself to cultivate. During this time, old man Tianji thought about checking in on him. Don't come over, Lin Feng warned with a wary face. I always feel that if you learn it, I won't be safe. Old man Tianji was speechless. This kid, he even started to guard against him. So heartless. Chapter 337. Half a month later, at the Juyin demonic sect. The overturned main peak had been restored, and the sect master's hall had been rebuilt. The Juyin sect still stood tall and majestic as the ninth peak. Several days had passed since Jiang Chen and the others had returned. On the mountainside of the ninth peak, Jiang Chen lay lazily in a wooden chair in front of the pavilion, hands behind his head, occasionally sighing deeply. Behind him stood Jiang Hu and a group of underlings, all burly men with no women among them. "Senior brother, please have some tea." Seeing Jiang Chen lick his lips, Jiang Hu hurriedly offered a cup of spiritual tea. Taking a sip of the tea, Jiang Chen tasted it and said, "Ah, boring, so boring." Ever since he had returned to the sect, he had been in this state, rarely leaving the ninth peak. It wasn't that he couldn't, but rather he was unwilling. The Juyin sect was full of madmen, and wherever he went, he would be stared at with grinning faces. Rather than dealing with those lunatics, he preferred to be a lazy fish in his own pavilion. But this was not a solution. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. The grand sect competition was imminent. Now, his junior brothers and sisters were all wholeheartedly in seclusion to prepare for the competition. Even Mu Kui, who had followed him back to the sect, was continuously throwing punches towards the sky at the summit of the ninth peak, then shouting, "Open the heavens." Jiang Chen knew the grand sect competition was important. However, whether the Juyin sect could advance to an upper domain sect was not important to him. What mattered was that he could use it as a reason to return to the upper domain. The plot of this life was developing quickly and collapsing in absurd ways. At this point, he indeed needed a legitimate reason to return to the central domain to plan for the impending crisis facing the Jiang family. Admittedly, he could go back on his own, but he was well aware that the Jiang family had sent him to the central domain to ensure his safety, and they had paid a significant price for it. If he were to return on his own, given his father's volatile temperament, he would surely break his legs. Then his mother would break his father's legs. And then, for his safety, the Jiang family's old ancestor would find a way to send him back. Compared to that, returning to the upper domain using the grand sect competition as a pretext was naturally the best choice. But the problem now was this grand sect competition was different from the previous 9 lives, with the geniuses of the upper domain also participating. Jiang Chen was well aware of the gap between the upper domain and the central domain, and he knew that achieving his goal would not be easy with his current cultivation level. He couldn't improve his cultivation like his junior brothers and sisters through seclusion. His only option was to rely on system rewards. Jiang Chen originally thought that although everyone from the Juyin sect was insane, the visiting disciples from the ancient Pill Tower and the people from the myriad Dao Demon sect were all sane and could be used to earn system rewards. But who would have thought? These people had just arrived at the Juyin sect when they were invited by the Juyin old ancestor for tea. This tea session lasted for several days, and they have yet to come down from the main peak. Jiang Chen felt that there was something strange about this tea time. After all, how could a group of normal people enjoy such a lengthy conversation with a crazed old ancestor and not disperse for days? What's more important is that lately, the behavior of his own master, Xiao Hongyi, was also revealing some strangeness. Before going mad, Xiao Hongyi rarely visited other peaks, and after going mad, she was even more protective, constantly following him under the guise of protection. But recently, Xiao Hongyi had often stayed at the main peak. Even when Jiang Chen went to look for her, Xiao Hongyi would only say, "Be good, your master is very busy. Go play by yourself." Such a change from her usual behavior naturally made Jiang Chen curious to investigate. He personally went to the main peak and, after beating up some disciples there, successfully arrived at the sect master's hall. Then he discovered that the people from the myriad Dao Demon sect had gone mad. The disciples from the ancient Pill Tower had also gone mad. All the lunatics were in the main peak's sect master hall, drinking and chatting merrily, speaking nothing but madness, and constantly talking about some grand, heaven-defying plan. Jiang Chen had never expected this. He hadn't realized that his poisonous buff had become so incredibly powerful. People from the myriad Dao sect and others had just visited the Juyin sect and were driven insane. It was simply terrifying. After saying, "Excuse me," Jiang Chen immediately left the main peak and never set foot there again. Thinking of these things, Jiang Chen sighed deeply. He just wanted to find some normal people to earn system rewards and establish a villainous persona. Why was it so difficult? While he was contemplating whether to go out or not, the voice of the Juyan old ancestor suddenly appeared in his mind. Jiang Chen, come to the main peak sect master hall immediately. You think I'll just come because you asked? Wouldn't that make me look like I have no dignity? Jiang Chen scoffed. Are you really not coming? This is a big deal, the Juyan old ancestor asked again. No, I won't go. Absolutely not, Jiang Chen firmly shook his head. No matter how big the issue is, you can decide on your own, I won't get involved. Really? Yes. The conversation between the two ended across the distance. For some reason, Jiang Chen always felt that at the end of the conversation, the Juyan old ancestor seemed to let out a meaningful laugh. But he didn't care about it. After all, he was now very clear that the main peak was a gathering place for lunatics, and he didn't want to play with a bunch of madmen. But soon, Jiang Chen regretted it. The next day, Jiang Chen was still lying in front of the pavilion, with his followers still serving him from behind. Xiao Hongyi suddenly arrived, looking hesitant to speak and with a hint of redness in his eyes. What's wrong with the master? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Jiang Chen, you won't forget me, will you? Xiao Hongyi asked in return. Of course not, Jiang Chen replied immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi forced a smile and drifted away. Jiang Chen still didn't understand what was going on when Jiang Lianyue, who was in seclusion, arrived. Jiang Lianyue didn't speak. She just went behind him and started massaging his shoulders with a look that was both smiling and crying. Junior sister Lianyue, what kind of madness is this? Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead and said. I just missed eldest senior brother a bit, Jiang Lianyue sniffled and forced a smile. Eldest senior brother, can Lianyue still massage your back and shoulders in the future? Well, that will depend on your performance, Jiang Chen replied. MMHM. After a soft reply, Jiang Lianyue left. This left Jiang Chen completely puzzled. Then, Qingning came. Without any hesitation, Qingning threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and refused to leave no matter what. After holding him for a long time, Qingning finally looked up with teary eyes and asked, Eldest senior brother, can Qingning still hold you like this and be with you in the future? Of course, Jiang Chen replied immediately. Eldest senior brother is the best. Qingning smiled sweetly, contentedly left. Jiang Chen shook his head. In his view, it must be that Xiao Hongyi and the others' madness had worsened, which was why they were speaking such nonsense. This thought persisted until that night. In the dead of night, just as Jiang Chen was about to try hard to see if he could break through the shackles of his cultivation, he noticed a sneaky figure appearing near his pavilion. The person moved lightly and stealthily and in no time, reached the window ledge of Jiang Chen's pavilion. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and the flame blood dragon sword appeared in his hand. Although he didn't know who was so bold as to target him, if they intended to harm him, they would have to pay with their lives. Soon, the person leapt in from the window. With the help of the light inside the room, Jiang Chen could see the person's face clearly. The person had a graceful figure, dressed in a plain white pill refiner's robe, with an elegant and extraordinary appearance, and bright, intelligent eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Because the person who had sneaked in during the middle of the night was none other than his Sunere aunt, Shi Ning. Aunt Shi, aren't you going a bit too far? Jiang Chen's head ached. But the response he got from Shi Ning was, Jiang Chen, I know you were forced into an engagement with Nangong Jushi. It's okay, I can understand your difficulties, so shall we elope? Jiang Chen blinked blankly, his face almost turning into a question mark. Chapter 338. Engagement. Elope. Jiang Chen couldn't understand why these two words were associated with him. After regaining his composure, he quickly asked Shi Ning what exactly had happened. Sure enough, just as I thought, you knew nothing about this matter. You were forced into it. Shi Ning smirked smugly, feeling very clever, before finally revealing what had transpired. It turned out that after the sect master of Myriad Dao went mad, he insisted on marrying Nangong Jushi to Jiang Chen to make the two sects a true family. Juyan old ancestor initially wanted to discuss the matter with Jiang Chen. But for some reason, the marriage was settled without Jiang Chen's presence, and the news had already spread within the Juyan sect. I do not agree with this marriage, Shi Ning declared emphatically. She truly disagreed. Although Nangong Jushi had indeed made many sacrifices for Jiang Chen in the 9 cycles of reincarnation and they were a match made in heaven, shouldn't the most important thing be Jiang Chen's own feelings? After all, Jiang Chen was secretly in love with her in this life. Shi Ning knew that now the marriage had been arranged and Juyin old ancestor had already informed the Jiang family in the upper domain, it was a done deal. Since it couldn't be changed, the only option was to take a different path. That's why she had sneaked over, intending to elope with Jiang Chen. Upon learning all this, Jiang Chen felt his head buzzing. He finally understood that the meeting Juyin old ancestor called him to at the main peak was about his own marriage. Juyin old ancestor made the decision for him because he had replied, "You can decide on your own." Hey, that crafty old man really is quite the schemer. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as his mind raced. How could he not know that Juyin old ancestor was setting him up? If it had been directly stated as a discussion about marriage, would he have refused to go? Wasn't it because he saw through Jiang Chen's reluctance that Juyin old ancestor played the fool and was vague in setting to a trap for him? Shameless. Even more shameless was that to turn the raw rice into cooked rice, Juyin old ancestor went straight to inform the Jiang family. What the Jiang family's attitude was, Jiang Chen did not know, as such a thing had never happened in either the original story or the 9 reincarnations. But he was very clear that Juyin old ancestor only needed to fabricate in the message how he and Nangong Jushi were deeply in love, a match made by heaven, and with his mother's protective nature, she might just accept this marriage. No one's opposition would matter. In fact, regarding marrying Nangong Jushi, Jiang Chen didn't have much resistance in his heart. But he was very clear that in this life, he was destined to die at the hands of Lin Feng and ascend. If he truly married Nangong Jushi, wouldn't that mean making this woman, who had lived and died for him for 8 lifetimes, endure widowhood and suffer once more? This was not what he wanted to see. So, Jiang Chen got angry. Ignoring Shi Ning, who wanted to elope with him, he took the flame blood dragon sword and headed towards the main peak where Juyin old ancestor was. Then he was sent back by Juyin old ancestor with the words, "You told me to decide it myself, so why blame me?" Jiang Chen was furious. This old ancestor was too shameless, mad, and completely unreasonable. The only thing he could do now was to find Nangong Jushi and see if there was any room for maneuver in this marriage. Nangong Jushi and the people from Myriad Dao Demon sect were also staying at the guest lodgings on the main peak, so Jiang Chen hurried along and soon arrived in front of the residence where Nangong Jushi was staying. At this time, Nangong Jushi was not inside the room but stood not far outside, with her hands behind her back, her cheeks adorned with a happy smile as she gazed up at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight draped over her like a veil, adding a touch of haziness to the already stunning Nangong Jushi. Sensing Jiang Chen's arrival, Nangong Jushi turned her gaze away and quickly approached. Standing in front of Jiang Chen, she bent down to take a closer look at his features, then smiled brightly, "You've come. Did you know I would come?" Jiang Chen asked in return. Nangong Jushi nodded, lifting her delicate hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, "Are you here because you don't want to marry me?" For a moment, Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. At this time, he remembered something. Nangong Jushi possessed the profound dark demonic body, which could easily go mad if her desires were unmet. Now that the marriage was settled, the consequences of him breaking off the engagement could be the same as in the previous 8 lifetimes, causing Nangong Jushi to fall into madness, act irrationally, and ultimately be pushed to a tragic fate by destiny. He didn't want to see that outcome either. Suddenly, Jiang Chen realized that Nangong Jushi had changed. The Nangong Jushi before him was no longer hysterical like in the previous 8 lifetimes, constantly mentioning fate on her lips. Instead, she had become calm, gentle, seemingly sheathing all her sharp edges. Jiang Chen thought back carefully. At the alchemy conference, when he was ridiculed by many, Nangong Jushi did not resort to killing. After the alchemy conference, when Nangong Jushi came to the Juyin sect with the sect master of Myriad Dao, she rarely sought him out, instead staying quietly at the main peak. All of this proved that this lifetime's Nangong Jushi was indeed different. This change puzzled him and even seemed unbelievable. After all, throughout the 8 reincarnations, Nangong Jushi had always been true to her role as the female villain, never showing such a gentle side. "What happened to you?" Jiang Chen asked. To this, Nangong Jushi simply smiled faintly and said, "I just suddenly found the heavens displeasing. Moreover, I no longer wish to cause you trouble. Jiang Chen wanted to say he wasn't afraid of trouble. At least in this life, he truly wasn't, and he had already decided he was willing to repay Nangong Jushi for the 8 lifetimes, even if it meant a massive massacre. But before he could speak, Nangong Jushi asked, "Hey, Jiang Chen, do you remember when you said, 'The heavens have seized my only weakness, how can I be happy?'" Jiang Chen didn't respond, only nodding his head. That was what he said in the mysterious ice realm when he learned that Nangong Jushi was injured by other prodigies. "So, your weakness refers to me, right?" Nangong Jushi pressed. Jiang Chen fell silent. Seeing his reaction, Nangong Jushi extended a finger to his chest and said, "Jiang Chen, admit it, you have me in your heart." Jiang Chen remained silent. It was true, and he couldn't refute it. If Nangong Jushi wasn't in his heart, he wouldn't have gone through 8 lifetimes trying to save this naturally born female villain. Nor would he be willing to cause a massacre just to keep Nangong Jushi alive in this life. But precisely because of this, he couldn't make any promises. After all, he will die. Is 100 years enough? Nangong Jushi suddenly spoke up. 100 years, Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yes, 100 years, Nangong Jushi nodded. You often tell Qingning and the others that defying the heavens is not something that can be done overnight. It requires 100 years of planning. So, I'm giving you 100 years to think about it. After 100 years, if you wish to marry, I will become your wife. If you don't wish to, the marriage agreement will be cancelled. What if I die? Jiang Chen retorted. Then I will die too. Jiang Chen was left speechless. The two looked into each other's eyes and eventually fell into silence. Sigh. After a long while, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Jushi, ever thought that your feelings for me might be manipulated by the heavens and influenced by the red string of fate? In the previous 8 lifetimes, he had said something like this to Nangong Jushi in every life. And in every life, Nangong Jushi didn't care about it at all and was even somewhat grateful to the heavens. But this life was different. Faced with Jiang Chen's question, Nangong Jushi looked up at the sky and said, "Jiang Chen, have you never thought that the red string only caused us to meet and feel an initial fondness for each other? But what truly strengthened this fondness and made me want to stay by your side comes from my own heart." Jiang Chen fell silent upon hearing this. He had truly never considered this point. "So, admit it." Nangong Jushi once again extended a finger and pressed it against Jiang Chen's chest. "The red string connects our hands and feet, but what truly binds us together is the heart." Chapter 339. Since then, Jiang Chen had gained a fiancée. Several days later, still in the small courtyard in front of the pavilion, Jiang Chen wasn't lying around idly. Instead, he stood facing the wind, staring blankly at the sky. In the distant sky, several spirit boats were skimming through the air. A conspicuous red line connected him with a woman on one of the spirit boats. Although the spirit boat had traveled far, Jiang Chen could still feel that the woman on the boat seemed to be looking back at him. The people on these spirit boats were from the ancient Pill Tower and the myriad Dao Demon sect. After spending nearly half a month at the Juyan sect, they were finally planning to leave. Before their departure, disciples from the ancient Pill Tower came to him one after another to express their warm concerns. Shi Ning hugged him, crying and refusing to let go. After some hesitation, Jiang Chen returned the ancient pill scroll and the 4-legged divine pattern cauldron to their original owners. He wasn't particularly interested in the way of the pill, and now that Shi Ning was the legitimate true master of the ancient Pill Tower, it was only right to return the items to her. Shi Ning's reaction upon receiving these items was not surprising to Jiang Chen. This imaginative ant had actually construed these items as tokens of affection. If Xiao Hongyi hadn't been there at the time, Shi Ning might have come up with the idea of eloping with Jiang Chen again. Additionally, apart from Nangong Jushi, the sect master and disciples of the myriad Dao Demon sect had also come to visit him. Jiang Chen was well aware that the reason Nangong Jushi didn't visit was to give him time to think and to avoid pressuring him too much. This was a kind of gentleness that warmed the heart but also brought a sense of helplessness to him. The words of Nangong Jushi that day kept resurfacing in Jiang Chen's mind. He defied the heavens, and thus, he also had a certain level of resistance towards Nangong Jushi, the woman born for him. But he had never really considered that even if it was not because of heaven, perhaps Nangong Jushi was truly born for him. To die for him perhaps was Nangong Jushi's own choice. Both Nangong Jushi and Jushuang were tied by the red thread of fate by the heavens. The difference was Jushuang didn't like Lin Feng, so she spent 9 lifetimes trying to resist the red thread and defy fate. As for Nangong Jushi, the person she liked just happened to be Jiang Chen, who was tied by the red thread. Both of them had their own choices and were not puppets under the mandate of heaven. It's worth mentioning that, after several months of slumber, Jushuang in the ghost tower had just awakened yesterday. But as soon as she woke up, she was forced by the female ghost Sui to devour hundreds of ghosts and then fell back into slumber. 100-year marriage contract, Jiang Chen murmured. This was an important reason why he did not refuse the marriage contract that day. After all, in 100 years he would have ascended. Of course, he didn't plan to just walk away. Whether it was Nangong Jushi or Xiao Hongyi, if it was possible to return after ascending, he would do everything he could to take them with him. After all, this world was really too troublesome. He really didn't want to stay. Let's just take it one step at a time. He rubbed his forehead and withdrew his gaze. At this moment, he was completely unaware that at the summit of the 9th peak. Ever since learning about Jiang Chen and Nangong Jushi's marriage contract, Qingning often carried a wine jug to drink with Mu Kui, who was cultivating. She, who was not good at drinking, would get drunk and chase Mu Kui around with Xiaobai and hit him. Although Mu Kui was mad, he dared not fight back and could only flee in all directions, to the point where he was now terrified at the sight of Qingning. In the secret chamber for true disciples to cultivate in seclusion, Jiang Lianyue could no longer focus on her cultivation, often lost in thought, occasionally whispering softly, calling out, "Eldest senior brother." Inside the Peak Master's pavilion, Xiao Hongyi stood by the window, also staring blankly in the direction of Jiang Chen. These past few days, she had been doing just that, standing all day long as if she had lost her soul. Regarding the marriage contract between Jiang Chen and Nangong Jushi, she was envious and jealous. But more than that, she was fearful. Fearful that this disciple, who was more important to her than her own life, would keep his distance from her because of the marriage contract, would grow tired of her following him around, and stop relying on her. Xiao Hongyi sighed softly. At this point, all she could do was remain silent. Because she was well aware that compared to Nangong Jushi's 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, she, as a master, was indeed not qualified. While everyone at the 9th peak was immersed in their own thoughts. Deep beneath the main peak, Juyin old ancestor saw all of this and rose from his coffin, laughing wildly. He, naive, truly too naive. Jiang Chen was naive, Nangong Jushi was naive, and Xiao Hongyi was equally naive. Who didn't know that he, Juyin old ancestor, could see 100 steps ahead with every step he took? He was 2 steps ahead. Jiang Chen and the others weren't even born yet when he was scheming against the world. Now everyone thought that it was he who had arranged the marriage contract between Jiang Chen and Nangong Jushi. Is that really the case, though? It's true that a marriage contract was set, but not with just one person. In the letters he sent to the Jiang family of the upper domain, there were actually 2 marriage contracts. Apart from Nangong Jushi, there was also Xiao Hongyi. As the Juyin old ancestor is also an ancestor of the Xiao family, how could he only care about outsiders and ignore Xiao Hongyi? Having watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation numerous times, he indeed hoped that Nangong Jushi and Jiang Chen would come together, but he was also very concerned about the happiness of his own descendants. Now, everyone thinks that he used the tactic of turning raw rice into cooked rice to help Jiang Chen secure a marriage contract with Nangong Jushi. Little did they know that this is just a smokescreen. His real purpose was to use Nangong Jushi to also secure the marriage contract between Xiao Hongyi and Jiang Chen. Since the 2 are master and disciple, he only mentioned Nangong Jushi publicly and didn't breathe a word about Xiao Hongyi to avoid unnecessary complications and to prevent Jiang Chen from overreacting. Now that Jiang Chen has tacitly accepted the marriage contract, he probably never dreamed that he had agreed to 2 marriages at once, right? By the time Jiang Chen realizes everything, both marriages will have already been approved by the Jiang family, leaving basically no room for him to back out. If he weren't worried about making too big a fuss and losing control, he might even add the marriage contracts of Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and others. Ha. Juyin old ancestor stroked his beard and laughed heartily, looking very pleased with himself. Apart from himself, the only other person who knew about these matters was the Juyin sect supreme great elder, Xiao Ting. At this moment, Xiao Ting was standing by, constantly giving thumbs up and praising his old ancestor's awesomeness and martial prowess. Juyin old ancestor waved his hand modestly, in indicating it was nothing to fuss over. Then, he straightened his expression and asked, "Any news from the upper domain?" "Yes," Xiaoting replied seriously. As the old ancestor predicted, for this central domain competition, all 4 great sacred lands of the upper domain plan to send people to participate. And the one presiding over the grand sect competition is none other than the 13th prince of the imperial dynasty. The 13th prince. Juyin old ancestor's white eyebrows furrowed slightly, his gaze becoming a bit more solemn. The imperial dynasty's attitude towards the Jiang family was not unified, divided into peace and destruction factions. And this 13th prince, although known as a waste prince in the imperial dynasty, was indeed a true destruction faction member. The current empress sending this person to preside over the grand sect competition might indicate an intention to target Jiang Chen, to strike the mountain and shock the tiger. The Juyin sect must advance to become an upper domain sect. Go to the mission hall and issue a task for our disciples to go to places like the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion in Buddha Temple to capture more people, Juyin old ancestor instructed. As your command. Xiaoting bowed to take the order, then asked, "But ever since the great battle with our sect, the Buddha temple has been closed. The 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion has also been closed since the mysterious Ice Realm incident, and people from both sects never go out, all hiding within their formations. If the 2 sects don't come out, then quietly capture their affiliated forces and sects. Make these forces and sects turn against them at the critical moment," Juyin old ancestor said. Xiaoting nodded, seeing no problem with the plan. But he felt that such a big move, if noticed by the Imperial Pavilion, might be suspected of provoking trouble. As long as we don't reveal our intentions, any excuse will do. With the grand sect competition approaching, the Imperial Pavilion won't bother us over such trivial matters, Juyin old ancestor said unconcernedly. All right, then we'll use the excuse of looking for menial disciples who have gone out and not returned for many days, Xiaoting responded. He had thought about using Lu Ellen as the excuse. After all, this excuse had been used before and would be easier to employ again. Unfortunately, ever since the mysterious Ice Realm incident, most people now believe that Lu Lin, the human sacred body, is Jiang Chen. To avoid stirring the Imperial Pavilion's nerves, they had to look for unknown menial disciples instead. Chapter 340. Soon, the task of finding unknown menial disciples appeared in the Juyin sect's mission hall. Seemingly understanding their old ancestors' intentions, not only did the Juyin sect disciples take on the task, but even the various peak masters also accepted the mission and set out one after another. In just half a day, the Juyin sect, which was originally bustling, suddenly had 60% of its people go out, and it became much quieter. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Juyin sect really did have a menial disciple who had been out for many days and not returned. And this person was Lu Lin. That afternoon, Lu Lin, dirty and disheveled with tattered clothes, appeared at the gates of the Juyin sect. Looking at the sect gates before him and the disciples leaving one after another, he was moved to tears. I'm finally back, Lu Lin kept muttering to himself. Before the alchemy conference, he had actually been in the Juyin sect. After learning that he was the human sacred body and that he was at the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking, Lu Lin began to doubt his life. He wondered if there was another person in the world with the same name and surname as him. Otherwise, how could he not know that he was the human sacred body? And from the rumors, after learning that Jiang Chen liked to use the name Lu Lin, he finally understood. It turned out that on the day when the people of Ninth Peak went to the main peak, although they claimed to be saving Lu Lin, they were actually rescuing Jiang Chen. The Billowing Clouds sect being labeled as a demonic sect was also under the pretext of looking for Lu Lin, which was actually searching for Jiang Chen. It turned out from beginning to end, he had no presence in the Juyin sect. Although depressed, Lu Lin finally came to terms with it. At least he no longer had to doubt his life or question whether his name was, "Who are you?" After that, Lu Lin became much calmer. Perhaps because of the change in his mindset, or maybe for other reasons, his cultivation began to increase at an extremely fast pace. In just a few months, he went from a lower 4 realms cultivator to the core formation realm, and specifically, the human origin realm. This made Lu Lin extremely excited, and he practiced even more diligently, feeling that he might also have a day of rising and looking forward to it. Until that day, That day, the Juyin sect master, Jiang Changqing, led most of the sect's disciples to the alchemy conference. As the disciples of Ninth Peak were all going, Lu Lin, as a menial disciple of Ninth Peak, naturally was no exception. But he was forgotten. Before he could board the spirit boat had already soared away, leaving him alone disheveled in the wind. Being forgotten wasn't a big deal. After all, he was used to such things. But the problem was before leaving, Jiang Changqing had issued a sect master's order that all disciples of the Ninth Peak must attend the alchemy conference. Lu Lin dared not defy the sect master's order. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and, with his core formation cultivation, trek thousands of li alone to the alchemy conference. Although a core formation cultivator's pace isn't slow, it still took him many days to barely reach the border of the ancient pill tower. Along the way, he encountered numerous hardships. Since it was his first time traveling far, he wasn't familiar with the route to the ancient pill tower and had to ask other cultivators for directions. But many people treated him as if he were invisible. When he finally managed to catch the attention of a few cultivators and introduced himself as Lu Ellen. "You're Jiang Chen," the cultivators exclaimed in shock. Then they beat him up. After beating him, they scoffed, "You're a fake. You, Lu Lin, the human sacred body, first on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Who do you think you are, impersonating Jiang Chen?" Similar incidents happened one after another. This made Lu Lin too scared to introduce himself when asking for directions. Even so, he was still beaten up. This time, the reason was, "This person is wearing the Juyin demonic sect's robe. People of the demonic sect must be eliminated." Helplessly, Lu Lin had to change his clothes and started running whenever he saw someone, once again questioning his life. When he finally entered the border of the ancient pill tower, exhausted in body and spirit, thinking he could soon reunite with his family. The alchemy conference had already ended. The Juyin sect spirit boats returned, flying over his head. He was both excited and horrified, but before he could shout or throw himself into his family's arms, the roar of spirit cannons sounded. His family, above him, bombarded him with spirit cannons, forcing him to flee in panic, covered in dust and his clothes in tatters. And when he tried to reveal his identity, his own people had already disappeared on the spirit boat. He could faintly hear Jiang Chen's carefree laughter. Lu Lin felt that he couldn't blame his sect. After all, he did have a low presence, and he wasn't wearing the Juyin sect uniform when the incident happened. Still, anyone would feel depressed. In the end, after several more trials, Lu Lin finally returned to the Juyin sect. It was because he remembered all that had happened before that he was moved to tears and couldn't help himself. Seeing many sect members leaving, Lu Lin guessed something big must have happened. He stopped one of them and asked, "Senior brother, where are you heading?" "What the heck, who are you?" The person he stopped was startled, not having noticed Lu Lin's presence. Seeing that Lu Lin wasn't wearing the Juyin sect uniform and appeared normal, the stopped cultivator realized, "Oh, you're an outsider. We are following the sect's orders and are preparing to go out on a mission." In reality, the Juyin sect disciples knew about old ancestor Juyin's plans, but they wouldn't tell the truth to an outsider. Being considered an outsider added to Lu Lin's frustration. Before he could ask more, he heard the stopped disciple say, "Hey, our sect has a menial disciple who has been missing for many days. The old ancestor and sect master are quite worried, so they sent us to look for him." Lu Lin's body trembled. Menial disciple, missing for many days. Wasn't that referring to him? Worried he was overthinking, Lu Lin quickly asked, "Senior brother, do you know the name of that menial disciple?" "If it's a menial disciple, who would know the name?" "Huh, you ask so many questions. Are you a spy sent by the Buddha temple or the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion?" The stopped cultivator looked at him suspiciously. Lu Lin chose to ignore the latter part of the statement. He looked up at the sky, sighing. If the sect was looking for Lu Lin, he wouldn't be so excited, as past experiences had proven such matters had nothing to do with him. But if it was a nameless one, then it was undoubtedly himself. After all, he was the one with such a low presence that no one even remembered his name. Indeed, the sect hasn't forgotten me. They've gone to such lengths for a mere menial disciple like me. I have no regrets about joining the Juyin sect in this life, Lu Lin thought emotionally. After his reflection, he was startled again. Perhaps because he hadn't responded for a while. The expression of the stopped cultivator became more suspicious, and he even called over a few fellow disciples who were also preparing to go out, surrounding Lu Lin, all ready to make a move. "Senior brothers, this is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding," I am Lu Lin hurriedly tried to explain. Worried that explanations wouldn't work, he even prepared to take out his identity token to clarify. But before he could finish, a voice filled with excitement and joy suddenly rang out from behind. "Let go of that normal person. Let me do it." Chapter 341. Finale. Encountering a normal person, Jiang Chen was very excited. He had originally planned to go out for a stroll to see if he could earn some system rewards, but he hadn't expected the reward to come to him on its own. After his shout, he leapt forward and kicked Lu Lin in the face. After a scream, Lu Lin flew several zhang away. Seeing that the system reward still hadn't appeared, Jiang Chen stepped forward, grabbed Lu Lin by the collar, and started slapping him. Throughout, Lu Lin kept screaming in pain. Finally, host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, complete, memory reflecting mirror. TLN, the item in the old ancestor's hand is only a fragment, not complete. Memory reflecting mirror. What is this thing? Jiang Chen was somewhat confused. He took the memory reflecting mirror out of his spirit ring, but before he could take a closer look, Jiang old ancestor appeared beside him accompanied by a gentle breeze. "Jiang Chen, this item is fated to be mine," Jiang old ancestor said with gleaming eyes. "Fated to you?" Jiang Chen curled his lip, clearly disbelieving. This was his system reward. What did it have to do with Jiang old ancestor? Moreover, even if it truly was fated for Jiang old ancestor, would he really expect him to give it away? Although Jiang old ancestor had treated him well, as a villain, his character surely wouldn't allow him to do such a good deed. But before he could refuse, a profound and mysterious aura suddenly emerged from Jiang old ancestor. The aura spread continuously, enveloping the surroundings. Caught in this aura, it was as if time stood still. Jiang Chen was trapped in a prison of heaven and earth and found himself unable to move an inch. And when that sensation vanished, Jiang Chen discovered that both Jiang old ancestor and the memory reflecting mirror he had just been holding were nowhere to be seen. That damn old man actually stole my reward. Jiang Chen was furious. But what could his anger do? With his current level of cultivation, he was nowhere near capable of troubling Jiang old ancestor. He could only keep this incident in mind and find a way to get even in the future. After glancing at Lu Lin, whom he had knocked unconscious, Jiang Chen felt this person seemed familiar. As if he had seen him somewhere before. But he couldn't recall at the moment. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Jiang Chen had left the sect and was wandering around 100 li outside the sect. Suddenly, the sky dimmed, the sun above sank, and a silver curtain large enough to cover the entire sky slowly emerged in the upper, middle, and lower domain and under the watchful eyes of many cultivators. The moment the silver screen appeared, all cultivators were drawn to it. Jiang Chen was no exception. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He guessed that this must be the work of some rare magical treasure. After looking at the giant screen overhead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a nostalgic smile. He felt that at this moment, he was just like an audience member in a movie theater before his transmigration, waiting for the film to start. But soon, Jiang Chen couldn't smile anymore. Because when the silver screen lit up, the images that appeared were of the Jiang sect. And he had become the main character of this movie, with his 9 lifetimes of memories being displayed. FCK. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what was happening. In the blink of an eye, it was 30 years later. In a secret forest within the upper domain, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the air, his eyes slightly closed. Many significant events had occurred over these 30 years. Firstly, after his 9 lifetimes of memories were exposed, nearly 60% of the cultivators in the upper, middle, and lower domain went mad, leading to the cancellation of the central domain's grand sect competition. Next was the Jiang family and the imperial dynasty. The Jiang family escaped the fate of annihilation. It was almost funny. The Jiang family had been destroyed in 9 lifetimes, all because the heavens wanted to favor Lin Feng, the son of destiny. But in this lifetime, Lin Feng also saw the 9 cycles of reincarnation and was shocked by his own actions in his previous 9 lives. Perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps wanting to repay Jiang Chen for saving his life in this lifetime, Lin Feng braved countless dangers and actually found a pill that could extend one's lifespan, which he gave to the Jiang family's old ancestor. With the old ancestor's life extended, the Jiang family was assured not to repeat the fate of being destroyed by the imperial dynasty as in the previous 9 lifetimes. Furthermore, the imperial dynasty of this lifetime had been destroyed. Not by Jiang Chen, but at the hands of the imperial dynasty's 3rd princess and the holy maiden of the primordial Holy Land. These two were the female leads in the original story. After watching the 9 cycles of reincarnation, both of them fell into madness. The 3rd princess of the imperial dynasty began to incite rebellion within the imperial dynasty's forces, while the holy maiden allied with the other 3 holy lands to take advantage of the internal strife within the imperial dynasty and break through the imperial capital. From beginning to end, Jiang Chen was like a spectator. The only thing that gave him satisfaction was that the fat and bloated empress of the imperial dynasty, after escaping the capital, was captured by Juyan old ancestor and brought before him. Jiang Chen personally took the empress's life, ensuring her death was extremely miserable. But even after avenging this great enmity, Jiang Chen did not feel relieved. He had learned that the madness of his master, junior brother, and junior sister was all because they had seen the 9 cycles of reincarnation. He didn't know what to feel about it. Xiao Hongyi and the others were all begging for forgiveness. But he just couldn't say the word, "I forgive you." Because to forgive would mean to let go, and he wouldn't be able to ascend with unwavering determination. Although the plot of this life has crumbled into pieces, Jiang Chen still clings to the hope of ascension. After all, this world has been full of malice towards him, and he has no desire to linger. It is precisely for this reason that for over 30 years, Jiang Chen has been avoiding Xiao Hongyi and others, following Lin Feng by using the Son of Destiny locator talisman. And today is the day set in the original story for him to meet his end. Like the previous 9 lives, he has issued a challenge to Lin Feng. He had been worried that Lin Feng, whose temperament had greatly changed, would not honor this final battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng arrived early and is now right below. Jiang Chen had already decided that even if he had to rush towards Lin Feng's blade, he must face his own end. But after glancing below, his mouth twitched. Lin Feng, the vengeance for killing my disciple over 9 lifetimes shall be avenged today. Lin Feng, did you really dare to show up today? Over the years, your fortune has been greatly reduced, you are now exhausted of luck and abandoned by fate. Today, you will meet your end. Knowing the cause and effect of the previous 9 lives, you still seek eldest senior brother's life. In this life, you'll have to step over my dead body first if you want to kill eldest senior brother. Xiao Hongyi, Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and others were beating up Lin Feng. Mu Kui and Lin Mubai were on guard on both sides. Nangong Jushi stood behind Jiang Chen, using all her strength to hold onto Jiang Chen while pleading with her mouth, "Don't go." "So, how should I die?" Jiang Chen was in despair. He cursed the system's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. It was this dog system that issued the task of dying at Lin Feng's hands, to ascend, yet it backstabbed him by exposing his memories of 9 lives to everyone. It's just too treacherous. In the past, you had no choice, but in this life, you do. Die by Lin Feng's hand and ascend on the spot. Kill Lin Feng and stay in this world. Please make your choice. The system's text suddenly appeared. In this situation, how do you expect me to die at Lin Feng's hands? Jiang Chen roared in his heart. As long as the host makes a choice, the system will help you achieve your goal. Can I come back after ascending? Jiang Chen asked. No. Jiang Chen fell silent. Not being able to return meant that he could not take Xiao Hongyi and the others with him, and he would have to leave alone. If this life were like the previous 9, he would definitely choose ascension. But after glancing at Nangong Jushi beside him, as well as master, junior brothers, and junior sisters below, he truly felt a bit reluctant. There was also the Jiang family, his parents, and relatives, whom he also remembered fondly. Can you let others know that I've ascended? Jiang Chen asked again. Yes, the system will arrange the most dazzling way to ascend, blinding everyone else's eyes. I choose to ascend. In the end, Jiang Chen made his decision. He never truly belonged to this world. Even with his attachments, they could not outweigh the pain of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation and 1,000 years of misunderstanding. Moreover, knowing that he did not truly die but ascended, others could still live well. After he made his decision, time suddenly froze, and everyone except Jiang Chen was stunned in place. After breaking free from Nangong Jushi's grasp, Jiang Chen floated down from above, slowly approaching his junior brothers. Master, your disciple is leaving. He gently stroked Xiao Hongyi's cheek. Mu Bai, stop being a savage, I still prefer the elegant gentleman you once were. He patted Lin Mubai's shoulder. Qingning, eldest senior brother is leaving, you must take good care of yourself from now on. He ruffled Qingning's head. Junior sister Lianyue, if one day you can become the empress of this world, remember not to recklessly explode your imperial essence again. He took advantage of Jiang Lianyue. Mu Kui, you are the reincarnation of a martial emperor, perhaps one day you can break through this world, senior brother believes in you. He kicked Mu Kui. Then, looking up at the figure in the sky, Jiang Chen finally said, Jushi, in this life, I have ultimately failed you. The 100-year marriage contract is not yet due, but I must depart first from now on, take care. With those words, he slowly walked towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was crouching on the ground, curling up his body and protecting his head. Jiang Chen manipulated Lin Feng like a puppet, making him stand up, and then placed his own spiritual sword in Lin Feng's hand. Finally, after one last look at the people around him and the world that had gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation over 1,000 years, he charged toward the spiritual sword and let the sword's tip pierce through his own heart. As his consciousness blurred, he seemed to hear the cries of Xiao Hongyi and the others and the shock in Lin Feng's voice. The scene was chaotic, he felt himself being held by someone, countless tears falling from above, landing on his cheeks. The tears were cold yet warm. Perhaps it was because he was dying, various scenes like a revolving lantern flashed through his mind. He seemed to return to his childhood, to the day he first entered his sect. At the foot of the 9th peak, Xiao Hongyi led the young boy while looking up at the desolate 9th peak. Crouching down, Xiao Hongyi pinched his face and said, Jiang Chen, from now on you are my disciple, Xiao Hongyi's disciple. No one can bully you. Master, you're so beautiful. Can I marry you when I grow up? Jiang Chen, still a child, asked mischievously. You're dreaming. He seemed to see himself in a future where he had chosen to stay. It was still the Juyan sect, still that 9th peak. Eldest senior brother, let's not return until we're drunk today, Lin Mubai proposed, his demeanor scholarly and refined as he raised his cup. Eldest senior brother, you like me, right? Qingning asked while batting her large eyes. Eldest senior brother, how about a friendly spar? Mu Kui's voice was still as booming and his figure as imposing as ever. Eldest senior brother, I want to be your maidservant for life, Jiang Lianyue said as she massaged his shoulders. He seemed to see his own wedding and the future that followed. The bride under the phoenix crown and wedding robe was so captivating and soul-stirring under the flickering candlelight. He also seemed to see and hear the scenes that weren't meant for children. Another 100 years later, he saw his children play at his knees, giggling as they playfully pulled his beard. Xiao Hongyi and Nangong Jushi were scolding them sternly from the side. Qingning had grown up, becoming even more enchanting. Lin Mubai, having entered the Tao and become an emperor through literature, brought over several volumes of books. Mu Kui had returned from other worlds, and although he too had become an emperor, he remained as simple and honest as ever. Everyone gathered together with laughter filling the air. These scenes were so heartwarming and touching. Perhaps, I made the wrong choice, Jiang Chen murmured as his consciousness completely faded. He died, his life extinguished. Xiao Hongyi held him, crying out loud with Nangong Jushi, Jiang Lianyue, and Qingning. Mu Kui roared to the heavens. Lin Mubai swayed with tears streaming down his face. And Lin Feng simply gave a pale smile. He had long lost his destiny, and old man Tianji's soul had been scattered to the winds by the Juyan old ancestor. Over these decades, he had understood too much and experienced too much. He had accepted Jiang Chen's challenge and had come here wanting to die at Jiang Chen's hand and pay off his debt and find release. But who knew? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen still died by his hand. Ha ha. Lin Feng gave a pale smile and with a bang, chose to self-destruct. No one paid attention to his death. Xiao Hongyi and the others were still immersed in the pain of Jiang Chen's death. And just as Xiao Hongyi and Nangong Jushi were preparing to fulfill their promise and die for love. Boom! The earth shook, and the sound of a great bell resonated throughout the world. The sky tore open, and golden light descended from the heavens, laying down 1,000 steps as it illuminated the earth. The golden light converged on Jiang Chen. He suddenly awoke. Before he could say or do anything, Jiang Chen's body was sucked into the sky by a powerful force, breaking through the heavens. In the end, only his words echoed through the heaven and earth. I don't want to ascend. Dog system, I take it back. Xiao Hongyi and the others were stunned by this scene. Soon, everyone realized that Jiang Chen had not died. He had ascended to another world. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. After 100 years, Xiao Hongyi and the others had reached the limits of this world and their cultivation. Once again, they all gathered at the place where Jiang Chen had ascended. Without any unnecessary words, Mu Kui punched through the heavens. Once again, the sky was torn asunder, and the misty aura of another world and the fairyland pavilions could be faintly seen. Jiang Chen, we're coming for you. Looking up at the sky, Xiao Hongyi murmured softly. The end. The author rushed the ending by using the complete version of the memory reflecting mirror, probably because the novel isn't doing too well in the original site. NGL, I'm actually starting to enjoy how Juyin old ancestor made others feel his pain by showing Jiang Chen's memories to everyone and slowly corrupting the world. It's kind of funny. And although I already knew there was going to be a time skip before the ending, from new reviews, I thought the author would show how they were going to meet in another world and live happily ever after. Instead of that, we're coming, BS. I'm feeling a little disappointed, but I hope you guys enjoyed this series. Thank you for supporting this series by reading it. Until next time.